ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We are heading into play day 6 and it's now crunch time for a lot of these teams as it's still neck and neck to decide who's going to make it into the ESL Mobile Challenge finals. So we have to wait and find out. I am Lethal, joining me is Lady B and Judo Sloth once again. B, I'm going to start with you as always. How are you getting on today?
I'm doing great, and I'm excited for the incredible matches we have today. I think I say this every time, but they just seem to get even more and more interesting as the ladder changes. Wouldn't you agree, Judo?
I certainly would, because as the leaderboard is getting closer and closer, despite the play days going on, it seems like we are just about as close as when we started. It's incredible how the tournament is heating up, Lethal.
Yeah, we're doing our best here, Judo, in terms of trying to separate these guys, but it's so tough, so difficult, and it's literally neck and neck, like I already said right at the beginning of the show, by terms of actually trying to get these in the top 4. But it's anybody's guess, still 3 play days left, so every single win will count, matter to this point, especially Stars considering the circumstances a lot of these teams could put them through going forward. But let's have a look at the leaderboard so far, and as you can see, we weren't lying in terms of it being neck and neck, as Alternate Attacks in a rightful spot in the top position alongside Tomai Empire going 7-2. Tribe and MCES have given themselves a bit of leadway here considering what they put themselves through, and they both do have a game in hand. So again, quite secure, but at the same time, we've got to be a bit cautious on these next few matchups. Penta and Repotted Gaming are still knocking on the door to try and slide in to one of those top 4 spots, and Elevate still got a bit of work to put him on their side.
Yeah, it's. I feel like it's getting very cutthroat here over the next couple of days from what we're going to see, because it is so close, and it can really be anyone's match in these wars. One of which I'm really curious to see, because Team Elevate is going to have the opportunity to face off against Tribe Gaming again, and the last matchup that they had, they did give Tribe a loss.
They certainly did, and Team Elevate seems to have got into their feeting a little bit the last couple of days. They've got a couple of victories, didn't end up playing yesterday actually, so they can come into this one fresh. However, Tribe did get a perfect. The one thing I do want to mention about the table though is that Alternate Attacks did find themselves mid-table prior to this week, and they've obviously put on some incredible performances the last couple of days, pulled themselves up to the top, and that just gives confidence to all of the teams that are currently in that tough section in the middle. Lethal.
Yeah, you made a very valid point there about Alternate Attacks. When they were going 3-2 mid-table, we were like, this is not something we normally see from Alternate Attacks. What did? They adapted 4 in a row, and there we have it. They're on top of the table, just like that. So they cannot complain at all in the slightest in terms of their positioning. So Tomai and Alternate Attacks are very close to guaranteeing their spot in the ESL Mobile Challenge finals. But of course, we still wait for the others to decide how they're going to try and slide into the top 4 as well. But very excited to see how things will pan out. We've only got 3 more play days left. This is play day 6, and we're going to see the schedule for today. To start off with, it is going to be Tribe Gaming versus Team Elevate. That would be a great one to watch, as Elevate have improved dramatically, so Tribe need to be on guard. Repotted Gaming versus Penta, 5th versus 6th, basically, to try and decide who can overtake each other later on. And then we've got Tribe versus Alternate Attacks. A very spicy matchup there indeed.
It definitely is. We'll also get to see MCES facing off today against Repotted Gaming, and Penta will be facing off again against Alternate Attacks. And I mean, these matches really have the propensity for some of these teams to make some big leaps and bounds and knock some of the top standing teams out of the mix if they can really produce.
Yes, and we get down to the final match. I mean, we see all of those incredible lineups. Then the final match of the day, Tomai and MCES. It does seem to just keep getting better and better, and it's going to be interesting because a lot of the teams are playing multiple matches today, so they are going to have that stamina to get through all of the attacks. As we mentioned, many of the teams only had 1 match yesterday, or even in Elevate's case, they didn't actually end up playing a match due to the circumstances. Tribe, though, moving out of it with a perfect war, so it's going to be interesting on how the teams fare with the 2 matches today.
Yeah, Tomai, even though they're in the joint first spots, though, we haven't seen a huge amount of consistency from them, but their attacks yesterday were just phenomenal. I think they had 9 out of 10 triples across the board. It was absolute madness. But for you guys at home, we've got a slightly new graphic for you guys. We do have the weekly attack overview, but B, you can kick us off here just in terms of the win rate from a lot of these compositions.
Absolutely. So we're looking at some of the most successful, well, the most used, I should say, the top strategies that we've seen used so far in week 3. And that would be Queen Charge Drag Rider, Blizzard Lavaloon, Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash as our ground attack option, Zap Dragons, which includes both Dragons and Hydra and Drag Riders, Queen Charge Lavaloon and Zap Lavaloon here. But you can see the success rate with each of these top strategies being used. Of course, we've seen a couple of Hogs, but they're not the most commonly used attack strategy that we're seeing. But the most successful one so far overall is this Queen Charge Drag Rider with a 68.2% hit rate of success.
Certainly, and we do see more of an air meta in terms of the attacks used, but obviously the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash, as you mentioned, Hog Riders, Hybrid even, still seeing a lot of success. I do want to point out that the Queen Charge methods, the Dragon Rider and the Lavaloon, the two highest hit rates, and I do feel that sells a lot to the Queen Charge. It's a very powerful technique. Definitely in the hands of pro players, which is what we are seeing in this challenge series. So it's going to be interesting on how many we see of that, because we've had a lot of charges that have ultimately led to time fails as well, Lethal. And I feel that might actually reflect some of the hit rates here.
Absolutely. A lot of the attacks were almost near enough perfect, as those time fails did not help them by any way, shape or form. But yeah, you're right though, like before, a lot of the ground attacks were kind of hiding in the shadows a little bit. Even the Inferno Dragon composition, we didn't really see much of, but we've seen a glimpse of it once or twice yesterday. So they are there, they are trying to, make it work the best of their ability, but it can be a bit of a struggle sometimes. It just depends on the base builders themselves and what they got to deal with as they scout those bases.
Absolutely, but we are seeing some of those tough attacks to really try and go up against. Nebrax told us this, that these Drag Riders are probably one of the most difficult troop compositions to have to try and defend against.
Definitely, and I think the fact that you said, Lethal, it's really against the base specific. That's where we are seeing the hybrids and maybe even the mass Hog Rider that we seen from Cynthia yesterday. I really hope we get to see another one of those 40 Hog Riders demolishing a base. It wasn't even close. People can talk about air meta, but when you select the right strategy for the right base, you see how devastating it is.
And when he's executing like that, then what do we expect from him? But I'm done. I'm going to go get a brew. I'm going to put my feet up and watch this first series. So I'm going to let you two take it away with the first match of the day.
Thank you very much, Lethal. But we'll try and swipe him out of the screen there. So we do have a fantastic matchup, Lady B. We have already alluded to this. Team Elevate, they didn't have any matches yesterday due to the circumstances. Burger Rangers, unfortunately, not continuing in the competition. But Team Elevate here, coming in fresh against Tribe Gaming, who did actually get a perfect yesterday. So this is a tough one to call.
It really is a tough one to call because Tribe has been on form. We saw that beautiful performance from them yesterday. They are standing 5-3 right now in those current rankings. A 15-star war I'd be intimidated by, but I do know that Elevate, while sitting in number 7, 3-6 in their win-loss rate, they took down Tribe Gaming. They kept them held off in a 12-12 matchup that came down 2%. If they can bring the same type of base building today, because let's be honest, these two teams know each other rather well, having some history together in their former clan, 11 Original. If they can bring that, they can give Tribe a run for their money.
Absolutely. Being teammates, or former teammates, they certainly will know each other inside out. Obviously, a couple of new troops into the game since then, so maybe that's something that they can try and trip each other up with. But they've also been watching each other carefully, I'm sure, across the previous days. But Tribe Gaming, I do want to highlight, they are the only team that has beat Tomai. The 2 losses for Tomai have been to Tribe Gaming. So that is something that they will be drawing on in terms of their confidence. And I love the fact that we had a couple of interviews from Tribe yesterday, but one of them was Eve Maxey, who Lethal interviewed, and he said, we are just going to put up the perfect against Tomai. They can then do what they want. I can't stop thinking about that because it was just so brilliantly predicted, and they absolutely did that. So Looking forward to see how they come out today.
I'd almost be curious to see what Maxi would say about going into this matchup, knowing that they're facing against some former teammates. And Eve Maxi and Eve Kala were two really close-knit members from 11 Original. So I'd like to see Kala and the rest of the team bringing those defenses through. And if they have been watching some of the wars, they can try and take some notes from the other teams that have defended against Tribe. But again, we've talked about this. It is a tough meta. Tribe is very well versed in these drag riders. So that puts a really big challenge for Elevate to try and defend against them, knowing that that's going to be primarily what they're going to be coming in with today.
Absolutely. But I think the one thing that does lie in Elevate's favor is whilst they are towards the bottom of the table, they had a lot of things going on previously. They had qualified into the World Championships, where they obviously did get the silver ticket through that qualifier, and we seen within that how good their bases were. Now, following the qualifier, they've came out this week, grabbed a couple of victories, and they seem to be climbing the table. So maybe it was just a little bit too much for them to juggle multiple competitions. Now that they can solely focus on the challenge, maybe we will see some of their strongest bases and upsetting Tribe in this one.
And the focus, I think, is the biggest part for them, as you said. And they are a team that I've always said their attacks really show. That's exactly one of the things they showcased during the World Championship qualifiers in June, of course. But the defenses is really what kept them going strong. So that's always been maybe the harder part for them. Again, you know, meta right now, and I'll say it again, it's difficult to defend, but if they can find those openings, maybe borrow a few bases here and there, which we do see players doing from time to time, you know, and maybe even switching up some traps to try and trip them up. That's one of the sneakiest ways we have seen players trying to pull in those defenses, but a lot of baiting would need to happen to hold off Tribe Gaming in this one. And we're going to kind of get this answer right off the bat as Kronos comes in with the Zap Hydra.
We did see the hit rates of this attack being one of the most popular, but actually had one of the lowest hit rates, amazingly. So let's find out if he can get this one done as he's just charging his queen in towards the Eagle Artillery. Nice confident start here from Kronos.
It is, and we can already see the shape up of the path here where he's connected the Zapquake on the opposite side where the queen is, working the king and the queen from the opposite side where he's narrowing out a channel in the center of the base to send in his Hydra. I would say likely from the more narrow spot so he can spread out and he can get more value out of the Warden ability to get the blimp sailing through past the Town Hall a little bit deeper into the base.
This is very similar, in fact, as to what we've seen from Boom of alternate attacks. Or was it Boom? Or maybe it was Ast yesterday, using the heroes into that right-hand side, and then the dragons moving through the center with the blimp for the Town Hall. It is a similar base, but interestingly here, Lady B, the Grand Warden ability has been used. Battle Blimp not flying across the base with that. Maybe he's just going to wait and send it in later on. That's an interesting play.
Yeah, he's going to wait till these dragons clear the path, obviously picking up the traps on their own. A little bit early of a Warden ability, but he does manage to keep them alive and well, and the blimp is able to... I can't say it! I was going to say successfully sail through, but look at that tornado trap placement, holding off the blimp, still manages to get it out there over top the Town Hall exactly the way he wants to see it. And I got to point out, beautiful freezes to help hold off the damage coming in from it.
I was going to point that out. Very quick reactions from Kronos to freeze the Town Hall, but unfortunately the dragons are just inside that poison. They've gone down and they weren't able to get the ground expo, which was actually crucial for the Royal Champion. He needed that defense down so she could hopefully swoop round the rest of the base. It's not paid off here. There's still quite a lot left, and it's not the start that Tribe Gaming wanted, particularly when we think back to the percentage we seen yesterday. I believe the average was well above this, but I guess a couple of 3 stars will certainly pull up that average. 82% 2-star, not the start we wanted from Tribe.
No, it might not be the start that Tribe wanted, but it was certainly the start that Elevate wanted to see. Now holding this first strong defense coming in against a team that you clearly pointed out went 15 stars against Tomai and is the only team to knock them down twice in this. So this is a huge victory just from the start for Elevate.
I think I mentioned Elevate's bases and how strong they are earlier on, but maybe, you know, because Tribe have some former team members, there's a little bit extra competitiveness here, and they really are putting up the top bases because this is a matchup that they will be looking to win. I mean, I know they aim to win every matchup, but you always want to try and catch the teams mid-table, if that makes sense. Even if you're not beating the ones at the very top, mid-table teams is where you're going to crawl in towards that top 4 spot.
It definitely is. Eve Kartafi, though, he's got the opportunity to capitalize off a pretty large lead because they were able to hold this defense. I mean, you want to always start off on the right foot, but this is the war that you really need to do it if you find an early opening. Kartafi bringing in the Hydra Bat, which we have seen some beautiful displays of within the matches yesterday. King helping to open up the path in the channel for the Queen to work through, taking down the Eagle. When we look to do this, we're not only looking to shape up the path for our dragons, but we're looking to pick up some big value. And I like taking down those Eagles early when you can, because it means less firing away and you can get better value out of the Warden ability.
Yeah, throughout the raid itself, you can be surprised across the couple of minutes how much damage the Eagle Artillery can do. We see that quick deployment of the dragons from the right side, just one dragon used to create the funnel as they move through, and the battle blimp soaring down towards the town hall, meaning he's trying to send the Hydra in towards the multi-target Infernos, because with splash damage down, that is where the bats can survive. Now, the wizard tower next to the town hall there could be problematic if he doesn't get that, but he is surrounding this area with dragons. The multi in the middle is missed though, and it doesn't look like the dragons are going there.
No, the pathing unfortunately splits a bit awry. We do have the bats finally coming in, and we need to watch the position of these freezes. Scattershot and Wizard Tower just a little too far apart from each other, but the Royal Champ trying to sneak her way in to help with a little bit of distraction here so he can get the most value out of the freezes he has. Even helps to hold up the multi, but the bats aren't making their path there. They go right for the Scattershot as it is continuously engaged at the Royal Champion, and this works out in his favor because the Royal Champ, I was gonna say, she could have gotten it done, but the defending RC.
She took down the defending RC. I thought Lassie was, the Electro Owl. I thought Lassie was going to be the pet to get the victory, but the Owl sneaks it. Multi down, and there we go. Kartoffee with the 3 stars. That certainly had us on the edge of our seat. It looked like it was happening. It wasn't happening, but there you go. 3 stars it is.
Oh, beautiful start here for Team Elevate. Again, this is a team that did take down Tribe in their previous matchup, which I believe was in Play Day 3, if I'm not mistaken. And we're seeing them start to dominate here just from the beginning of the war. It does not mean that they can sit back and breathe easy, because Tribe is going to bring everything they possibly have to turn this around. But Judah, what I'm curious to see is the previous matchup against them, we had 12-12 with a % win. Do you think we'll see something this close again?
I'm sure that we will. I think both of these teams have the caliber to beat each other. It really does just come down to the day. Switching things to ground here in terms of the P.E.K.K.A. Smash, and we have seen relatively good success with this. It was on the top 6, not the highest hit rate, but when you see it work well, for example, Boom's attack yesterday, it tears apart bases like nothing else.
It really does. And what you want to look for is picking up some high targeting defensive items first. We do see the Warden coming here, looking to help section off this base and ideally take down the Scattershot. And we're also going to look at the pathing to see that we can connect some of those heavy hitting damage items, because we do have the Eagle kind of on the outskirts of the base, 2 wall breakers. I'm curious to see if we're going to get the King coming in, depending on how we get this funnel situated, but we can really connect those 2 items. We've got the Eagle and the other Scattershot in close proximity.
Queen moving into the base there. Now we see the super wall break, interestingly pushing her into this right-hand side where she can hopefully merge in with the P.E.K.K.A towards the Eagle, but he's only got one jump spell here, and is he going to let the P.E.K.K.A just punch through the wall? I think that's probably going to be the play.
Log launcher. He's bringing in the log launcher to open this up. I was really curious to see the sectioning off to bring in the P.E.K.K.As until he saw this, which is going to try and help work the Queen in, though she's the one who has to be through the walls here, though that is her favorite target item.
It certainly is. The Grand Gordon ability there just about clips the healers, which is beautiful, as the multi was beaming on them. And he does get the healer switch. They are onto the P.E.K.K.A out in front, which is always what you want in such an attack. The Queen is now protected because the P.E.K.K.A are taking the damage. And he is charging right through here. Log Launcher opens up the entire base. Town Hall is down, and the jump gives access to the multi with the Royal Champion moving in from the right-hand side. This now looks incredibly good for Exorcist.
I love the way that he has pathed around this, because we were talking about those heavier damage items where we have the scatter shots, the eagles, and you still need to make the connection to the town hall. The way he has navigated this forced everything together through to the back end of the base, and obviously leaving very minimal work for the Royal Champion where she can sneak in. We've got a multi-targeting Inferno, runs very little risk for her to pick off, unlike the single targeting Inferno, even able to hold on to this invisibility spell, which honestly, let's talk about it. It's not really needed, but just gives it everything he possibly can. Doesn't want to take the risks because they know going up against Elevate, especially after this defense, they've got to bring it all.
Absolutely, and I do want to point out, despite turning the storage invisible, that was the play he wanted to do to get the defenses down first. Once the defenses are down, you know you are home sailing, as long as you have enough time, which he knew he did. Now we're back into the court of Elevate. We did get the kind of low percentage given what we have been seeing from Tribe, but getting that 3-star certainly gives them that little bit confidence boost moving forward, and Elevate ultimately need to perform here and get another good attack to keep themselves in the lead.
Yeah, they definitely need to be on the edge of their seats, just the way we are in this matchup so far, but they've got to stay on their toes here, not letting anything slip up past them, because you don't want to lose this huge lead that you have going up against a team like Tribe Gaming that will quickly turn the game back in their favor, which we saw from that beautiful attack. Mark here, though, you know, I say this time and time again, he is one of my favorite Queen Charge Lalo attackers to watch because of his superb Queen Charges, the way he looks at a base, the way he just barrels his way through, keeps his Queen going, is exceptional.
Yeah, in the World Championship qualifier, it was incredible to watch how he did it time and time again against Tombanai's bases as well, who are very good with this particular strategy. And as you can see, he's easily charged his Queen into the compartment he wants, quickly getting that air defense down to protect his healers. And he's shortly going to be getting the enemy heroes in that of the Royal Champion and the Queen, obviously key targets to take down.
And the King taking on the scatter shot here, helping to force the path of the Queen into
Queen.
the center of the base. She's raged up with the healers, ready to take on the CC troops. She is taking on a lot of damage as we have the 2 ground bows targeted at her, so he needs to keep the rages coming. The most important thing with these Queen charges is to keep your Queen alive. You're investing so much to pick up the value and shape up the pathing, and particularly with Mark, he looks for these really just dominating Queen charges. But the one thing that we do know, even from the Worlds, is that these do run the risk of time fail, so he has to try and keep it forcing along as quickly as possible. The Royal Champ even sneaking in to come help out and section off the rest of this base for the Lalo.
I am a little bit surprised that Mark didn't use the jump to open up the compartment to the right by the multi. I guess he was worried that the Queen might not go to the central multi, but it does mean that she's now going to go down as the healers are finished. However, if he can get this Town Hall down with the blimp, which is looking very good, he can probably surround the multi-target Inferno with the balloons, because his Queen has got so much value. The tornado does pop though, spinning the balloons, but that's not too bad with the Town Hall already gone. It's where do they go? Most of them outside of the poison, but some of them are getting hit here.
He needs as many loons as possible to bring his way up to the multi with no spells left over to get past it. His problem is coming up against a wizard tower surrounded by Teslas. That splash damage from the wizard tower obviously posing the biggest threat as he makes his way towards the multi. And this is where we see it fizzle out and unfortunately crumble here. I agree with you. I was waiting to see where he would place that jump, and these are some of the judgment calls that you make because you know that the queen pathing can be just completely thrown awry with your jump opening up additional compartments and not picking up the intended value, but it does cost them here in the end.
91% 2-star will keep Team Elevate slightly in the lead on percentage, but stars now tied up. I feel Mark just wanted to assure he got the multi-target Inferno in the center of the base so that at least his Lalo didn't need to go there. We did see that there was plenty of traps in that area as expected. Didn't quite work out in his favor towards the end though. However, Elevate will be happy. I mean, at this stage, as long as you're in the lead, you have got to be satisfied, right?
And this is exactly the way they played it the last time, hanging on to the percent win. And we saw a lot of defenses coming through that because a 12-12 war is pretty impressive against any of these teams in the matchup. And, you know, Tribe Gaming, who is easily able to put up a 15-star war against one of the top tier teams in the game, speaks a lot about the defense that Elevate can bring against Tribe.
This is an interesting stage in the war, though, because now the momentum kind of shifting towards the favor of Tribe. So whilst they are down on percentage, they've probably got a little bit more of the momentum swing now. And it's interesting to know who they will be putting up next. Obviously, I know it depends on the bases and plans of attack, but if they have I was going to call Eve Maxi out as well, you know, Lady B. If they have someone with the experience like Eve Maxi coming up, he could be the one that they need for the assurity of this 3-star.
This is exactly who I would have named as well, especially after the beautiful Lalo that we saw from him yesterday. But opting back over to one of the most popular attack strategies that he is probably the most well-versed in, and that is this Queen Charge Drag Rider, setting up the path here by forcing the King in first, allowing the Queen access into this multi-compartment, and even has a jump to start paving the way. Now, because we do have the blimp, I assume this Queen is going to path her way into the center of the base, so I could be completely wrong. There's just a lot of great value that she can pick up in there, as well as not taking down the scatter shot in the multi, but also eliminating a lot of potential traps within the core.
Maxi also has that battle blimp selected, and we do know he likes to sometimes send that in towards the center of the base. With the jump spell, I am curious as to whether he's jumping the Queen to the Town Hall or jumping her into the center. Looks like he is going to force her towards the Town Hall after the Lava Hound goes down, using the freezes here just to keep her going. But the ability is used, and that is huge, because when you're charging her to the Town Hall, you want to know she's going to stay alive, and he's basically committed everything to the right-hand side now, so he's got no plan B. He has to assure the Queen does get the Town Hall.
A bit tricky for him, but she does make her way here, and he switched it up on us, okay? He brought in the Stone Slammer to help flank from the 430 side of the base. Queen still looking strong here, able to take down the Town Hall, and he gets a beautiful force into the center, particularly because of that Stone Slammer placement.
Beautiful invisibility onto the Dragon Riders there. They were just starting to take a lot of damage, but if you notice, they are pretty much at full health, and he still has all 5 of them left over, Lady B. He has crushed this base. Defenses are history. I can't see anything stopping him here. I'm very much looking at the clock. I know I missed it on one attack yesterday, but even Maxi is not going to worry about that. We called it at the start of this one. They needed the experience in this attack to keep themselves putting the pressure onto Elevate. Eve Maxi has done exactly that, and you know it's a good attack when you don't lose any troops of the core phase of your attack. 5 Dragon Riders surrounding the Elixir storage, 100% 3-star, and a beautiful example of this brand new attack strategy.
I love that when Tribe knows that they need to get the numbers in, they call for Eve Maxi, and he just showcased exactly why. And this was one of the higher hitting percent rates that we had for the most common strategies. I believe, if I'm not, this was the top one, the Queen Charge Hydra. So we can see not only how successful it is for Eve Maxi and Tribe Gaming, but across the board with the teams this week.
Yeah, the Dragon Riders really just lend themselves to the Queen Charge because, as I mentioned yesterday, you don't have to worry about funneling the opposite side of your base. Once the Queen has taken down that section, you've got the pathing where you need it for the Dragon Riders. But we also have MENA now, a player with lots of experience. Flying the Battle Blimp into the Town Hall is going to get there safely because we've seen a lot of baited bases yesterday for this strategy.
We definitely did. So is able to secure the Town Hall and do double duty here by getting the Clan Castle lure, which is going to allow the Queen to take it out without any additional damage coming at her, bar obviously this cannon. But when you see inside the space, you've got the double ground bow, you've got the Warden Tower, so that would be packing a heavy punch for anything else coming into it other than those sneaky goblins that managed to get their way safely through. We can see some more sneaky goblins down to the bottom side of the base to help funnel the Queen into the scattershot compartment, and he is going for a long push. I'm wondering if some of this plan might have come from Mark, considering we have so many wall breakers and a jump to push her into the base.
Definitely taking inspiration from his Queen Charges, and I have to say, I love the sneaky goblins to funnel on the outside of the base. A lot of the time we would previously see a baby dragon, 10 troop capacity, but the sneaky goblin is so good to just, well, sneak on in and take the building down. And he's also got a baby dragon wisely to that side of the base where the archer tower can easily go down, and it can basically get some free percentage over there as the Queen will hopefully be pushed in towards the multi due to the baby dragon and the king now being used on that side.
Ooh, I'm curious to see if this wall break's going to open up the eagle compartment for the king, which is going to help force the Queen into the core of the base where we have the multi. She can help pick up the air sweeper and take down the defending AQ. And there goes that wall breaker, giving this king full access here. The Queen naturally gravitating into the core, and we're going to get to see the Royal Champion adding some additional value.
Beautiful invisibility there because the Queen caught on the enemy king. She's not going to the multi, and it's leaving the healers vulnerable. Thankfully, the Queen turns around, but is she going to get that multi in time? Oh, only just. Many of the healers protected there. If they hit a red bomb, they are history. But the Queen just about clinging on here, and hopefully she can get through the expos with her ability.
Now, unfortunately, despite dropping in the Royal Champion, we still have to backtrack. We've got the Archer Tower and the air defense at the top side of the base. Queen is already gravitating down to make her way through, but he's got a ton of loons left over here. His biggest problem is going to be time. 19 seconds left and only one loon and 2 minions that are not going to make a difference on the north side.
Yeah, the balloons just took huge damage there as well. No spells either for that multi-target Inferno. So unfortunately, not going to be the 3-star. And that will mean that Tribe Gaming have been able to switch things around here, putting the experience up to give them the 1-star advantage at this stage. And obviously, we now have this little cat and mouse game. Elevate taking the lead, Tribe taking over. We've certainly got the momentum in their favor, but there's still 2 attacks. Plenty of time for Elevate to switch it around.
And they just need to hopefully have some more defenses available at their disposal, something that they know is going to trip up Tribe Gaming. I love the first attack because we got to see a beautifully positioned tornado trap that really made the difference in their approach. And I gotta say, that base had looked oddly familiar to me. I'm not sure if it was one that has already been run and maybe they switched up some traps, because I feel like that is one of the best ways to try and really trip up any player in this game, is by giving them a little something that they think they know that they're going up against and throwing in that oddball mix that catches them off guard. But Nebrax is a tough one to try and catch off guard, and bringing in what we were talking about earlier that we didn't get to see on the list, but we have seen a handful of, and that is the Inferno Drag Rider attack.
We have seen them have incredible success as well. Sometimes a very quick attack as well, because it basically mimics the mass Inferno Dragon attack that we used to see, but from having a couple of Dragon Riders, you can just target onto those key defenses quite well. And the one thing I noticed is he's opting for a lot of freeze spells here rather than these skeleton spells. So we've already deployed one Skelly spell in the middle to try and distract that area, take down the King. But the freeze are going to be important here for the back end of the base. We've still got the Battle Blimp to move on through as well, which we should be seeing deployed momentarily, I would think. But let's wait and see. He's holding on to that Battle Blimp. Maybe he's actually just going to push in from closer to the Town Hall.
Oh, coming actually in from the 1 o'clock side of the base, we do have the Inferno Drag and Drag Rider that have already cleared out the majority of the pathing to it, not even risking waiting the time for it to sail through the center where he did clear out everything, but successfully getting that down. Yetis completely obliterating it, and we even get a little bit more, maybe not as much value from those Yetamites as he hoped for, but the Royal Champ has some easy cleanup work here. I mean, look at this. 3 free spells to try and hold off 2 archer towers and air defense. Come on now. This Royal Champ can do this in her sleep and get the job done. And he's not even worried about time with 1:05 on the clock.
Just mass freeze spells at this stage. I do want to point out that Battle Blimp. What an incredible move that was, because it meant that the Yetis, after taking the Town Hall, could get the single, which ultimately is all he needed from this area, with the freeze spells and the RC ability left over. As long as the single target Inferno went down, there was no threat for him. 3 stars it is, keeping the pressure on for Tribe, and now it is now or never for Team Elevate. They have to 3-star, otherwise it's ultimately not going to happen for them.
Yeah, this is a tough turnaround point for Elevate, who, you know, it's almost like one of those cat and mouse type games where maybe Tribe Gaming's decided to come in with the base they weren't quite so sure of, going in with the attack strategy that they knew they might not get the triple in, which could put Elevate in that victory mode, saying, you know, we got this, making them feel a little bit more comfortable and relaxed. And that's where you lose your ground quickly. But Eve Carlito needs to see if he can pull this one back around. And it wouldn't be only this one. It would still need to be from Kala and holding a defense. But it always starts one by one, starting at this point with the Yeti Blimp coming in. A little shallow on the entry, but does make the connection to pick off the multi-targeting Inferno and get the Clan Castle lore.
Exactly what he wanted at this stage. He's also got that funneling for the Archer Queen, who's aiming to just take down the Clan Castle troops first, and now deploys the healers. A little bit delayed on those healers, but gets them in, and that will protect the Queen. Now, we do tend to see... Are these super minions on the healers? I believe they are, actually, and he's lost one of the healers already. Looks like he might lose a second to the super minions, so that's a little bit unfortunate for Carlito.
Yeah, that poison not quite getting them encompassed in it, and not having the full value of your healers means your Queen's not going to get the full value intended. But these Drag Riders are very tanky. We'll see how much longer the Queen can hold on, and she does have the Unicorn for that additional assist here. Just needs to continue the pathing. Main thing is getting to the Town Hall and helping to clear that out.
Yeah, once he's got through this area to the Town Hall, he can breathe a little bit easier. He's still got 2 Super Wall Breakers, so all is good. Beautiful placement there, targeting the air defense the Super Wall Breaker was. So it perfectly aligns the Queen towards that Town Hall. Probably going to try and get the King in as well. Yep, there we go, towards the multi. And that will just push the Queen closer towards the middle. And then we've got the thin channel with the Dragon Riders nicely moving in towards the Eagle. You mentioned earlier, Lady B, key to take down the Eagle early on, so that's why he's moving in from that side.
And the Warden ability here can be reserved as they're taking on some damage, making their approach into the scattershot compartment, obviously already taking on some fire from the initial blows from the Eagle, which just got taken down. So beautifully timed, gets everything in there. We even have one on the outskirts helping to clean this up. We do lose a little bit of the pathing, but he's got 2 working along with a Royal Champion here.
Oh, he committed a lot to the queen. I am gutted for Carlito there because he was clinging the queen on. He used a rage and an invisibility. It looked like he had it, but then the Expos unfortunately took her down. Should still be enough here, though, because the Dragon Rider's full on health. Nothing major to take them down because the ground ball, well, is a ground ball. So there you go. What I was going to say towards the start of this attack is we do tend to see the hit rates moving up towards the end of the war. So whilst that sounds good for Elevate, Tribe have maintained their 3-star hit rate throughout the middle of the war. So maybe they will be finishing strong as well, but Elevate keeping themselves in the game for sure.
Yeah, they do have, I believe it will be Kai Knowledge who's up to bat for Tribe Gaming in the final attack. We have been seeing him hit in that last position, and he is a base builder himself. So I always tend to think that these base builders look very carefully to see where they could possibly be baited. And we can see we do have the stat standing next to us right here. That 88% could have been fine for Tribe Gaming, but combined with the 91% 2-star as well that they had is what puts them in a tough position. So they need to see some defense coming through. I just think it's a tough ask against a player like Kai, again, who is a base builder who will be over analyzing everything that he's looking at.
And kind of following on from that, exactly like I was saying, he's had more time to plan this attack. So that's where we do sometimes see the hit rates moving up towards the end. And if he's got the knowledge, unintended, for the base building and the baits, hopefully that's not something that will catch him out, and we will see Tribe Gaming getting this one done. But you know, anything can happen. It's the P.E.K.K.A. Smash, and it is one of the bases which you might have heard Itsu talking about in the World Championships, with walls everywhere to try and just put the attacker off.
Yeah, so we've got
different levels of walls.
Yeah. This is kind of old school from what we used to see back in the day, especially trying to hold off wall breakers, regular wall breakers back in the day. But Knowledge working through with the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash, one of the most successful ground attacks that we're seeing. And again, when we look at these bases, you need to figure out what big value you can get and how you can path it together. So at the end, you're not scrambling to take down single target infernos, scatter shots left and right. You need the pathing to continuously rotate around, creating a beautiful opening here for the blimp to sail through into the town hall compartment and lead his entire brigade across into the scatter shot, into the eagle, and back over into the last remaining scatter shot.
Nice use of the Grand Warning ability there, not just catching the battle blimp as it moved through, but pretty much every troop in this area, the Coco Loons, the healers, obviously the P.E.K.K.A. Smash itself. With the Town Hall down, he's got that assurity, but as the P.E.K.K.A. move through, they really need to get to the Eagle and the scatter shot. He can feel a lot more comfortable knowing he's still got the Royal Champion to deploy. He's really just trying to get to the scatter shot. Now the P.E.K.K.A. do jump into that compartment, so they should get it momentarily, but there are skellies there, and a Tesla farm popped on this area. Is he going to send the RC in alongside the King, or does he just wait a little bit longer?
The RC benefits so much from the backing of the King here, but she's got, I mean, I would say she has an easy compartment to get into, but we have the defending RC on guard, plus we've got this long-range ground bow that's still firing away. And it's unfortunate because I liked his jump placement, which would have gravitated them a little bit further in, but obviously they needed to jump back out of the compartment to get through here. So the patience hopefully paying off for Knowledge on this one as the Yak breaks through the wall. Still, look at the King health on this one. Barely missing a beat, and this is where the Royal Champ can clearly benefit because of the defending Royal Champ, because of the ground bow. It would be far too much for her to contend with.
Yeah, it's so much easier to take down the defending hero when you've got a lot of troops multiplying their DPS and ultimately, like you said, protecting the Royal Champion. The ability goes through. Can she get the remaining defenses here? The ground bow is on her, but I think she's going to win that battle. Move on forward. Time is ticking, but he should be good here to pull in the victory for Tribe Gaming. This will put them out of reach of Elevate, and if very impressive 14 stars despite missing the first one. This shows that they can turn things around. They will not let themselves be phased, and another incredible performance by them.
Absolutely phenomenal. And what they did is they said, you know what? You guys got us once. You're not going to get this opportunity again. They fought back hard, but I would love to see a strong finish coming in from Elevate because we know that they have this beautiful performance that could easily have tied things up. Just a bit unfortunate with the Lalo attacks, with the Queen charges, and not getting that full value. You know, it's a bit gut-wrenching to have seen Mark with that phenomenal Queen charge, and her not getting the multi is really what cost him in the end. But E-Vision, the one to finish it off here for Elevate, and coming in again with what I would say is probably one of his comfort zone areas, and that is the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash.
Absolutely, and I think you called that right. Elevate will be wanting to get the 3-star here because they've really upped their performance, I feel, this week. It's unfortunate they still find themselves down towards the bottom of the table, and they really do need to start picking up the victories soon. But as long as they are going toe-to-toe with the likes of Tribe Gaming, they know they've got the ability. It's just if they can have that little bit of luck on their side as well, and you know, not getting unlucky with the end of the Lalo attacks. So let's find out with this Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash as we have the funnel set up and a nice easy path to the Town Hall. I wonder if he's actually going to swap. Nope, Battle Blimp comes in. I thought this might have been one of the occasions where we've seen a wall wrecker instead.
Now, coming in, he knows he's cleared the path safe and sound, but maybe not fully. He has to wait out this tornado trap, which is fine. There's no storages to run the risk of the sneaky goblins getting distracted by, so very patiently allows it to drop in place. Now, we do have the main push moving forward, and look at this beautiful transfer over of the healers to the P.E.K.K.A.s, to the Super Wizards, but the Queen jumps in the core, and this isn't actually a bad thing because she does have the Unicorn to keep her going. Just the biggest problem is a lot of ground bows on her, and the P.E.K.K.A.s just beating their way through the opposite side of the wall, but they do have the jump to help bring them back and connect to where the Queen, unfortunately, actually will finish off.
Yeah, you're right. He definitely wanted the P.E.K.K.A. through the middle, almost beelining from jump to jump, but it's not really too bad here because he was going to send the RC from the 12 o'clock area, I think, anyway. So what it means is she has the tanking. The jump spells last an incredibly long time, so they are going to be able to jump into the final compartments, and I think it's actually going to work in his favor because the healers still on the P.E.K.K.A. They can take the scatter shot. RC has the ability. He can send in the wall breaker just to do a little bit of extra damage to the Tesla. Beautiful job here by E-Vision.
And hanging on to this Royal Champ ability as long as possible because he knows he's got a few more defenses to still work his way through, particularly as the P.E.K.K.A.s were starting to thin out a bit, but the healers get them back alive and well. 30 seconds on the clock. He's got no worry despite the storages here because the witches that had worked through inside that base have done phenomenal work to keep this alive and moving forward. This is exactly the way Elevate wants to finish off. P.E.K.K.A. splitting here, I would say, is a bit problematic, but the Royal Champ is right there on the storage. Minion coming in for the mine, but can they get this done in time?
Should be able to. I think I was getting worried because I called it like 30 seconds ago and I was watching the timer tick down thinking it's getting close. It's getting close. But E-Vision does get the 3-star. It was a close war. 14 stars to 13. But Tribe Gaming victorious, moving them to 6 victories, 3 losses, and right on the tail of alternate attacks and Tomai at the top of the table.
They are definitely looking to make moves up this ladder. They keep it up in this direction, and they really could. And if I'm not mistaken, I think later today we're actually going to get to see Tribe facing off against alternate attacks. But before that, we're going to get to see Penta facing off against Repotted Gaming. So make sure to stay tuned as we'll be right back after this break.
Leon, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Introduce yourself and the rest of the team.
Hi, my name is Leon. I am a player from Repotted Gaming, and I came from Indonesia.
Now, you defeated both Alternate Attacks and Burger Rangers last week. Do you reckon that's giving, or you could say giving you that real drive, that real push for the top 4?
I won't tell it that early, but it was actually a good performance from us, both in offense and especially in defense. But winning against Alternate Attacks is actually kind of a dream come true for us, especially for us as an underdogs team. But against Burger Rangers, we haven't faced them even in the ladder, I guess, or even though I guess we have only faced like once or twice. So it wasn't something big that we could be proud of ourselves, but this is kind of the new experience for us and just a pump of new motivation for our team.
You were just discussing or talking about the fact that you defeated Alternate Attacks and how you were really happy about that. Like, they are one of the most highly consistent teams in Clash of Clans. You know that, I know that, we all know that, considering their stature and reputation. And I think it was a great way for you to, push you guys even further if possible. But the next thing I want to ask is, your next matches are against, I think it's MCES and Penta. Do you have anything planned in particular for these teams?
Honestly, there are kind of difficult situations for us to plan against like MCES and Penta, because both of the teams, they're just like really strong. They have like really different styles of playing, the strategy, how they attack, and we just tried our best, and we will always keep trying to test our bases, trying to build kind of traps which would probably make them stumble once against in any of our bases, but we won't expect that much, because we all know how good Penta and MCES is in compared to us as a newcomer actually.
I'm trying to think about Penta holding back other teams, and I think that might be their weakest link. We do see a little inconsistency coming from them. When they are on, I'm telling you, it is fire. But I think their defenses need to shine today. Honestly, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see both of these teams coming in around, let's say maybe 13 to 13 stars, possibly.
I think the difference between this week compared to other weeks is the fact that there's 3 play days in a row, so there's a lot more to prepare for. So maybe they don't want to. They can give away a lot of bits and pieces at the same time, but it's very difficult to. It takes a lot of preparation, a lot of time, a lot of research to be able to get ready for all these attacks. Because when it's 3 play days in a row, it's even harder, and you may become a little bit more predictable of what you want to try and do and what to try and give away for the rest of your opponents. It is very, very tough indeed, but we'll see. Because you probably noticed it as well, like percentile differences compared to like the first play day up to now, starting to be a bit more consistent with the triples coming into this. So it is very, very hard. I know I'll talk about it from, you know, the later stage of things, like in terms of the long run with there being more play days. But, you know, these things happen. You can't be unpredictable for the entire course of the week. It is that tough. But now for Penta and Repotted Gaming, this is where the pressure is going to be stacked against them, as they already know that MCES and one of the other teams in the third and fourth place positions have actually got a game in hand as well. That's why I was talking about the must win at the very start of this pre-show.
Yeah, they're actually both going to be facing off against some of the top tier teams, with Repotted, who's actually going to have to face off against MCES today, and Penta facing off against ATN. So a big victory here would be huge for either one of them. Now we do have Klinga kicking it off and starting us with the Zap Quake Lalo. Now we do have the 6-1 combination. I see a nicely placed multi in the center of the base, and I'm kind of always keen on going for those multis if I'm going in with a Lalo, just because it can eliminate a huge damage item for loons and clear out what we mostly see is the damage zone area where the traps lie. And it would be a beautiful connection for the king and queen to move their way in, but it would also give him the use of another lightning spell to help take out any possible headhunters that would come out. So we do see that coming down, knocking through the core of the base, and the king and queen making this connection to pick off the town hall.
You've already seen a couple of Lalo attacks today, and it's going to continue on. Normality has not been restored as of yet because they're still getting a wide variety of compositions, which is fantastic to see. But going into it now, that 10 o'clock compartment, most of it has been taken down already. The Queen just trying to stay alive here, but the Lava Hound is going to be pretty much saying no to that. And the RC, is now looking to try and continue on making its paving. But it's already been taken down here. Looks like the cannon will be able to finish it off with everything else in between. A couple of loons now coming from about 8 and 7 o'clock side. Let's see if they can find anything along the way. But looks like there's going to be a little bit lead way with that Lava Hand as well, taking the damage from the AD, now progressing towards that Eagle.
Oh, I was honestly a little bit worried because he missed that lightning spell, at least on one of the headhunters that wreaked some havoc, but still got the full value that he was looking to get with it. Loon's on a beautiful path here. Now, he will have to backtrack into the core of the base because we do see some Teslas inside there. And, this is an unfortunate spot for that Hound to pop, but the Loons still making their way through despite those pops trying to take them down. And we do have the Stone Slammer coming in, adding in additional reinforcement. Judo said it yesterday, and I think it's the best comparison you can make it to, is that it's like having an additional Lava Hound to the mix because of the tank it provides. Now, we do have the invisibility spell that dropped down, and I missed the purpose of it because it doesn't look like there was a defense he was trying to avoid. The Loons were on their right course to move their way through, but avoiding the single here does have to throw down the final freeze, which is a bit unfortunate because it's not getting any benefit over for the Wizard Tower as the Loons have to make their way past. One final invisibility spell, though, is going to keep the Warden alive, keep the Loons alive, and help for the spread out on the back end defenses.
Yeah, it's only the AD left standing for the defense here for Repotted Gaming. Sorry for Hocus Pocus on Penta. But it looks like it's going to be okay, but there's a possibility of that time fail. But we do have that mine, which should be able to get cleaned up. I'm not sure if it's only 1 or 2 loons, but will it be okay? Oh, no, it will not. He won't be able to 3-star, sadly. Maybe an extra second would have done it for Repotted Gaming. That is just absolutely typical. Just the fact that those loons did get diverted into the center and back up again, that is typical. He made a good recovery when they went back up to the northern part of the compartment. That is fair enough, but sadly that one tiny little bit just made all the difference there. But good percentile nonetheless. I don't think he should be too unhappy about that because that was a great performance as well.
I mean, we're talking about a fraction of a second earlier on the drops of those 2 extra loons that he held on to, and it would have made all the difference in the world. But sometimes you're looking for that opportunity for distraction so you get the most amount out of it, particularly if you have some outlying defenses, which he did have to contend with. So sometimes you're just stuck in an unfortunate situation like that. But 99% could easily come back around into their favor. Let's see, though, how Muffin kicks it off as he brings in the Queen Charge Drag Rider here and shapes up the pathing very quickly with the Queen to start up this raid.
Yeah, let's see how this pans out. The Queen now coming in from that 1 o'clock side, going to go into that compartment to make as much use as possible going in to take down that Inferno Tower there. And we've got one of the loons as well. Just have a look around to see if it can pave a way. Hasn't found anything as of yet, which is a good and bad sign at the same time, depending on which way you actually see it. The Queen just looking to stay alive and make sure it can do everything that she can to tank this much damage coming from Leon of Repotted Gaming. But Muffin's a very, very good attacker. We've seen him time and time again. Very little inconsistencies from him. So we'll have to see how this next portion of the attack goes. The Queen still looking to go on and take up that compartment.
Yeah, I really like the position of the Queen in this compartment because she was easily able to pick off the AD as well as the multi, get the Clan Castle lore. And there's just ground on the opposite side that she doesn't need to worry about. We do have the King sectioning this off by taking on the Town Hall compartment, a really nice trade value that we often get to see in this game. And again, this is where this cannon comes into play because it's not of consequence to the air troops, to these drag riders. So not getting it down from the start was no biggie. Getting the air defense, getting the multi down was huge for it, and the Queen can continue to carry on with the jump leading her through. King does not get the Town Hall down, but the Queen does have the access to work her way in there because of the placement of this jump, obviously wanting to get to the multi-targeting Inferno, but he's already burned through the ability and has no more reaches left to go, so he has to send in the Royal Champ to finish the job here.
Losing a lot of value. That was a little bit of a shame. Was using that invisibility spell just to try and finish off that Town Hall, but still only took it to half HP. So it was a little bit of a blunder there, but like you said, the RC does come in and take it down. But what about the rest of his attack though? Would it be able to clean this up as a Stone Slammer? It is taking all that damage to Dragon Riders and the Warden directly behind it, just hoping to be able to finish this off. The only thing he needs to deal with now is this AD, this Inferno Tower as well, and just a couple of bits and pieces from behind. But remember, there is 30 seconds left as well. So not only that, if he does take out this compartment, it's just a matter of if he can get the free start as well. So a couple of traps do pop here and there as Loons as well now going towards the Archer Tower, as the defense now has been flat out destroyed. But the question is how much time he has left. 15 seconds left, trying to clean up as much as he can. He's still got an Archer and a couple of minions down from the south, but it's looking very bleak here. As I don't think he's going to have anywhere enough minions here to be able to do anything more. And now, as you can see, just prioritizing in the other compartment instead. So 91%, 2-star, again, not a clean attack from Penta either, but Muffin nonetheless would have actually been able to clean up nicely if he was able to be a tad bit quicker. So both of them and having to stumble on that 3-star, but could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is the loss of the Royal Champion because she had to help pick up the Town Hall because the King didn't get it down. And the Queen obviously couldn't do that. Had this gone to plan, this easily would have been a 3-star, but what I really want to commend is his patience. That timing on the Warden ability, despite the fact that it wasn't enough to give him the opportunity, the time to finish a job here, the timing on the Warden ability was phenomenal because he held it long enough. Patience, patience, patience on it to get the Stone Slammer and those Drag Riders through into that back end where we had the multi, where we had the air defense that could have quickly picked them off. But yeah, unfortunate with the Royal Champ having to be sacrificed like that for the Town Hall, but it spared them getting this 2-star and kept the percent high. 91% not so bad. Now let's see how Leon does. Also bringing in the Queen Charge Drag Rider here. We've got an initial open to the scattershot compartment, just clearing out the path around the Town Hall. Blimp takes it down quickly, and Queen is set in place to work through a big open expanse. I mean, she's got some good value to come, and we've got one more super wall breaker to help connect the King. I'm looking to see if it's coming in from the scattershot compartment, possibly, unless he really wants to force the Queen into the center of the base, which I don't know if that's fully necessary.
Yeah, depending on the funneling, we'll see where this Queen goes. So it looks like it will be focusing on the outside edge and then going to carry on straight forward. So it's going to take a little bit of time here, but he's sending a couple of minions on the south side as well, just to make sure that the Queen doesn't take too much time. I know, like, you know, she can have a lot of patience here and there, but at this point, it doesn't want to have that time fail, which is perfectly understandable to take out some of the defenses there. But on that northern side, you can see just going into that compartment with that Eagle Artillery and everything else there as the push does continue on forward. And now, though, how much more is he going to be able to take? Does get taken down there. That wasn't what he was looking for, though. But the bulk of it now coming from that 4 o'clock side. Going to take out the next compartment here with the Scattershot and everything else. The Queen just manages to join in with the rest of the pack.
No, the queen is down for the count. We've got the royal champ sliding through, but the queen got knocked down by the headhunters from the clan castle. I love the position of the king looking to take on the eagle. I was laughing because I was going to say, where's the base? But the king died out, the queen died out, and I see where Leon's plan was going. It unfortunately does not work that way, has a much wider spread than he initially intended, plus the fire from the eagle is just detrimental to these, but they still manage to carry forward. Can they get through the back end where we're still seeing tons of defenses, including an entire Tesla farm? It is not. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen for Leon, and that is because he lost so much value in this, losing the queen to the headhunters and not getting that full shape up of the path from the eagle compartment with the king.
Yeah, another blunder once again. A bit worse this time round, worse for wear. It will be around the 80s in terms of percentile once that minion's taken out that army camp on the northern side. That's, again, a real shame. Not something he wanted. I'm curious to see what he wanted to do with the queen. Of course, he was trying to use that king to try and take out that eagle artillery and all the other defenses on that compartment. But with the king, he didn't really take out anything which was, a main priority there. It kind of just got killed off very quickly. There was so much DPS from Lewis's base on that side of the map. The king didn't really get as far as it would like or do the damage it really needed. So it gave a lot more of a harder struggle for the Dragon Riders as it was pushing across to about 11 o'clock side, and that was literally about it. And not really too sure about the queen. I don't think the queen got a huge amount of value either. I'm not too sure if he was intending for the queen to push into the center or he was actually planning for the queen to go on the outside. It was a bit questionable, so not really too sure in terms of what his plan of action was. But sadly, when we saw the king fall short in that compartment on that northern side, we knew better things were going to get worse for wear towards the later stages. It was a little bit of a shame, but GK Tim now is going to be attacking for Penta. Hopefully, one of these players now will be able to bag that first triple. Because so far, over the last 3 attacks, we haven't seen one yet. And in this region, it's a little bit of very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, so we're actually getting to see, I'm looking at this composition, we're getting to see Drag Rider Bat, which is something I don't know that I've seen on its own. I've seen the Hydra Bat, I've seen Drag Bat, haven't quite seen Drag Rider Bat. So treating it very similar to what you would do with the dragons. So you need to have something to come in to help with the cleanup. So he brings in the minions to help support behind, but we do have to shape this up just as any other drag attack by using the heroes to set up the funnel. And as Judas pointed out, this is similar to using hogs, where you do not need to use your king on the outside edge because the drag riders are solely focused there on the defenses. So they're not going to spread out quite as far as dragons or, in the ground version as miners would do. So we do have the king doing beautiful work, superb, taking down that eagle artillery. Again, you can see the value of taking it down from the previous attack where it continuously fires away and poses a huge threat. So taking it down early is a big deal. And the royal champion also helping to take out one of the other heavy hitting items, and that is one of the 2 scatter shots.
Yeah, I was watching that the entire time, taking out that scatter shot, the defensive king, everything, got a huge amount of value, just leave it to the last minute to probability and finish off everything else there, like you rightly mentioned. And now a couple of those rocket loons just going towards that Inferno Tower, does manage to take it down here, and it's got a huge amount of Dragon Riders coming in. Tim loves his Dragon Riders, and you're talking about this, kind of hybrid composition here with the bats as well, with the Dragon Riders. Not something we normally see, but Tim will never drop this unit in any of his attacks. So, seeing this from him is going to be interesting to say the least. And just to see if it works as well, as now the Warden just pushing up with these Dragon Riders as well. It's going to be a little bit difficult now with the bats coming in from that 1 o'clock side. And even though the tunnel's been taken down, there's still a huge amount to clear up here.
Oh, I'm worried about these bats going through the poison bomb, and the most of them do. This is unfortunate. We lost a ton of drag riders to the traps in the center of the base. He still has some of these bats left over, though he lost a huge chunk, and it's enough to get through the splash damage, which is critical. He still has an invisibility spell left over, though I'm not quite sure where he's going to decide to use it. All the air targeting defenses are down. I got a little bit worried on that one. Now, it's really just a matter of time because there's so many storages left over here to clean up. He does not want to lose these bats to any traps along the way because he needs us working in conjunction together. It did work out phenomenally despite, I would say, about half those bats going through the poison bomb, and still is able to pull in the 3-star and swag that invisibility spell. I got a little bit worried. I'm not going to lie. When you mentioned the Hydra that he loves to do, because Judo has learned never to bring that up again on Tim's interview, because I think that was the last time that Judo had jinxed him.
Probably did, actually. I'm not a superstitious person anyway, so sometimes I'll just bring it up just for the hell of it anyway, nonetheless. But yeah, I think in terms of how the bats were going to be during the later stages, it was going to be perfectly fine. I think the Dragon Riders actually took out a bulk of, not taken out, but actually managed to reveal a bulk of those air traps anyway in the sensors. So, but I think it was just a matter of like being on cleanup duty. But you can see there, so as a percentile, Repotted Gaming have had one bad attack, being that 80% towards their second attack earlier on, but Penta have had to recover there. 92%, that attack didn't actually, it was actually successful, but of course that did have that time fail towards the end, but getting their first triple will give them a nice bit of leadway here to start things off with that 1-star lead.
Yeah, they just need to come back swinging, though. I'd be a little bit fearful seeing what GK Tim is throwing down and what Penta's ready to bring along with the rest of the game. But the defenses, this is what I do expect to see coming in from Repotted Gaming. We're talking about a team that not only held against ATN, but they had a beautiful performance in their first matchup against MCES. If I'm not mistaken, it might have been a 14-14 Star Wars. So they can pack a heavy punch where even if their defense isn't coming in to full effect, their offense comes in shining. So, you know, 2 holdbacks so far from Penta is big for them. But they just need to, Repotted Gaming just needs to turn this one around offensively and see if their defenses are strong enough to get them back in it. But it starts here with Timtastic, who needs to bring home a 3-star. And we do have I was curious to see if this is going to be a blizzard. There's 3. No, it's not, because we've got 11 Sneaky Goblins. I see the invisibility spells, but we've got 11 Sneaky Goblins, so these invisibilities, at least one, to try and help the Sneaky Goblins get their job done. We do have the blimp sailing into the center of the base. We get the Yetis coming out. I mean, this is going to be a huge multi-phased attack that he could run the risk of time fail.
Yeah, Timtastic, it was... I must say, a very aggressive approach. It's not something we just came out of the woodwork as soon as we saw that blimp coming in. But now, though, still looking to see what his next plan of action is going to be. It looks like he will be getting out that ice column to tank all that damage to give a couple of his heroes a little bit of leadway, including that Queen and King. And a couple of loons there, of course, just making a little bit of an appearance as well to see what they can find along the way. Sending a couple of minions as well on the 9 o'clock side just to make a start on cleanup, whilst the Queen does go into that north compartment to hopefully take out that Eagle artillery as the King is absolutely chopping away at it. Managed to take that down, looking to stay down that cannon and the Wizard Tower as well, but those 2 expos absolutely huge to take down, as that's going to be their next priority. But so far so good. The King's ability has been popped. Queen's looking to continue to play that support from the King, just try and use him as much as possible to take all that damage and to take down that AD as well, to give the bulk of his attack a nice bit of leadway.
I love this pathing. Do you see the position of the 2 scatter shots of Royal Champ in conjunction together? The Warden ability for this Lalo is going to get so much value coming in. Invisibility spell here is used to get the Royal Champ to sneak through. Is it going to be enough to take out the scatter shot with the final one coming down? It will be. And this means the Warden only needs the ability to get through one small compartment of this base, getting through the scatter shot, keeping those headhunters nice and invincible against the defending RC. Oh, this is absolutely lovely. The Royal Champ even taking down the Tesla in the center of the base, so the Loons only have to worry about this final patch on the back end with a haste and even one more freeze to get through.
I was just about to say the exact same thing. Great positioning on those haste spells there, just making sure these loons can get to some of the defenses of Muffin ASAP and making sure to get as much value from those loons as possible. 30 seconds left, and Timtastic is just incredible. Every time I see him attack, he has a really well methodical, thought out process in terms of how he wants to execute a lot of his attacks, and he's very, very successful, especially with those Lalo compositions as well. So Timtastic will get another 3-star 100% for Repotted Gaming to keep this as competitive as they can, because like I said before, it's a must-win for both these teams. Give a bit of leadway once again to try and challenge for top 4.
I just love the way he broke down that base into completely separate compartments. You know, the value that he got out of the Yeti blimp to bring it in, connect it to the town hall, which he just used the sneaky goblins and an invisibility spell. That's such easy, minimal value to take that on. And then connecting the heroes from the opposite side left like a postage stamp, only for the loons to have to take care of. It was just absolutely insane. These guys, you know, like, I can't even call it creativity. It's just smart thinking at that. They really are analyzing these bases and seeing the pure value that they can split up with each and every item. And again, I think the biggest worry would have been running the risk of time fail, but he handled it perfectly and kept his eye on the clock, knowing when to drop each and every one of those items. Now, Zakia has a tough, pretty much a tough one to follow. I was impressed by Timtastic, so let's see what he's got to bring to the game. We do sail the blimp in right over the town hall. Early takedown of the town hall with the sneaky goblins. And this is where Judo says he holds his breath, waits for them to come out, because there is that slight delay and you're waiting. You're saying, are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? And he gets it done, starting to clear up this path for his Hydra. And look at the lovely position. He's already taken down the town hall on one side of the base. King and Queen looking to take again what we talk about, Eagle Artillery. This one packs a nasty punch. If you can clear it out, it's a great thing. Plus, it's shaping up for a beautiful path cutting through from the 6 o'clock side and then spreading out towards the north.
Trust me, I'm literally exactly the same. My eyes are just bulging out of my head when I'm looking at that town hall waiting for it to get taken down. As the RC is also coming, taking out the entirety of that left compartment. Just take it as much as it can before it will pop that ability, and it has done. Now going for that Expo, looking to take down. If he takes down the Scatter as well, that'd be great. Would he have time to know? He will not, sadly, but he has done a little bit of damage to the Scatter. So this Dragloon combination now just coming up from that 9 to 12 o'clock side, along with those Dragon Riders to take out the AD, to take out the Scatter Shot as well. But let's have a look at the defense and look, see what he's got left so far. He's still got 3 of those Inferno Towers, still has the Scatter Shot down the south side, and does have the AD as well. So still has a fair one, has got 2 ADs actually in that final compartment. So it's just a matter of how well he's going to use his spells as he approaches those defenses.
Yeah, so the bats are the ones that are going to help at the back end, and I actually like the approach coming in from the top side because there's limited splash with only the Scatter Shot to worry about on the bottom side of the base. And look at this, comes in with the Bat Bomb because that is the only worry. Of course, there is an air defense, but he can start dropping those freezes to pick them off to help out the dragons, though. It looks like they got massacred, possibly. I missed it. I blinked, and I do this a lot because apparently I blink quite a bit. But I missed what knocked out the bats. I can only suspect it might have been a trap that knocked them out. But this does not bode well for the dragons because we still have the Hound on the board, which means this dragon's going to get tied up here trying to pick it off. It's going to waste time and allow the air defense to knock out the final remaining dragon. And Repotted Gaming is getting the opening that they were hoping for. This defense is going to be big for them, and they are going to see some reasonable percent as well holding off against Penta.
Yeah, and all because of that one Lava Hound in that last compartment. It's actually stopped him from approaching the 90% mark. He could have had a decent percentile if it went for it, don't get me wrong, but the huge amount of delay, that must have been, what, at least 30 seconds, something like that, and actually had to take down all those units as well. That was just remarkable, to say the least. But a little bit of a shame that 81%, you were right, though, does give him a bit of leadway once again, because they were trying to find this opening to exploit. They've been waiting for, quite a few attacks now for waiting for him to stumble, and they finally have done indeed. So that 81%, not too bad now. Leon was probably going to feel a bit better about himself now that one of them has had the equal percentage as well. So he's going to be pretty happy about it. He's going to say, it's not just me, it's also him as well. So, no, you can't complain in the slightest. But now we do have 2 attacks left from both of these teams coming into it, and it's still neck and neck, really. Still very close to decide exactly how things will pan out between these two.
Yeah, this is pretty much as close as I expected to see it, knowing that both teams could bring in the defenses, but of course would be bringing in these beautiful 3 stars. Again, that was a bit unfortunate with the Hound. I even saw him drop the Archer to try and cut it across the base, but it must have been the Headhunters that dragged it back inside there. Now we do have General X good opportunity for him to get Repotted back in this by pulling in the 3-star and bringing in one of the most successful ground attack strategies that we've seen so far this week. It's one of the most used ground attack strategies as well, and that is the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash. Now, we do have the Warden that's leading the path here. We often see this on these types of bases where you're looking to not only shape up the base, but get some good value, and taking down this multi is huge here because it allows the Warden a nice, clear, safe entrance into the scattershot compartment without having to worry about those healers getting picked off by it. And with the path that we're going to see coming through, he can reserve the Warden ability for the blimp so that it can cut across into the town hall compartment straight up to the 12 o'clock side of the base.
You saw him using that rage spell with the Warden on that left-hand side just to take out some of that compartment, now actually funneling down south. And you're right, though, it's nice to see a lot of these ground attacks. We saw 3 Super P.E.K.K.A. smashes earlier on in that last series. Now we're seeing it here again today. And it's nice to see a lot more ground, even though it's quite an air-heavy meta, but it does depend on the circumstances of these bases. But the blimp will be coming in, and you can see the multi-inferno just trying to do as much damage as possible. Even though some of those loons are actually going towards the right-hand side, the blimp will be able to get into that compartment and maybe be able to see if it can take down this town hall here. So we'll be able to drop down, we'll be able to make it, and the town hall does get taken down. So, you know, a sign of relief there, but you've got to remember that Eagle Artillery is still in that 3 o'clock compartment, as well as the AD and everything else. So it's going to take a little bit of work here for General X to try and finish this up.
And this is a bit unfortunate because the pathing has been a bit wonky, backtracking to get to the Archer Tower and to the Wizard Tower, but the Queen is on the move here. Freeze helps hold off that X-Bow, allowing her to get that taken down, but we have the Royal Champ sneaking in from the opposite side to take down the Eagle that will no longer fire away. The P.E.K.K.A.s are pure and healthy, they're going strong, ripping their way through the walls. The Queen still has her ability, and he's got the time to get this done. I like that he actually used this Royal Champ ability early, trying to clear out some of the defenses and allowing her the opportunity to get up there quickly and then help to take care of the cleanup once those defenses are down. Even has an invisibility spell reserved for this that's not necessarily needed because he's got everything spread out and on track, and no worries about any defenses taking these troops down. They knew they needed to get back in this, and General X proves why RPG has been doing some phenomenal work and putting pretty much they've been putting the grind to a lot of the heavier hitting teams, ATN, MCES, and it's no different against Penta today.
Yeah, that was fantastic to say the least. Still had a few P.E.K.K.A.s left. Even used the Queen's ability to get through the wall because, you know, why not? Because he's already got so much value. But no, again, General X, fantastic stuff from him just to make sure to try and keep that 3-star. Because you remember, even before that, 7-star each, 2% percentile between the both of them here in terms of comparison. So it is very, very close, and it will go down to this final attack. I'm absolutely sure of it. But General X, again, carving away for Repotted to now continue on forward. But now it's Penta's turn here. They've clearly seen exactly what's going on, but I think a back-to-back 3-star will be required in order for them to try and take this victory if they can. But Hocus Pocus, he's had some fantastic attacks over the ESL Mobile Challenge against numerous teams there, and we're going to see if he can continue on doing that as he's just making a start on that 7 o'clock compartment. The Queen's made a start as well, just going on for the structures on the outer side and pushing to that compartment shortly here, just trying to take down the AD and the Inferno Tower there as well.
And nice use of the Yeti Blimp to take out the scatter shot, and I like the fact that he had started the Queen already, got this going, not wasting any time in this, because we have seen beautiful Queen charges, but we do know that these can still run some of the risk of time fails, particularly depending on how much value you're looking to get out of your Queen charge. With this jump, he is looking to get deeper into the core of the base and really start picking this up. We do have the opening at the top side for the King to take on the Eagle compartment, and that's going to help navigate the Queen into the core. And what we're doing here is we're helping to not only just navigate the pathing of the loons around it, but we're looking to eliminate the possibility that they would pick up any of those traps that are inside there, and taking down that multi-targeting Inferno that we've seen time and time again just wreaks havoc on our loons. But the King, still holding on to the ability, can work his way in to take down this Eagle, finally forces it to get it moving along, and we will still have the Royal Champ to come into play. I'm curious to see if he's going to use this alongside with the loons.
Queen's just doing some hurdles over the walls, taking down the Inferno Tower in the center and taking at that sweeper as well. Not like it matters at this point. She will be dealing with those two expos there as well. It could be the sign for dear life here. Still being able to stay alive. Is actually about to take down both here. So not enough DPS to keep her at bay, as now the healers can actually outdo the DPS from that side. So the Queen just barely able to stay alive, but that last trap, last ground shot, sadly did get taken out here. But the Loons are coming to try and take out this town hall. Should be able to here. It's going to be very, very tough though, considering the circumstances he's put himself in, and it's going to be very, very tough. 45 seconds left now and everything there. The AD, there was a tower just looking in to try and take out this last compartment. It's really, really tough as the RC now looking to push on forward, and you can see what's left now. You can still see the Scalisher, still got the Archer and Wizard Tower on the back forward as well. And it's going to be, even though it's a little bit tough to say for least, got to try and take out the rest of these structures. But the tornado trap is just going to delay the time a little bit more. 20 seconds left. It looks like it's not going to do it, as that last tornado trap may have actually given him the leadway not to get that 3-star.
Oh no! I mean, this was looking lovely, but as soon as he made the approach to the town hall, I was looking for the haste. There was nothing left to get him out of that, and not only having to go through the poison bomb, but meeting up with the splash damage of a wizard tower right after that. You know that the Warden's ability is not going to be able to keep you through long enough. We saw a lot of those Loons getting picked off despite the invincibility spell. It cleared out quick enough, and then he was met with the splash damage. That tornado trap was placed perfectly. Even if it wasn't there, they still would have had a tough obstacle to get past. I don't know why there wasn't a back-end haste to help it, and even holding on to one more freeze for that, which was really unfortunate, but still a lovely attack. Just not quite enough for them. So Penta now with, they are down. They're down by a star. They're down on percent, that 94%, 81%, 92% 2-star. They're hitting close, but not coming quite up to snuff against Repotted, who is still 1-star ahead, and they've got that 99% in their favor. Even though they have that 80% 2-star, that 99 holds a lot of weight.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It really does. You know, numbers, stats don't lie here, B. And now it looks like their final attack, it's not the best. So they've got a lot less pressure on themselves for Repotted Gaming, because they're going to be quite pleased about that. But yeah, I can understand what you're trying to say. Like, you know, why was there like no haste spells to give the Loons a little bit more leadway to take out that final compartment? Maybe they used that spells earlier on during that main engagement from the south side. We'll have to definitely watch back on that. But Andy will be the last person left standing to attack for Repotted Gaming. And remember, guys, if he does 3-star or at least 2-star with a high percentile, then he'll be winning this war for Repotted Gaming. And GK Tim is hoping to stop that from happening with his defense. But let's see if Andy can give himself a little bit of leadway here, because he knows how much pressure and how much is on the line in this war. It's a must win for both these teams, but Andy can easily finish this up with a 3-star if he wants.
Yeah, I believe he only needs to get an 88% 2-star, if I'm not mistaken, which would put him in the driver's seat, or maybe I should probably say 89% 2-star would get them what they need to keep this going. So Andy bringing us through with the, I'm looking at the blimp, so I just want to make sure which way this is going, just going in with the drag attack. I mean, we haven't seen these straight up drag attacks in quite some time. The blimp is going to help work along. Zapquake, though, is helping to make this connection with the Queen still alive and with the ability. I mean, this is picking up some massive value for her with that King that was tanking, drops the invisibility spell to get more out of her and clears out this entire compartment. The drags have a nice, easy path set now in place, though he does have to push his way into the center of the base. He has to worry about getting that scatter shot down, and he is holding on to this ability as long as possible to not only get this blimp sailing safely through, but he wants to get as much benefit as the dragons make the approach into the core.
Well, luckily for him, the blimp does make it on top of the town hall here, but has to deal with that tornado trap as well. So has lost a lot of those Loons there, but you can see now this push is still coming in with those drags.
Oh, no.
As now the town hall is actually still up, which is a little bit of a surprise. And remember, with this movement speed of these drags, how much of the defense can they take it down before trying keeping it away here? Let's have a look. There's still 4 drags left, still got that lava hand as well, and the warden is coming in. But what happens now, though? Will they not be able to make it? Will they about to see here is now it's all just going peak Tonga. This is not what they wanted for a final attack here. They've actually circled all the way around. That one tornado trap made a massive difference for the attack, and it's going to be a 1-star 81% here, but he's still going to be able to try and push on forward. But what's he going to be able to do? 30 seconds left. Really about to clean this up. He needs to try and get this town hall down. But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to. It's going to be so close. It's so weak at this point. And it looks like B is not going to be able to take it down.
No, those sneaky goblins. I had hope for them. I wish he had sent only one in to start to check for the bombs. He sent them both in simultaneously after each other, and they both got knocked down. It was hanging on by a thread, and so unfortunate in every which direction for this, because I mean, that Royal Champ was handling the Hound. She didn't have enough. The Dragon had to pick off a storage guarding the Town Hall. Everything you could hope to not go wrong went wrong in that. And I really just, oh my goodness, I really just wish that he had held one Sneaky Goblin to try and get it done in case of the possible trap. Oh.
It's not the final attack you want, is it, B? Let's be honest. I just could not believe that tornado trap just done wonders. It did wonders in the last attack, and this one did absolute wonders, like, in comparison. Like, it was just, they asked for a miracle and they literally got it. It is not the plan which went their way, and those loons got absolutely shattered once that blink came in. I just could not believe it. But you're right, those sneaky goblins, they send them in just a little bit too late. I can see your point, though, with the fact that for extra insurance, just to make absolute certainty is taken down, but it's fine. But do you know what that means, though? If they get a 2-star high percentile or the 3-star, that means Penta will win this Warby.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the percentage is going to be now at this point, because I wasn't even factoring that they wouldn't go for a safe 2-star on that one, knowing they only needed 80%. Oh my goodness. Now, Lewis does have a big opportunity to finish it off for Penta. Obviously, the 3-star certainly ensuring. I don't know if we can get confirmation on what the percent would need to be if they do pick up a 2-star here in order for them to get the win, if that is indeed possible. But we do have the Queen charging her way through with a Royal Champ coming in for an assist. Now, with this, the Royal Champ helps take down some of the defenses, keeps the Queen focused and on track. And we want to see more coming out of this Queen. We do have an additional wall break to get her more value, pushing in. It's a symmetrical base. So he waits to see the pathing of where the Queen will push towards before dropping the King to help with the funnel and on the outside edge and dropping those dragons through.
I think in terms of percentile, they'll probably need at least 95, 96 just to guarantee that victory. But one thing Lewis has done, which Andy didn't, is take on that town hall. So in that northern compartment, that has been completely cleared up. And now the loons, the drag, the warden, everything there, just in that 2 o'clock side, continue to make this push. And we'll just have to see if this can carry on as you expect from Lewis. It needs that at least 95, 96% difference there. And now the Queen have to deal with a lot here and there. And that north compartment have to deal with that delay, but the drags are continuing to do absolute wonders in that right compartment. And the King Yak as well just popped his ability, pushing in down south towards the Eagle Artillery. That was a beautiful funnel from Lewis, now continuing to make this push even better. And now the drags are coming in, but it doesn't really matter because the King's already done so much work. And even if the King doesn't take on the Eagle Artillery, the drags are there to support him. And in terms of support here comes a Stone Slammer to take down some of the rest of the defenses in that southern compartment, as well as tanking some of the damage for these drags as well.
Oh, this Stone Summer is going to be huge. Now, he finally got these dragons through into the core. It was unfortunate to see some of them pathing down, and he did get that eagle down just in the nick of time. He has the reinforcements still available with a Stone Slammer that is yet to open up, though, hanging on by a thread and will be available to get through into the Archer Tower. Scattershot comp, but look at this. The Queen is distracting the Scattershot here, giving Lewis everything he needs to get the defenses taken down. These loons sneak by, are able to get it down. 16 seconds left to go, and the dragons coming in for cleanup. They are slow moving, but we only have army camps to get through. No storages to worry about, and Lewis need not worry what percent they needed for the win here. The 3-star brings it home, putting them 12 stars on the board, taking that 1-star victory against Repotted Gaming at the very end after a devastating 1-star that came in from RPG.
Do you know what? I still can't believe it. It's annoying because even with just a 2-star with 90%, they would have been fine. They would have secured that war, no problem. But they are going to be kicking themselves. It's just the fact that it was the last attack. That's what made it even worse there. And he had those goblins for insurance as well. It's just one of those things, sadly. We've definitely seen it before. It's one of the things you see on rare occasions. But sadly for them, they will lose out on that war. And Penta will be able to take up the victory, which is definitely not something we predicted from a mile off in the slightest. But that's already the second war already done. Still got 4 more to go. So guys, don't go anywhere as we'll be back in just a few minutes.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge, where we're still trying to recover from that last war. It was just fantastic from start to finish. We could not complain on how well that could have gone. And there you have it though. Penta do manage to slide in and take up that victory. But now let's crack on. Let's move on into the future, or shall we say the present at this rate, as now we're going to watch alternate attacks take on Tribe Gaming, starting with Tribe's roster here, Judo, going into alternate attacks.
What an incredible match this is going to be. And you know what, Lethal? When we are hyping up the matches and we say anything is possible, you've just seen the perfect example of that. It is not over until it is over. Now, remember, Tribe Gaming have been really impressive in their last few matches. They had a perfect versus Tomai. They just put up 14 stars versus Elevate. So they'll be hoping to continue their win streak, 6-3 now. And this victory, if they get it, would put them level at the top of the leaderboard, Lethal.
And will be indeed. They did have a bit of a struggle back in Playday 4, Playday 5 yesterday. They actually looked much, much better in comparison. Let's see if we can get a little bit more of that from Tribe Gaming, because, you know, these two teams, this is something you would see in a potential final. Then again, you can say that with most of the matches, in all fairness. But if this one in particular, you definitely could, depending on how Tribe are doing in terms of their recent form.
Absolutely, but let's not forget, alternate attacks have been incredible themselves. This week they have came out and just been non-stop, slaughtering teams and putting up incredible scores. Unbelievable, actually, their consistency. And I mentioned at the start of the stream, but they were mid-table before this week. Now they find themselves level with Tomai Empire, and they will be looking to accelerate into the lead as well. But we do have Tomai coming up later today, so it's still just all over the place, Lethal. It's awesome. I love it.
I absolutely love it as well. The fabric of alternate attacks, you were right, mid-table, and they've just gone, well, we've had enough sitting here a little bit, third and full. Let's just grab 4 wins in a row and we'll just be back on top. They just do it like it's, not like it's nothing, but it just shows that they either play good or they play great. You never see a bad performance from alternate attacks, do you? So that's why you feel like a lot of these teams, when they come up against them, they have to play like almost perfect or as close to perfection as possible with very, very minimal attacks. And it's, you know, it's easier said than done, Judo. Let's be honest here. As you know, with Exorcist, we're going to start with the attack from him on the side of Tribe Gaming.
The Queen charged Dragon Rider, and this is the attack which has the highest hit rate. We showed it at the start of the stream. I just want to say, Lethal, not bragging, but I just 3-started my CWL using this strategy when I was on my break, so it is the best strategy in my opinion right now. And let's see if he can get this one done and have a good start for Tribe.
Hopefully it will do, as we'll be taking at that 9 o'clock compartment there, nice and easy. The Queen's coming in as well to take at that Wizard Tower, and maybe the Expo, if it managed to get in range there, we'll have to see, but it looks like it's going to be using that focus to go on over one. That is all said and done. The King's gone around the outside to take out rest of those structures as well, but we'll be meted and greeted with that Lava Hound and the Ice Golem as well, so we'll leave her to it for the next 20 seconds while she is delayed, and the King now still making its path down south.
Yeah, beautiful start here. The Barbarian King going to get caught from the enemy King and go down, but the funneling is set for the Arch Queen, but this is a little bit difficult. She has to choose. Oh, look at the Royal Champion coming in. Just when I was wondering which multi-target Inferno will she go for, the Royal Champion moves in for the bottom one, but the Queen is caught here, Lethal. Ability is used, and hopefully she moves on into that multi soon. There we go.
Yeah, beautiful stuff indeed. Continuing to make work into the centre, taking out that Inferno Tower and the Tesla there. We'll be greeted though by 2 Expos, but don't forget though, that Stone Slammer will be popping in to say hello to that Town Hall and making on that north compartment. But everything else though seems like a very clean attack so far. The Dragon Riders make a nice little appearance as well, taking out everything in that 4 o'clock compartment, moving towards the 3 o'clock as well, with that main focus being that scanner shot. But the Loons there on that north side, having to deal with that tornado trap once again, will get finished up nicely by the need of alternate attacks. But this is what's left so far. We still have the RC just taking a lot of the defense in there. The Dragon Riders and the Warden is directly behind it. Still have the Healer Bear as well to keep the RC alive as much as possible. But look at this, so all the defensive have been cleaned up. Only a few structures left. Plenty of time left on the clock. Looks like it's going to be a great success here for Tribe Gaming.
It certainly is. I was watching that Royal Champion with her icon flashing, waiting of the ability from Exorcist to finish off the defenses. I want to shout out the Stone Slammer as well. In the current meta, I feel it's almost natural for people to want to use the Blimp. He used the best siege machine for that situation, and it paid off with a beautiful 3-star.
It really did indeed. That was a very efficient attack, and you didn't really see it from a methodical approach at all. He was very, very aggressive, which means that he was very well prepared to execute that attack on the side of alternate attacks. But what great leadway to give Tribe now, as we'll see what happens with alternate attacks next attack.
Well, I just want to say, Tribe Gaming, they did get the perfect on Tomai, and in their last matchup versus Elevate, it was only the first attack where they slipped up. So they are not wanting to give alternate that little bit of breathing room, because as we mentioned, alternate attacks, whilst they have lost the odd matchup, it really has just been that the opponents, well, got a perfect, really, and they had slipped up once. So alternate not really losing by a huge margin, but, you know, we've mentioned in the last couple of days, you give them an inch, they take a mile. So Tribe are not wanting to do that.
Absolutely not. And alternate attacks on very, very, very rare occasions you see them crack under pressure, as already you can see those Drags and Loons as well, and the Dragon Riders as well, all coming in from the northern side here. This is going to be a very quick push here from Violet, just trying to avoid that time fail. If it does come to as a possibility, taking out that scanner shot there, moving across towards that Wizard Tower. The Plinth comes in from the 1 o'clock side, heading towards that Town Hall, and has realised that towards that last compartment it's going through now, hasn't really found any traps, so the Blimp may be able to succeed here nicely going towards that Town Hall. But I must say, this is very aggressive from Violet, but I absolutely love it, as the Loons coming out of that Blimp looking to try its best to take down that Town Hall, which it does. Being very efficient so far, as it's now heading towards that Eagle Artillery in that right compartment.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you said the last one was aggressive, now you can see that, but the Dragons have moved around the multi-target Inferno, and that's actually exactly why that multi has all of the dead space around it to stop anything pathing towards it, and it's worked perfectly for Eve Maxi. Dragons have moved everywhere but, and he's hoping one of the Dragon Riders can take it down. Thankfully, the RC has pathed a Dragon Rider to it, so it will be the 3-star nodes out here, just waiting on the defenses cleaning up. But honestly, I can't see anything stopping Vale. You mentioned having an aggressive attack so that he doesn't time fail. But they're also looking at this in terms of, if it does come down to Tribe Gaming putting up those 15 stars like they have been, alternate attacks need to match that and get the attacks in faster. Because remember, it comes down to stars, percentage, and then time. We haven't seen the perfect yet in the ESL challenge, but we've certainly been close, Lethal.
Certainly have been indeed. And I like that, though, because of that aggressive attack. Just depending on the circumstance of what happens to his heroes, like, of course, with the Drags being very slow, it does give him plenty of time to work towards if he did get that time fail. So, yeah, just over 40 seconds left. He was fine at that point. He could order a takeout during that attack. It was that damn good. And now it looks like both teams are now evil pegging here with those 3 stars.
Yep, Tribe Gaming, they did what they needed to do and put up the 3 stars, but they knew alternate attacks would be coming right back at them. And they just need to keep their cool here. I feel Tribe probably have a little bit more pressure on them. Alternate attacks, they are at the top of the leaderboard here, so they do have a little bit more breathing room. Tribe Gaming trying to push their way up so that they can almost solidify their top 4 spot. So I feel the pressure is on Tribe here, and they just need to keep on bringing in those 3 stars.
I will be keeping an eye on Sir Iron as well, because he's only one of the very few players on alternate attacks that have had those inconsistencies with his attacks in the past. So when he does attack at some point, I'll be very curious to see how he's going to approach that matchup as well, in terms of whoever's defense is going to be for Tribe. So I'll definitely be keeping an eye on that as well. So Tribe did try and put on the pressure. Vale had absolutely none of it. He just went in all guns blazing. As now I want to see if Tribe can now continue that 3-star trend. It will be Nebrax from Tribe Gaming against Boom of alternate attacks. And let's see what Nebrax can do here to start things off with his second attack for alternate attacks.
Yeah, just very briefly picking up on the point there on Sir Iron, Alternate actually had Linnaeid in their squad yesterday, so we'll have to see exactly what their lineup is today and whether Sir Iron is even part of their roster of 5 here. But Nebrax is using the Blizzard Lavaloon, another one of the most popular attacks that we have seen in the challenge, and actually this had one of the highest hit rates. I believe it was a 66.6% if I don't mistake that. Now the Blizzard is in the center there. He's certainly got the Super Wizards where he wants, and he knows there can't be any major traps in that area because of how the buildings were placed, and that is why he has been able to take out such an incredible amount of the base in there, luring out the clan castle, which can now pull to the 3 o'clock area.
Yeah, he's taking a huge amount considering what he actually used. So I was pretty surprised about that. But the King Yak now coming in from that 3 o'clock side to make a start, with the Queen just using him to tank any kind of pressure coming forward. So it looks like it would be quite a slow approach here compared to what we've been used to over the first couple of attacks here. But, you know, I do like a good methodical approach coming into this compartment, just taking on the AD, and now the King will be using his ability to push on forward. The main, of course, trying to take out that scanner shot. But the RC is already coming quite early. I do like this, though. Just playing support for the King if he does get taken down, which he has done. So now the RC now has got to try and take out not only the Archer Tower, but the scanner shot as well. And the Expert's actually focusing on the RC here. Does have to use that spell just to keep him covered for the time being. Will take out that scanner shot, but I don't think he wanted this. I think he wanted a lot more, but he actually loses. Actually gets taken down and still doesn't take down that scanner shot, Judo.
Yeah, the traps from alternate attacks were incredible there. An interesting tornado on the outside of the base alongside the Tesla actually meant that the RC shield was pulled around to the outside of the base. Nebrax did all he could in terms of the invisibility and the freeze to try and counteract, but not getting that down, you are right, is so crucial to this attack. He's already got the Lava Hounds right across the base, well ahead of the balloons, just waiting for that Town Hall able to activate. It finally does as the minions attack it. He can get the balloons there. The hastes are in position, but once the Town Hall falls, there you go. The balloons will take a lot of damage with it. And whilst he's still got some to the left, he still does have that scatter to worry about.
He certainly does indeed. Just looking on that right-hand side, still has the Inferno Tower, the AD, the scanner shot. Still got a fair amount to try and take out here. And it depends on how these loons are going to approach this. And if they do scatter along the way, it's going to be really, really close. And a little bit worrying at the same time. It does have 20 seconds left. So let's try to see what he can do in terms of percentile, as he hasn't got any spells left. Like no haste, no anything else to try and speed these loons up to take down anything else on the right-hand side. So a little bit of a shame there. It could have definitely cleaned this up, but sadly for him, he will not be able to get that 3-star. But one thing we do have to mention as well is that 4 o'clock compartment. Like everything he used, the King wasn't successful going in deep in that compartment. Having to use the RC as well. And also all the value they lost out as well, using the invisibility spell, the freeze spell as well. So there's a lot invested in that one section, and it was actually turned out to be a waste.
Yeah, I mean, he had to use those spells in there to try and recover it. I feel the traps from Alternate really did catch him off guard there. And you've got to say that from Alternate's side, that was fantastic in order to have that area baited. And there you are. It is actually going to be Linnaid, or presumably is swapping into the lineup over Sir Iron today. We'll have to see the rest of the attacks. But he did 3-star with this strategy numerous times on his return. The Queen charge into Dragon Riders. Did actually have some sneaky goblins in the battle blimp there as well, but he's cleared out that section and just trying to pick off some of the defenses so that he can create funneling for his queen to get in towards the town hall after she's taken out this 8 o'clock area.
Yeah, she'll be there for a fair while yet, just having to delay the inevitable so he can, try and at least create that time fail for Linnaid. But Chronostone, let's see how his base fares going into this. The Queen now just continue to make that path, time to make haste, taking out that mortar and the AD though, but looking good so far, using that loon to see if there's anything heading towards that town hall, but I haven't really found anything as of yet, so still early days, as you will find a couple of those black bomb traps, typical as I said that, as they do find 2 straight away, which means though that loon now can see if it can find anything else, and it looks like it's pretty clear from what we see.
Well, it just pathed a little bit wrong, actually. He probably wanted to path next to the multi, so there is still a chance there's another Seeking Air Mine down here, because I don't think he's necessarily tested around that area with the multi. We'll have to wait and see, but it looks like the Queen should be plain sailing to get the Town Hall, and it's always a commitment as to actually how many do you need, because alongside the Dragon Riders, he does want a couple of balloons to test for Seeking Air Mines there as well, so it's always a bit of an educated guess, but because he didn't find too many, or the tornado trap down there, even Tesla, sometimes you can have indications that it might be heavily baited. Queen gets the Town Hall, Dragon Riders from the top, and they should be good to get through the multi and Eagle. It's whether they can get to that back end scatter in conjunction with the RC.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult, but let's see how it goes. Still got a minute left, still plenty of time to work with, pushing towards that Eagle artillery in that 2 o'clock compartment, as the Dragon Riders there in the wood and just pushing all the way through here. We'll get through the Tesla as well, but let's have a look on the southern side as well. You're talking about that scattershot compartment, and that's already been completely decimated. Sadly for him, it's just the scattershot left standing, which is absolutely typical, but it doesn't matter in the slightest. A few more of the defenses left on the southern side, still got to take out that AD and those mortars. The Queen's able to stay alive from the mortars anyway. We'll take that AD straight afterwards, looking very, very good indeed, as the minions playing cleanup duty from the northern and central area. So the Queen, though, a huge amount of value from her, better stay alive for literally almost the entire part of this attack. But still, there is 10 seconds left. Should be more than enough DPS to try and take out these last couple of mines, and they will do. As for Linnaid, that is a fantastic attack from him, giving alternate attacks that 2 3-star attacks earlier.
Beautiful stuff, and making sure to get the job done. It doesn't matter how long is left, as long as you get those 3 stars. He was very careful with the Archer Queen down at the bottom area of the base, wasn't he? Even as the Dragon Riders were coming in, making sure to keep his eye, just drop the odd rage spell when it was needed to keep her alive. And you've seen how costly that was. Not even in terms of defenses. He had a couple of Dragon Riders to finish it off, but more so in terms of time. He needed the Queen alive to finish off the base. So beautiful play in terms of investing the spells to keep her going.
Yeah, incredible value, worth its weight in gold. It did everything he could to make sure that did happen. And I like the element of caution he had right at the very beginning as well. He had a lot of patience coming into that attack. And now we were talking about Maxi before, and we will be seeing Maxi again in Triumph Gaming. Fantastic, methodical player, especially for Triumph Gaming, as we're going to see how he's going to pan out for Triumph Gaming's third attack.
Yeah, even Maxi used to do a lot of streaming on Twitch, and I always used to love how statistical he was in terms of how he broke down bases and had plans, not just as a plan B, but C, D. He would really analyze everything, and I really enjoyed that about watching his content. As he's got the Queen moving in, we've talked about how good he is with the Queen charge. We've seen a phenomenal Queen charge yesterday from him, but he does have the Stone Slammer selected here, so not trying to blimp the central multi as we do sometimes see him do, but probably just carving a path so he can easily send the Slammer into the Town Hall once he gets close to that 50%.
Pretty good so far, just pushing towards that left compartment. The King now just funding into that 8 o'clock compartment now with that Eagle artillery, but let's see how much you can get done here. A little bit distracted with those storages, which makes absolute sense. But the Eagle artillery is actually, I was a little bit closer. Even though he's got a pop his ability early, will be able to stay alive. But sadly for him, though, it did mean that the Eagle artillery did actually prioritize the King, which he did not want. But it doesn't matter anyway, because the main part of it is the fact that that compartment did get cleaned up and taken down. And with the Queen now taking the 11 o'clock compartment as well. And now you can see all the balloons now, and that Lava Hound is pushing on through. Lava Hound taking the damage from that AD, taking up that northern compartment. But so far, so good. Even though the Eagle Artillery, he was hoping to prioritize the Queen, instead it's going very well so far with the Stone Slammer now coming in from the 3 o'clock side.
Yeah, he did really good. He did a really good job with the Queen, jumping her not just to the Town Hall, but to the center. I did think he was going to just push the Queen a little bit further into the base and start the Lalo with the Slammer, but actually opts to go the other way with it. Kind of working out at the moment, because the Queen has found herself in this little channel where she can also help out to the back end of the base. He just has to get to the scatter. He took a lot of red air bombs to that big group of balloons, but they do get into the dead zone, and a perfectly timed invisibility spell helps some of them to the Tesla farm. They are struggling now, but in terms of keeping the Queen alive, it just might be what saves him.
It certainly might do, indeed. It's only the Archer Tower left, but in terms of time, he's still got a huge amount of time just to try and finish things up. But it's Archer Tower. Imagine if it was the Archer Tower which is causing havoc, but he's going to be perfectly fine. He won't have to worry about it at all, as Maxi will continue doing work, getting that 3-star. Fantastic stuff for him for Tribe Gaming.
I always like to see when you have channels within the base itself, right in the middle, if you can get the Queen into that channel, it's sometimes hard to do, but you've seen a perfect example there, how she could just reach so much in the core, moving through that channel to the opposite side of the base, and it really does give you a lot of power in the Queen charge. It's just difficult to get her into that specific spot. Maxi obviously doing that very proficiently, and it means even if your balloons go down, you've got the value from your Queen to finish off.
Yeah, his awareness of its attacks is just remarkable. Even with the King as well, just keep an eye on that Eagle Artillery to make sure that it doesn't prioritize another hero or just another unit in general. Just making sure he's getting as much value as possible. It's just a pleasure to watch, as already now we do have the Queen starting on that 3 o'clock side, clearing a huge amount of the structures over there. Also now going towards the storages and the AD there in that next compartment. So a nice little funnel there for Boom to go into here, just using that loon as well, just to see if they can find anything along the way now that that AD has been taken down. But the main goal for that Queen will be to take down that scatter shot and be able to take out anything else going forward. So, you know, a little bit of a slow approach there from the 3 o'clock side, but it looks like things have been able to progressively be a little bit more aggressive now, just continuing to push on forward, and we're going to see how he's going to take out this Town Hall shortly.
Aggressively? Be a little bit more aggressive. I like it. Moving in with the Queen charge. And he is someone that does like to well, alternate his attacks. He's a very versatile player. We often see him using the Lava Loon, the Blizzard Lalo in particular at the moment, but we've seen him use a lot of different strategies the last few days. I don't think we've seen him use a Dragon Rider attack as of yet, but it's obviously a very common attack strategy now after the previous update, so I'm sure he's done his fair share of friendly challenges, because when you look at this, he's ripping apart this base very well with the Queen just about to get the Town Hall. We see the Battle Blimp moving in. That will be for the central multi-target Inferno as the Dragon Riders are swooping around the rest of the base.
Oh, this attack is just disgusting, isn't it, so far? It's absolutely remarkable from Boom. Just the Queen still alive at the south side, taking down that Town Hall, like you rightly said, and just trying to finish up everything in between. You've still got a couple of Dragon Riders, End Loons, just making their way towards some of the other defenses. Not really too much left here, in all fairness. You just got the AD, a couple of testers there, that scanner shot bang on in the middle, and then everything else in between there. But just for extra insurance, just bring out that Rocket Loon just to make sure everything's going to be A-okay. But you know what? Everything's going to be perfectly fine. The last bit of it now, the Queen taking out the AD on the south side. But I must say, everything just went in within seconds. It escalated very, very quickly. Still plenty of time left. And I must say, that was a very, very efficient attack from Boom.
I was just about to say he has protected every single one of his Dragon Riders, and then one of them took 2 seeking air mines. But nevertheless, Boom showing you how effective he is. And what I always admire about alternate attacks is they never leave anything to chance. That base was done. The attack was easily a 3-star, but he brought the rocket balloons in. Like you said, he used the invisibility onto the Dragon Riders. They never take any chances. They always make sure to be respectful, try and put up the absolute best performance, and that's why you see them still in the lead in this matchup.
I think that's what's great about every single one of these players and alternate attacks, because yes, you're fair enough, like you rightly said, you know, using just every little bit in pieces just to make sure it's absolutely secured down to a T. But that's the great thing about it, because it's not just their preparation or anything like that, it's their work ethic, because they try and do everything they can to make sure that they give in 110%, even if they know that they're nowhere near going to time fail, or, you know, it's the best attack possible and you don't have to worry about it later on. There's a lot of little things that would make them such a fantastic team, but this is what happens when you put 110% in, not just in terms of a tournament setting for your matches, but with the preparation as well, because that way, you know, the more prepared you are, the less chance you can have a time fail coming into a lot of these matchups. But we are going to be starting on the south side as Cronus from Tribe Gaming will be kicking off the 4th attack. And you can see so far, we haven't actually been talking about the results, actually. We've been talking a lot more about how these attacks have been so efficient for a lot of these players. But you can see they're only 1 star behind, only down by 4%, but alternate attacks are still looking for that perfect war.
Oh, you said it. You said it. Well, Tribe have, you know, kept the pressure after that first attack. So any slip up, Tribe Gaming are right there, hot on their heels. So I dare not say that alternate attacks need the perfect war if they want to assure the victory here. Kronos using the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash, again, an attack strategy we have seen a lot of success with. And you see the King on the right-hand side there, just to set that funnel and assure that the P.E.K.K.A. move in towards the base. Now, he did use a couple of balloons to tank for healers initially and the Battle Blimp, but often we will see the balloons deployed alongside the Grand Warden's ability so that they do actually move into the base here, because he's not getting any tanking in the center of the base. However, he's actually managing to get through here pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, pretty good so far. You can see on the northern side as well, the King popped his ability earlier on to try and clean up as much of the structures as possible before getting taken down here. So it's already done its job, and now the RC is going to come on in and take out that cannon and that Eagle Artillery. You can see the tunnels also being cleaned up here, so you can see it take up as much of the defenses as possible, pushing on forward. Still very, very tough here for Kronos, still pushing into the center, having to deal with that defensive Queen. Still got the multi-inferno tower as well on that left side, just to create as much DPS as possible for all those units in the center, and it's going to be a tough ride here for Kronos.
It certainly is. I always seem to do this right when I say It's looking okay. It's looking strong. You just hear the do as the P.E.K.K.A continued to fall in the center of the base. They literally just kept going down right after I said that. So Kronos doesn't really have the power here. He's got the invisibility for the Royal Champion. He's still got her ability, but you can see the defenses right down next to the alternate attacks clan castle. And this is a huge shift in the war now, because it means alternate attacks will potentially be 2 stars in the lead and maybe even out of reach of Tribe Gaming after this one. Unfortunate for Kronos.
Yeah, that was unfortunate indeed. Is now just clearing up a couple of bits and pieces on the outside in terms of structures to get the best percentile possible. But I think you're right, though, especially since Yo-Yo hasn't even actually attacked yet for alternate attacks. It makes you wonder. But yeah, considering how good he is and how efficient he is as well, it's going to be very tough for Tribe Gaming to come back from this. So they will get their second 2-star out of their 4 attacks. It will be 82%. It's going to be life a little bit harder for them here, but not going to be as much pressure now for alternate attacks. Just need one more 3-star to almost guarantee their perfect, sorry, not a perfect word, to actually be able to be succeeding in this war.
Well, I believe we also have Ast left to attack, and I mean, it doesn't matter which players from the roster we mention, they are very strong. But Ast was their MVP within the World Championship qualifiers. He actually never missed an attack. He got 3 stars through every single one of them. That was pre-qualifier, qualifier. So he is kind of challenging Vale for the World Championship MVP title this year. 2 incredible attackers to go, and I guess we'll have to find out whether it is going to be Yo-Yo or Ast coming up next.
Imagine your lineup being so good that you're trying to attack each other for best MVP worldwide. That just shows how strong this lineup is. As you can see already, a bulk of those defense in the 3 o'clock compartment has been cleaned up quite nicely. And now the King Yak will be coming in from the north side. So already a nice start here from Ast. Is now the Queen is coming in as well. The King just looking to take that damage, going in towards that 11 o'clock compartment to take down that Eagle Artillery and the AD. And the Expo as well, don't forget, as the King's already popped his ability to give the Queen a little bit of leadway, pushing on forward. Still looking very good so far, as the Queen will be taking that AD momentarily. The Multi-Inferno just having to do a little bit here and there on that 1 o'clock side, but that Dragloon Drag Rider and of course the Warden now just coming up from the 9 o'clock side.
You can see that nice line of the deployment for Dragons and Dragon Riders, and one of the reasons for that, notice the multi-target Inferno in the center with that huge dead zone around it. That's to try and defend against the Dragon Riders and this Dragon attack to stop them from actually going into that area. It's something we're starting to see in bases, but that nice wide spread tends to force a couple of them onto it, exactly as you see there. So it's not really working as effectively as long as you can get that nice wide spread, and Ast is tearing through the base here. Town Hall down, this multi-target Inferno about to fall as well, and once that goes down, if he can get it down quick enough, he should be good, as he still has a pack of dragons down to the 6 o'clock area.
Yeah, it's looking very good so far. Look at the time on the clock, Judo. Minute 20 left. Dragon Rider's taken down the last of the ground bow there. Still only got a tester to deal with. That's literally going to be about it. And I must say, the value that alternate attacks again from, you know, every single one of their executions, it's just been ridiculous. And Tribe Gaming, it's understandable why they've been struggling. When you've got attackers like this who are, you know, getting this much efficiency across the board, it's very tough to try and counter. And, you know, no matter what defenses they have, they always find room to do their research and be able to have a very well calculated but also very aggressive approach every single time. And Yo-Yo, it looks like he'll be the one going up last for alternate attacks, and that perfect war you always like, Judo, looks like could be coming into fruition.
It's disgusting, isn't it? The way that they tear apart the bases. I'm expecting something major from Yo-Yo as well, because the last few days, he has been the last player to attack 4 alternate attacks, and he's also used pretty much one of every spell. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Again, I would love to see his scroll bar. I want to know whether he's using the single scroll bar, the double scroll bar. Does he have tiny little icons to try and scroll all of the way through? I'd love to see that, because it's something from the latest update that just gives players a bit more flexibility depending on how they like to play. Now, we do have Knowledge attacking. He did have Brilliant attack in Trib's first war today, and all he can do is put up the 3 stars because, I mean, I can't see it happening, but judging on the last war, like I said, never say never. Put up the 3 stars. You never know what happens on that last attack.
Absolutely. And now the King Queen now just going into that 4 o'clock compartment to take out that Eagle artillery. Looks to be good so far with the King popping his ability to make sure to get extra insurance to take that down. Looks to be all clear so far. As the King will get taken out soon enough, it's already done its job anyways. Now the Queen just taking out that cannon as well. But so far from Knowledge, we've seen some, incredible attacks from him in the past, especially in a lot of his play days in the ESL Mobile Challenge. So, it's quite rare we do see him not 3-star, but I'm curious to see how he's going to, try and bring up the bulk of his attack in terms of not just where it's going to come from, but how he's going to try and approach this as well. But the Queen is still looking to try and still have as long as possible. Finally gets cleaned up. You can see one of the loons is coming out there. We'll find one of those Teslas on that 11 o'clock side.
Yeah, interesting in terms of the Queen there. She still had her ability pretty much left over and arguably towards the side of the base. So it's interesting to see the value that he was able to get versus, what he could have potentially saved there as well. But as the Dragons move in, he does have the Battle Blimp and he'll nicely be able to time the Warden ability to protect the Battle Blimp through. And what he's hoping here is if the Blimp can take down the Town Hall early enough, he can redirect the Dragons, but it's caught in the Tornado. And I think that might mean that even if the Battle Blimp gets there, the Dragons are going to struggle to get down into that central multi.
Oh, trying to use a few more spells to make sure those loons can get to the Town Hall.
No.
Does manage to make it, but at what cost, though? As they're still in that 9 o'clock compartment. These drags have taken quite a lot of damage and still looking to try and take out that Inferno Tower in the center. But look at this, though, Judo. Even though the RC comes in from that left-hand side, we've still got to deal with the Inferno Tower, the AD. There's still a couple other bits and pieces as well in between. So even though it will slow this attack down massively, it's either one, will it succeed, but also will it be a time fail?
Yeah, the Barbarian King is really difficult here. I mean, he's used the invisibility perfect, to be honest, to turn the King invisible, force the RC through, try and get the Dragons to the King. Come on, Dragons, catch up. Oh, they're not going to get there. RC goes down. He's got 20 seconds. If the Dragons could quickly get through here to that Expo, he could still get this because the Expo cannot attack. He's got a lot of units. They split perfectly. One Dragon goes to the top, one comes to the bottom, and can you believe it? Knowledge, come on. 3, 2, 1 on the buzzer.
It did.
100%. The split on the Dragons was phenomenal. They knew what they needed to do. And talk about cutting it fine. That one was fantastic to watch.
That was literally so close. I think he was saving those haste spells for later on for those drags, which is perfectly understandable. But you saw he actually used it a bit earlier on for that blimp because he didn't make it into that compartment. He needed to use it to make sure those loons made it to the Town Hall to take that down, to make sure it was a guarantee. So not only was that a good recovery, that was good improvisation there from Knowledge, and adapted really well. And the fact that he got it right to the very end, those drags, it can be a little bit skeptical with their movement speed and everything like that, taking out that last builder up there. But yeah, again, great stuff from Knowledge. It was a fantastic recovery nonetheless. But Yo-Yo now from Alternate Attacks will be the final attacker. It looks like they have pretty much won this war, but they want to make it a perfect one coming into this, making a start on that 3 o'clock side.
Yeah, nice, comfortable 2-star. All that is required. Yo-Yo, not the type of player that we would expect to slip up in that situation. And notice how he started the King driving into that area. Might not actually get the scatter shot here. He will get the Queen, and yes, will drive back, get the scatter shot. So that is perfect value. And what I was going to say is he's charging the Queen down towards the Town Hall. What that means is, unless something drastic were to happen, he's got the Town Hall, and the Dragon Riders can pretty much just swoop through to get the guaranteed 2-star, which is all they need.
Yeah, it's all they need, but you know what this guy's like here, Judo. He's going to be looking for absolutely more than that, won't he, to try and get Alternate Attacks perfect war exactly. As now the Queen continuing to be delayed here, just waiting for everyone to come in a single file to approach her, just to try and keep her back as long as possible, which is perfectly understandable, going towards that funnel towards the town hall now. So looking very good so far, pretty standard for what we normally see from a lot of these attacks, but you're right there with the Dragon Riders of where they're going to come from, how they're going to approach this. It will be from the 1 o'clock side, taking out the AD, going for that multi-inferno and the Eagle Artillery in that northern compartment there.
Yeah, the multi actually locked onto the healers, but quick reactions from Yo-Yo used the jump spell as planned, but then the invisibility just to relieve a little bit of fire off the healers. He's trying to just force through it now. He will get through, but the healer's low in health, so if they do hit some red air bombs, then they could go down. Also, the Skellies will take those healers down pretty quick, but it might not even matter because he's got the Stone Slammer helping to path the Dragon Riders into the center. He's still got a Rage. He's still got the Queen ability, the RC ability. I honestly do not know how alternate attacks do this. Where has the base gone? There are so many dragons left over, and he's got a bunch of stuff to use. I mean, all you can do is admire how they tear apart the bases this effectively.
It's just absolute madness. There's literally nothing left now. Just a few of the structures on the outside. The AD's been taken out. That's going to be literally about it. And yeah, that Stone Slammer, the positioning was really, really good, making sure just a little bit more in front of the rest of the pack from that 10 o'clock side to not only tank that damage, but to take out those defenses beautifully, and also trying to get them destroyed as quick as possible. So Yo-Yo does get 100% free start in that last attack. Alternate attacks will get the perfect wall, and against the likes of Triumph Gaming, I think from alternate attacks, we didn't want to see them do anything less. I'm sure they wanted nothing less as well, because they know that Tribe Gaming are an incredible attacking team, so they need to really give their A game to pile on the pressure on Tribe in this matchup.
Absolutely, a huge win, and that is the second time within the challenge that ATN have beaten Tribe. So starting to become a little bit annoying that for Tribe. They are going to have to try and claw a few victories in order to push themselves up the league. But do not go anywhere, guys, because we have Repotted Gaming and MCES coming up right after the break.
You have some really talented attackers in your squad. What makes your executions so strong?
From my attacks or my ability to attack, I have like kind of all of my members in team and my teammates. They have this kind of really strong ability to attack, how to execute everything. I guess it's because of their experience in the high legends leagues, and also we used to like do some friendly challenges, or even like participating in friendly wars, or like visiting like this kind of friendly clans, friendly challenge clans, which helps us kind of try to suits our strategy with the new updates or the new meta. That's the point, I guess.
The great thing about that's the fact that you've had so much practice coming into Town Hall 14, and it's given you a lot of time to kind of prepare exactly what you want to do. Next one I want to ask as well is, what's your expectations for the rest of the tournament? You're looking pretty good so far in terms of the standings, but what do you realistically expect coming into the second half of the ESL Mobile Challenge?
Me personally, I always tell to my teammates not to expect too much, but we will try our best to keep on, just try our best to show the teams who is actually playing under organization like Alternate, MCES, Tribe, Tomai, Penta, Elevate. They are just like really good teams, and we couldn't bear to like defend or win against them all. Like against Alternate, it was, people could say it's just kind of luck, and as a newcomer team we couldn't do much. They're really experienced, and people said the more experienced you are, and then you will go even further. And for us, even being able to like participate in this kind of tournaments and being this far, it has been such a just like a hell of a ride. Actually, it's been a pleasure and it's an honor for us to play as a Repotted Gaming and to represent Repotted Gaming as well.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We are just about to dive into our next matchup, Repotted Gaming and MCES. I'm sure you're looking forward to this one, Lady B.
I definitely am, but I had an exciting time watching that last matchup. I got to give a shout out to ATN coming in with that perfect war, and I'm glad I wasn't there to actually jinx it. I was actually hanging out in the chats and talking to Surov, who says, you know what? The jinxes aren't my fault, Judo. They're yours. So you're getting the full blame for the jinxes moving forward. But yes, indeed, we've got MCES coming up against RPG. And this is a really nice big match because these two teams have already faced off against each other. I don't know if I have the stats correct in my mind, but I kind of remember a 14-14 star war where RPG just went ham. They didn't get the win in the end, but they really did show that they can hold up against a team like MCES.
They certainly did, and I think you were certainly questioning your prediction on that one as well. MCES, though, were pushed to the limit, so they will definitely not be underestimating this matchup. Repotted Gaming, though, I feel they are very much... They put up the great performances, and it either does or doesn't fall their way. They sometimes just get a little bit unlucky, I feel, but they are relatively consistent in terms of their attacks. So I'm looking forward to see whether they can create a bit of an upset here.
And RPG, I mean, we saw a beautiful performance against Penta, which could have been a big turnaround for them. That one start just hurt so badly in the end. I got to feel like they need to come into this out for blood, ready to go, ready to take down MCES, try and bring themselves up, because they're now 4-6 with MCES riding currently at 5-3. So another win for MCES just keeps them up there in the rankings on the ladder board.
Yeah, and unfortunately that would mean we start to see a little bit of a split from the top 4 to the bottom, and you know, it's been relatively close up until this stage. Anybody really from the 3rd through around about the 6th place within 1 victory of each other, but we are starting to see just that little bit of gap, and unfortunately that means for the teams such as Repotted that are on the lower end of that group, it means they have to put in even more performances and results to catch up. So they really don't want to fall too far behind here.
Definitely not. It's a bit of that clawing up the ladder there, but they're a team that they did show they could do it in their previous matchup, like you mentioned. I was really rooting for them. I'm just not quite as confident in it today. I think the bigger question is, are they going to have Remio on the lineup for MCES? Remio is a star player, but he has had to take a little time off from the gameplay because of studies. So we might get to see Aurel, who would cover for him today. But if they have Remio in, I feel like they have that great synchronicity, the same that we've been seeing from ATN, with Linnate coming back out of retirement just to help out a little bit more with Sir Iron's time constraints. So, you know, it's having those teammates that you're super comfortable with, getting those plans together, that can really lead to motivation to these amazing, incredible 15-star wars that we have seen coming through.
Well, we did see him in the lineup there when we looked at the team rosters, so hopefully that means Remio is there, because I agree with you. I really enjoy his attacks, particularly the Lava Loon Bat. I think he was one of the first players I ever seen using the Lalo Bat, and he does it so effectively. Maybe not in the current meta, but he does seem to come up with creative attacks, and I think whenever you have the brains behind actually coming up with an attack, like an actual strategy, not just replicating one that's already been discovered, that's when you can really go to that next level, and Remio really is in that league.
He definitely is. And also in that league is Synthe, who just leaves, leaves everything, leaves caution to the wind. He goes in, brings the hogs when he feels like it. You know, obviously he switched over to some of the air meta dominating with dragons, but we got to see that beautiful display of his hoggery in a meta that is not easy to bring in ground troops, and particularly those hogs, but he makes it work, and he finds those ways around to get it work where other people can't. Will we get to see that today? I know that's what everyone is pretty much sitting and hoping for. And we do have Remio. It's confirmed coming in with the Zap Lalo. We unfortunately will not get to see the bats coming in, but beyond doing that Bat Lalo attack, he is exceptional with Lalo in general. So we're in likely for a big surprise.
Absolutely. He always seems to be one of those players that can break apart a base to the point where you think, what does the Lalo even need to do at this stage? Now, the Yeti Blimp has started out very nicely, luring out the clan castle, taking out that area, including the queen. He has found a Tesla farm down the bottom here, so he's going to have to be a little bit careful on the deployment of his heroes. He's got the king, and I'm wondering if he's going to use the Royal Champion down there to help the king, or if he's going to use her to the right-hand side of the queen.
So the king bringing in, working himself into the 6 o'clock compartment for that multi, and the Royal Champ cutting across. This is going to give a little bit more value to help pick up the air sweeper, which I'm just assuming means he's going to come in possibly from the 3 o'clock side of the base if he wants to push it in that deep, that far. The king, though, does not have the power to actually take down the multi, so it's the Royal Champ that has to get it done, and that means she is not going to pick up the air sweeper here. So is he going to adjust the pathing a little bit to work around this?
I was going to say, I think the delayed deployment of the Royal Champion indicates to me that he was planning potentially on sending the RC from the right-hand side to get the scatter shot. So that's why he's always planned to use the Lalo from this side. But I could be wrong on that assessment. He's going to have to hope he's got enough power to just blast through the scatter shot at the end. And he's certainly taken down this right-hand side pretty proficiently. All of the balloons left over, but no Warden ability in tow. So it's the haste and the freeze that he's going to have to hope gets him there. Balloons do approach the scatter, but there's still a few defenses they need to get through.
Yeah, these archer towers and the air defense in combination together will start picking off these loons, but he does have a huge pack coming in, and I like the reinforcement of loons on the outskirts. This is going to keep them packed together working through, but we still have the air bows to contend with to get into the back end. Are these minions and pups going to come in for the assist and help out? Tornado Trap's going to hold off the loons, but actually this almost works out better because it gives the opportunity for those. Oh, another trap knocks out a huge chunk of them. I was going to say this is meeting up at the perfect time. Oh, but they get knocked down fast. Is there still enough hope? It's hanging on by a thread.
Legend of the last lava pup, come on! Oh no, it goes down! There's still a few lava pups and minions. How many has he got? 4 lava pups, 2 minions. They move on across. Is it the last lava pup? Oh, it's not! Come on, I would have loved for that to happen. 99%. Heartbreak for Remio. I can't believe how that one ended up. The tornado trap placement, they might not have placed it there for that specific reason, but Repotted Gaming will take that all day long.
Absolutely. This is a nice big start. Even though it's a 99%, it is a defense, which they can hold their heads high going up against MCES and being able to hold them off strong. But they saw the same thing coming in against Penta, and they unfortunately lost their lead very quickly at the end. They need to keep the pressure applied, and today they're going to need to keep bringing in these 3 stars because I doubt MCES is going to give them another opportunity.
Yeah, we keep saying this. Whenever the big teams give you one attack, you have to take it. So Repotted, we know they can put up the 3 stars. They just have to keep doing it again and again. And it sounds easy, doesn't it? But they're going up against MCES. So let's find out. The Queen is doing pretty good down the bottom of the base here. The Rage Spell was very nicely timed in order to preserve the ability, but make sure he is getting maximum value from that spell. He's now got the Wall Break, which will actually allow her to walk around to the Town Hall as he's breaking the King in towards the Eagle. So a nice double-pronged approach here with the heroes.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of value out of this. The Queen making her path up towards a Town Hall beautifully opened. And the King and Royal Champ will help focus her pushing into that compartment. But she's going to get a little hung up here with the CC troops, which isn't a bad thing. It keeps her out of the range of most of the incoming damage, bar this 1 ground bow. But that's fine. She can withstand that, especially with the raged up healers to keep her going strong. What I do like that he's doing is he's not waiting. He's not wasting any time coming in. He's trusting that his Queen has what she needs with the ability to come in, gets a Stone Slammer through, but it doesn't last long enough. He has the push to come along. I'd love to see the Royal Champ pick up this multi, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
I've actually been watching that Royal Champion the whole time. She is going to help get it, but she took out so much value. If you were to watch this attack back, just watch it and solely look at the Royal Champion. She was darting left and right. She didn't want to follow the King to the center. Eventually she did, but she helped to take out so many defenses en route to the point where the Dragon Riders pretty much have not really had to do much. The Royal Champion did so much in this attack, and he's preserved the Queen ability this entire time. So he's managed to push through the base incredibly here, and it's going to be advantage Repotted after this beautiful attack.
Absolutely stunning. Repotted Gaming definitely taking command, seeing that opening and dominating in this first hit. They need to keep this momentum alive if they're going to go up and try and take down MCES. A much needed win for them, and we've seen them come super close. A 14 to 14 star war, I think, speaks loads to what they can do. I'm curious to see if they can hold more defenses against MCES, because we didn't see them come in against Penta. If they can hold on to another one, it could situate them nicely.
Yeah, I think one thing that we often don't mention is the pressure that gets put on the top teams, the likes of MCES, who, when you look at this matchup on paper, you would think MCES, yep, favorites. So they are the ones that everyone expects to win. They have all the pressure on their shoulders. Repotted Gaming almost expected to lose, if you will. I don't mean to talk down, if you know, but on paper you would think that. So they underdogs. It's easier for them to come out on top, if that makes sense. I'm starting to ramble, but hopefully you get what I mean here, Lady B. I think that MCES have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and sometimes that can force the top teams to crack.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That pressure really does make some of these teams crack, and MCES has that small little sliver there with a 99% so far. It can also lead to a little bit of loss of confidence in the team, though. I don't know that that would necessarily happen here with Tryhard. We've seen phenomenal stuff coming out of him as well. Bringing in the Zapquake Lalo here, we eliminate the core, we take down some key value structures, and we adjust the pathing for the loons. What's nice is with this entry and the opener, we get the lure of the clan castle, and we're also able to connect more compartments and take out big value in it.
Oh, just missed the expo there. Didn't use the rage in that area. Wanted to try and get maximum value. And look at that battle builder. It must be heartbreaking as an attacker when you get a defense, a major defense, down to 1%, and then the builder can just chip away at it like it does. But I don't think Tryhard was necessarily going for that expo. He just wanted the lure and the scatter shot down. So not the end of the world here. He's already carved out, like you said, a beautiful path for the balloons, and he's hoping to extend that even further with the King, Queen, and Ice Golems to the left, but the RC actually soloing that top area to the Eagle.
Oh, she can do a lot of work here on her own as well with the invisibility spell to sneak her way through. The only thing he has to worry about is potential of Skellies just distracting her. Launches that Seeking Shield a little bit early, but she is on her path here and does take it down. I mean, we've eliminated huge portions of this base for the Lalo. We've taken down 2 scatter shots. The Eagle's down, and we've got an easy push coming in, but this means he's going to have to see the Lalo coming in. Oh no, his hero dive did not take down the defending AQ Royal Champion and the back-end multi. This is going to be a tough go considering he knows he needs to get these loons in for the town hall, and he's not going to have a lot to spare coming out of it.
Yeah, that is huge towards the back end. I was going to pick out that he actually used the unicorn on the Royal Champion, something we don't always see, and maybe that didn't work out in his favor. The RC did get that area, but the unicorn down the bottom might have just been the difference maker. Balloons will easily get to the town hall, but it is this back end you talked about where he's going to struggle. He's still got a lot of them, mind no spells, but how dangerous is the Queen, the Wizard Tower, and the multi in combination as they move through? Now you can see the damage as the RC also joins the party, and they are popping away left, right, and center. I don't think they are going to get this done, unfortunately.
Oh, so close, though. You can see the work of those ice pups coming in. They managed to pick off the Royal Champion, managed to pick off the Queen, but it was a little too late to give those loons any hope. These back-end multis, this is the risk that you run if they still remain. Not picking up that full value is what did him in. This is another big defense coming in for Repotted Gaming. I've said it. They needed to try and hold on these defenses, come through, capitalize off of it. If they can pull in another 3-star, this is a massive 2-star lead for them.
It certainly is. Like you said, with that unfortunate loss they had earlier, they find themselves 2 games behind the teams ahead of them in the rankings. So this is massive. One of those teams ahead of them, obviously being Penta, who they lost to, but also MCES. So they have to close that gap. If they do not win this one, that is 3 games that MCES would be ahead in terms of wins. So this is huge for them, and they could not have asked for a better start. We also have the Ice Hound in this attack and the log launcher. I love to see that siege machine.
Yeah, this has been coming through a little bit more, though. We're actually seeing it, I want to say, a lot more with the Super P.E.K.K.A. smashes. We're not seeing it quite so much with our Lalos, but it can offer quite a bit of big value because you can cut yourself through the base even more. And because he's going in for a big long line drive, we can see that nice tanky golem leading the path for the Queen. It is going to give him some huge value in this, though he does delay it, allowing the opportunity for that golem to do some tanking, but it gets flipped by some spring traps. Those golemites no longer doing any work. Is it still going to have cover, at least from the Queen, to open up the path into the center of the base? I do like the fact that we have the heroes on either side of her, just keeping this moving along, but she needs to get into the core.
Just about gets that. Now, I also love the fact that he has the heroes either side. RC took out the scatter shot at the 9 o'clock area. King has also got in there to take out the enemy Queen. And with the Yetis from the log launcher, not only has he took out the multi in the center, he's also been able to take out the Tesla farm there and completely eradicated that area from the lava loon. They totally don't need to track there. Now we see the lava loon being deployed. He's still got a lot of spells here. These skeleton spells for the Royal Champion. There they go in order to help take her down. And this looks pretty good, but he does have to get through the town hall is the dangerous part.
He also needs to get the super minion down. Pup's coming up to try and knock it down. It took some chunks out of the loons, but he still has the big push. And it is distracted now, which is perfect from these skellies. But the loons barely making their way to the town hall, slow moving, holding on to this warden ability as long as possible, drops the rage, waits on his ability. Absolutely great timing. Those freezes really keeping hope alive for this, so there is something left over for the back end to finish the day.
He couldn't have done that any better. Oh no, he's turned the wizard tower invisible. He had a group of balloons going to the wizard tower and he turned it invisible. All he needed to do was use the haste, and I think he had this. I see there's another wizard tower to the right hand side actually that I did not see, but nevertheless that central wizard tower had a big group of loons going to it. And he turned it invisible. I'm not sure whether he thought he had the haste selected, but that cost him massively.
Oh, this is unfortunate. This is not where you want to slip up when you're so close to holding a massive lead against a team like MCES, though a 90% does keep them in a reasonable position. I mean, that 99 holds so much bearing for MCES that we saw Remio pull in, but I believe it was in the 80% mark. We do have the stats coming up, that 89% from MCS. I mean, this is going to keep it relatively close here, which is exactly what we saw from the previous matchup between these two teams.
Absolutely. So MCES pretty much hot on the heels of Repotted here. Repotted can't slip up, otherwise MCES can easily take the lead. And I do want to say that attack was fantastic until the final part. He just fell short. It looked so good. And like you said, that could have easily been a 2-star lead for Repotted at this stage. So they are going to have to try and get over that in terms of a kind of mental barrier. They know they just got a little bit unfortunate, one little misplay towards the end. They need to shake that off, keep their heads in the game, because at the end of the day, they still do have the advantage here.
They do, but it's a 1-star advantage, but it's only 2% now. So that's a bit tight. I wouldn't want to go up against MCS and know that they can easily flip this around, and there's only that small 2% differential keeping them from trying to spin it. And Synthe is one that could easily do that, though he's not bringing in the hogs, which we are always excited to see. But he is bringing in something that he does so well, and that is a drag attack. And he's bringing in the wall wrecker, which we're seeing a lot more of, to go straight for those town halls, not taking the risk of sailing in the blimp.
Yeah, and that's something I feel Synthe also does quite well. He uses the wall wrecker on numerous occasions, obviously successfully with his Hog Rider attack, but this one using his skills to get the town hall nice and comfortably, luring out the clan castle troops as well. A nice benefit of that. And we can just set things up here. I'm trying to see what's exactly is down the bottom. Looks like it is the Royal Champion, and he's got the King already at the opposite side of the base.
Yeah, so we only have one wall break to come in. He does have the Yak, of course, that can help break through those walls, but we need to see some good value coming in from the Queen here as well. And we do see her placed at the top side of the base, wall break opening her up to pick off the Eagle compartment and the King wrapping his way around. Are we going to see any passage coming in? I would say, I guess not for the scatter shots, because he can line up this path for the dragons, and the King is just taking care of the cleanup along the outskirts.
Beautiful stuff, but unfortunately those 2 Tesla that popped might cause a little bit of an issue for the Dragons because the air defense took out one of them, and that's going to mean it continues to do extra damage onto the Dragons. And whenever you have a mass style attack like this, what you really rely on is the DPS on having a lot of troops. So when they start getting picked off, it can cause a major problem. However, he's already started the bats over on the 3 o'clock area. Multi goes down and there's not a lot of splash damage left. Although they are going down to the Queen, he's actually pushing through here pretty good.
He's cleaning up a lot for these Dragons to help come and work through, particularly with these builder huts. Met with a little bit of resistance because we have them protecting this airbow, and Drag actually picking off the final splash item, which is going to allow the bats to take care of the rest of the cleanup here. And look at how many Drags we have left. We only have 2 left, so having these bats stay alive is huge. Dragons are very slow moving. Oof, and we are down only to 1 with that Seeking Air Mine that knocks it out. That's coming through, and this is not running any risk as the Queen also comes into play to knock down the storage. Synthe coming in strong, and MCES are fighting back hard here. They are certainly trying to close out this gap.
We expected nothing less from MCES, exactly what you were saying. Despite Repotted Gaming being in the lead, you can never count MCES out. And there we go, 3 stars on the board. Repotted know now that if they do not 3-star, MCES have leapfrogged them. They've already taken the lead back, so we just have to hope that Repotted can keep on the pressure. We know they've got the talent to do so. It's whether they are going to be able to perform and see the strategies and the plans against MCES's bases. Now we have a Blizzard Lalo, but with 6 invisibility spells. Wow.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's going to use all of these invisibility spells for this Blizzard. Let's see.
Champion.
Yeah, let's see how he's going to use it for the heroes coming in as well. But we've got the push coming through. He is going deep into the space, but manages to make it into the center compartment. Now, I have seen this happen. Judo, when this pops open, because I can't see past that invisibility, is there a super wall breaker in there that actually opens it up? Because this is the second time I have seen these super wizards land in this compartment and pop. It goes open like that, giving them full access to move around should they need. Absolutely stunning.
Well, he did lose one of them early on, but he managed to use the invisibility spells effectively. And what's really cool about this is then you can just sail 1 or 2 balloons in to pick off other defenses, help to create that funneling for your heroes, which you can see Tim is doing now. And he will be able to charge them right into this area where the enemy queen stands. Now, he's actually warbroke to the opposite side of the base and sending sneaky goblins into the town hall. He's got 7 left, so hoping to take that down. And if he can successfully do that, it looks very good for the Lalo.
This is something that I think Timtastic is going to be known for, because he has been coming in with these beautiful multi-phase attacks. And, I said it the last time, they run the risk of time issues, but he is keeping it going perfectly with the Royal Champ still alive, picking off the multi. And look at what is left over for this Lalo. Barely anything. Yes, there's 50% of the base left over to go, but it is all sectioned off in one small compartment. The Warden with his ability reserved to get through into the Royal Champ and Scattershot compartment, which is going to keep the loons safe, obviously, and help sneak those headhunters in to quickly take down the RC, and they even managed to get to the King. Queen still got her ability intact, so she's going to help with this too. And my goodness, can you believe it? The King, he's hanging on by a thread, but he's still alive up top.
I am in awe watching this attack. He's got so many spells left over. 2 freeze, an invisibility, and a haste. I think he should start using them pretty soon, because whilst he's got a line of defenses at the back, he wants to keep this big group of balloons alive, trying to send a couple in on the back end to snipe off the Tesla. I don't think there's a lot that could go wrong here, because he's got the balloons surrounding. How do you even think about doing this? How did he section off the base the way that he did, keeping Repotted in the lead and giving them the confidence to pop a couple of spells on MCES's Clan Castle as well, just to make sure that they have the mental advantage here over MCES?
I mean, like, I can see why he has that name. That was absolutely Tim-tastic. This is a strategy that I don't think the Fate of Heart can do. The way you have to not only think about the value you're getting from each of those sections, but to keep it moving continuously so you don't run the risk of time failing on it. Oh my goodness. This is the second time today we've gotten to see that beautiful execution from Tim. And I think he's really going to start creating a name for himself if he keeps that up.
Oh, he certainly is. And, you know, we were kind of talking about MCES and how you can't give them that advantage because they'll be right back at you. But what do MCES think after that? I don't think they tested the base against that. Absolutely not. Tim-tastic showing that Repotted. They are clinging on to it, the star and the tiny little bit of percentage, but still 2 attacks, plenty of chance for MCES to catch up.
Yeah, I'm watching this and I see the Zapquake come in and I notice the Queen's Pathing is veering away from the Town Hall. I like that he's actually using the wall wrecker to come in. I keep forgetting to say wall wrecker because we don't get to see it, but we are starting to see it more in place of the blimps just because of possible issues of baiting. But this is stunning, keeping the Queen pathing, moving along, though she is met with a little bit of resistance here. That Rage gets the healers back on track, keeping the Queen nice and healthy. And this funnel is beautiful. Look at the way the Queen actually weaves herself into that wall because he set it up nicely, sending in the wall break to continue to push the Queen towards a scatter shot, and the King is going to even further this.
Absolutely, and he still has 2 super wall breakers, one for the King towards the Eagle, then the next wall break should allow the Queen in towards the center. He's got to be a little bit careful on the deployment, make sure it does go towards the gold storage and the builder hut so that the Queen will go towards the multi. She's getting a little bit low on health, but he's managed to keep her alive, deciding not to rage at the moment. How is he keeping his cool here? I would have gone ahead and raged, but he's used the ability, might have been the automatic ability, actually didn't have a rage, sorry, so that is why, but he has not been able to get the Eagle down the bottom with the King. The Queen also struggling to get in towards the multi.
Oh, and the healers die out due to the Eagle, so the Queen's not going to have any chance of getting in there. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. So he's got to play his cards right, though. The Warden ability timing, if he can get the spread, will help get through the multi, help get through the scatter shot compartment here. Does get that going with the Royal Champ sailing along in the center of the base. The spread is working nicely. Let's see, he's only got 1 freeze left to go, and he's got to try and hold off this defending RC as well.
Yeah, I think the fact that he spread the Dragon Riders nice and wide was about all he could do to adapt. Trying to save onto that freeze to, I thought, probably try and get the RC and the air defense prior to this, but he saved it all of the way for the Expo. Can he still get this? The Dragon Rider's going down fast. Oh, I've just looked at the clock. Again, I've done this yesterday. We both did it yesterday. And unfortunately, time has meant he hasn't been able to adapt. And this is a huge defense for Repotted. The confidence they have after the last attack. If they 3-star the next one, then they are 2 stars in the lead moving into the final one.
I am impressed at what RPG is bringing today defensively. You know, we said it yesterday. There were a couple of matches where the odds were in some teams' favors and they weren't in the other matches. And I was wondering if, because they're playing 2 matches a day, some of these teams, that they're looking to see who their top contender is, who the team is that they would necessarily have the easier time defending against and bringing in the best bases possible, the team that they feel that they couldn't defend quite as well against and maybe not use those best bases, And I'm not sure that this is the case here because we're seeing top-line defensive performance coming in from RPG. And I wonder if them holding MCES into a 14-14 star war gave them the confidence to come in today and say, you know what? If we're going to hold some good defenses today, we're going to hold it for MCES and finally get this victory in. And that's what they seem to be doing so far. So RPG, we've got Andy coming in with this opportunity to continuously power forward with a lead. And we come in with one of the, I don't want to say more reliable strategies, but it is one of the top strategies that we're seeing. And it has the highest success rate so far this week.
I feel Andy has an extra motivation here as well to redeem himself from that last war as well that Repotted had. So he will be putting everything into this. So far going quite well with the Queen getting into this area. Again, I hold my breath every single time the sneaky goblins are on that town hall because it seems to take a lifetime for them to take it down. But he does get the town hall. He's got the funnel set nicely for the king to dive in towards the eagle. And there is the jump perfectly for the Queen.
Beautiful path here that the king is also helping to set to force the queen in, taking on that eagle artillery. We keep talking about the value that you want to pick up, and that eagle is such a big one because it's one less risk of a continuous long-range fire away that you are getting rid of. It also is really helping to shape up a beautiful path where he can quickly sweep in. We've got the multis. Ooh, this queen navigating into the center of the base is going to force the drag riders in towards that scatter shot where he can keep this ability reserved, but they need to make their way through and get to it.
I'm keeping my eye on the healers. One more red air bomb and the healers are history, but it looks like they are doing pretty good. Queen has already got that value in the center, to be honest with you, and the Dragon Riders swooping ahead of the Queen is actually doing them a favor here as they push down this bottom area. We do still have that top end scatter shot to deal with, so he's got to try and save onto that freeze spell. Probably the Royal Champion ability. Can she get through these defenses to protect it, or is it going to go off? The healers are on the Royal Champion, and that's actually a good thing since the Archer Queen is stuck in the center of the base on that wall.
Yeah, and she has her ability intact as well here. Freeze coming down to hold off the scatter shot, but the defending king is there. These healers just trying to keep her alive long enough. And was it the Warden or the Electro Out that helped snipe out? I think it was the Drag Rider that helped snipe out that scatter shot. That Royal Champ gave it her all. She gave it just about what it needs. Now it's down to time. 24 seconds left. The Queen beating through the walls to get here, but we do have the minions, the Drag Riders, and the Warden. You know it, Judo. He's got the 3-star, but this means a big lead for RPG against MCES.
We are not jinxing that one. No way, Jose. Repotted Gaming now finding themselves 2 stars in the lead, and that is huge. They couldn't have asked for a better performance up until this stage. They do just need to finish it off now, but could they put out a message to the other teams here? If they could hold off the next attack to MCES as well, imagine what that does for them. It closes the gap on the leaderboard, but it also means that the teams will be really fearful moving into play Repotted Gaming after this one.
Definitely. And all I'm saying right now is for the final attack for Repotted Gaming, no 1-star, no 1-star, no 1-star. We want to make sure that they go in for the safe 2-star regardless of what happens here. Ariam picking up the 3-star just puts him there at a 12-star mark. So, you know, RPG really just wants to play it safe in the final attack. Ariam, though, bringing through what I'm going to assume is a blizzard. This blimp making the way to the town hall. We had the 4 invisibility spells, gets it raged up. And there is a giant bomb there, but it looks like it cleared past. And he's able to get safely past.
Worried about these super wizards. I think he lost 2 of them to the Giga Bomb because I did think the battle blimp popped very close to the town hall, and I'm pretty sure he lost some super wizards to that area, but he has managed to get a decent amount of value. I wonder whether he wanted the single target Inferno there as well, given that the storages can chain to it, but actually given that it's behind the town hall, maybe not. So I guess we'll see what Arium has in store for us. If anyone is going to finish off this, we know Arium is the man for the job.
So the Royal Champ coming in to take on the Scattershot compartment, delaying her slightly as the King takes the lead, taking the lure of the Clan Castle, though the Royal Champ met with the super minions trying to pick her off. That poison was placed perfectly, though, to limit the damage they can do, slow them down, and she's even able to pick them off. Can she get this multi? That would be huge. Oh, no, and it looks like it's... I can't see if it's hanging on by a thread. I don't know if that the health is showing there. Squinting my eyes, Judo. I don't think that's it.
I think that's the storage actually, which is knocking us off. But yeah, I guess we'll find out at some stage as the lava balloon is moving in from that top area. Nice wide spread of the balloons, making sure that once the 9 o'clock area is down, it should force a big group of them in towards the center. An early warning ability, though, means that he's not going to have that fall through the middle of the base, hoping he can just get a small pack of them there alongside the spells, but they are taking major damage.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Now, we do have the haste forcing the main pack of balloons through the base, but they're going to backtrack. He's got more coming in. That reinforcement. Absolutely smart move here, knowing that he was likely going to have to... He's going to hit some traps. He was going to lose some loons, and that saved him in getting this 3-star. Arium coming in hot. He knows it likely won't make this difference here, but finishing off strong with a triple and bringing them 12 stars to the board. But that means RPG has a fairly easy road. Again, they just need to go for the safe 2-star.
No jinxing, Lady B. No jinxing. I have to say, though, those extra balloons were fantastic. That really shows the calmness he had within that attack to hold on to them. Know that once he had a couple of balloons to the center, the traps had been popped, he could force a large group of them in. So GG to Arium there, finishing off strong for MCES, but like you said, most likely not enough. Repotted need to finish this one off, and it will be a huge victory for them.
Absolutely. You mentioned this is going to sit them in a good position with other teams looking at them saying, we have to worry. They are going to have to start fearing Repotted Gaming a bit, knowing that they can take down MCES, but it does help them up the rankings. Now, I mean, we're talking about a team that is 4-6 right now. This will put them 5-6, which, it's tough because that's where we're going to see a difficulty in adjusting with those losses, even if they're tied up on the win rate. MCS still has another war. They're going to get to face off, I think, against Tomai, if I'm not mistaken, later today. MCS is going to need that win because another loss is going to start dragging them down a bit. I mean, right now they're sitting, after this match, if RPG gets a win, they'd be 5-4. They can wind up 5-5, which is going to keep teetering them down towards Repotted Gaming and giving a slight shift up. So, it's really been fun watching how these rankings can quickly change and what can really happen depending on the matches that happen in a day.
I think MCES are getting caught in that area with Repotted and Penta. We've kind of got Tribe, MCES, Tribe, Tomai, and Alternate now starting to form the top 3, but Repotted, Penta, and MCES all neck and neck for that 4th spot. It is General X to finish off for Repotted Gaming. He did get the 3-star in that previous matchup versus Penta. I'm looking at that town hall. Oh my goodness! It hasn't gone down.
It's hanging on by a sliver, which means he's going to have to adjust. Okay, he just needs to come in with a safe 2-star.
Safe 2-star. Safe 2-star.
Everything he can do to possibly get that taken down, he's going to need to force it, but he also needs to make sure that he's picking up this percentage. So let's see how he adjusts. He does have the Queen moving forward. It doesn't look like he's going to change his plan too much. Sends in the Royal Champion. Yeah, because he wants
shield.
Yeah, he wants to keep the value going. Is going to omit her from coming in along with the Hogs, and the Queen will continue her course shaping it up because he just needs 50% on this.
Yeah, I think that was a wise move. Just get the town hall down. Forget about it. Luckily, there were no battle builders there, but an easy adaption is always just path the RC shield to it, and then you know you've got that star. Everything else can just be towards getting the 2. Now, we know that General X would want the 3-star, but after a start like that where you miss the town hall, forget about it. You just need the 2. This is a huge victory for them, and they're already climbing up towards 35%. He hasn't even deployed any Hog Riders yet, and he's not rushing. He is using this queen to charge into the center just to guarantee it. But look at the time. It is ticking down here, Lady B.
Yeah, only a minute left just about on the clock for these Hogs to do some work. But again, the goal is just to get this 50%, and he is done. Hogs working their way in, Queen still going strong, reserving this ability, and he is just nearing that mark where he can breathe a sigh of relief. Warden ability goes off quickly as he makes a push in towards the defending Queen that allows those headhunters to quickly take her down. That's beautiful because he didn't have the Royal Champ to actually help with this, and that gives a little bit more power to these Hogs.
It certainly does. He's got a lot of spells that he can start spamming across the base within the final 30 seconds here to try and push the Hog Riders through. Victory already secured. It's just trying to push through as high as he can at this stage. Hog Rider's actually doing pretty good. He's still got an invisibility spell, but they will fade out towards the end here. I don't think he's too worried about that. He can just use the invisibility wherever. Queen's ability, it is the victory for Repotted Gaming. They have put up a huge performance here, not just getting numerous 3-stars against MCES, but holding them back on a number of attacks. What a fantastic war for them, and it is the 13 to 12-star victory for Repotted Gaming.
I have to point out the fact that he had to use the Royal Champ early to save the 2-star, get the Town Hall down, but had he had that Royal Champion, Judo, that would have been a 3-star because we had the defending RC on the back end. He would have gotten more power out of it and would have been able to finish the job. Absolutely stunning performance, though, from RPG, and we've got more great performances coming in today as we will be seeing ATN versus Penta up next, so stay tuned for the break.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lethal, joined with Lady B this time round, and we've got 2 more matches to go, but next one will be the likes of Alternate Attacks versus Penta. Now remember B, Penta only just, squeezed in that last victory against Repotted Gaming. I'm not going to lie, I was calling it close indeed. Lucky for the Repotted Gaming had a little bit of a failed attack on the final attack in their war. But this time around, they cannot leave any room for error. It has to be almost close to perfection against the likes of Alternate Attacks.
Yeah, against the likes of Alternate Attacks, who came in with perfection in their last war against Tribe Gaming. So it is going to be a tough road for Penta. Yes, they did squeak by in that last war, unfortunately because of a 1-star from Repotted Gaming, but Penta can perform. We have seen them come through with this. They just need to get their mindset in it. But I gotta add, Penta now sitting 5-5, but ATN has just climbed their way up with that last war now 8-2, and they could go for even more up that ladder, securing this #1 spot. This could be huge for ATN, but Penta obviously wanting to see this big upset, getting their way back into it.
In Alternate Attacks, you gotta remember, they just came out of a war where they got a perfect war against one of the biggest heavy hitters here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. So they're going to be loving life right now. Are they going to continue their triple trend? We'll have to see going against Penta. But they won't be attacking just yet. Izakia will be attacking first against Boom's base here, using a couple of limbs there on that 11 o'clock side. We'll have to deal with a couple of bits and pieces there, but also starting with the Warden on that right-hand side.
And so the Warden's shaping up the path here. Now, he's got a long moving approach, and we don't even have the Electro out to help out in this one. It's a Unicorn to keep this going. Ideally, I would think he wants to see taking down the scatter shot. When we're doing these Wardens, we want to pick off some good value. Anything that would flank your pathing, knock out your healers, and this is one of those things. But he had the storages blocking them, which is taking this so much longer to get through. Finally does get it done, and you can see how quickly he drops the Queen to keep this moving along, because these time-consuming Warden walks can really run you down at the end for any of these smash-style attacks.
Queen's coming in just to speed things up momentarily. Like you said with the Warden, just having a nice slow pace, methodical approach on that 4 o'clock compartment now. But the Queen will continue to speed things up here, just going towards those storages. But of course, you've got to remember that Eagle artillery there is going to be so important. And here comes the Peckers now to give that nice dosage of DPS for Zakia to push on into that compartment. Beautiful stuff from him as he will continue this push now. And also look at the North compound as well, with the Family of the King just popping the ability in the Inferno Tower. But here comes the Blimpy.
Blimp's coming through, times that perfectly to get the Warden ability off, and that helps to keep everything safely through. A lot of damage in the center of the base as they're contending with the CC troops. We have the super minions, of course, but they're in the poison spell, so quickly taken down by the super wizards. The Blimp does make it there, does get the town hall down, and he had a beautiful push into the core, though we can see the healers actually stay on the super wizards as the Pekkas take the lead over. But where is the Queen? The Queen died out early on, which means we won't have her to help out for the back end of the base. A lot of this work is going to rely on the Royal Champion, but he did path it so that he eliminated a lot of the heavy hitting damage, but there still are some ground bows to worry about. I noticed one down by the Archer Tower. That's some long range items that the Royal Champ needs to get through, but she's not going to have a lot of time to do this. Only 29 seconds left to go, and that brings us back around to the time issue we were talking about, though. An invisibility spell will try and keep this alive. The Freeze holding off the ground bow, and the Archer Tower finally dropped that, but the Royal Champ can't do much more at this point.
No, it really can't indeed. 10 seconds left. It was a very good effort, though. Very good try to recover from earlier on. The RC did everything it could in its power to try and take the rest of the defenses. Just didn't have enough HP to continue on with that attack. And even if it could, it would have been a time fail anyway, nonetheless, with a couple of bits left over. But in terms of that, though, 2-star, 91%. Can't complain, really, in all fairness, considering what we saw halfway through.
Definitely not. 91%, not a bad spot. The only thing that I would say would be worrisome is ATN coming off of a perfect war, because there's really no competing at that point. If you have any slip up against a team that's coming in perfect today, and I believe perfect yesterday, it becomes a bit of a tough go. I gotta attribute this to Linnaid being back in action, a little bit more of that just normalcy in the team, what they were used to, working together through the World Championships, through the qualifiers this year, might I add, because they were able to make their way into the World Championship finals for this year with Linnade on their side during the May qualifiers. So there's a little more jive going back on with the team that I think has helped out quite a bit. We'll see if that keeps moving forward, though, as Vala kicks it off for ATN with a Zap Quake Hydra. So we look to pick off some good value along the outskirts, spreading out those lightning spells just to pick up a little bit more. Now, he unfortunately does not get down the X-Bow, but I don't think that'll be too critical. We'll have to wait and see. Builder just getting it back up to par, and the Dragons will be fine for that. Just need to make the passage through with the blimp, cutting across to get to the Town Hall. But I do like the E-Drag, helping to shape up more pathing and cleanup.
I think you were saying earlier on about this lineup back to normality in terms of their synergy with each other. I completely agree with that because people can play a little bit differently, and sometimes it's just not, in terms of the player's fault or it's a substitute or anything like that. Just things can play out a little bit differently here. And Vale, once again, another very, very aggressive attack. He did it earlier on in his last series against Tribe. Back to do it once more. He's very confident approaching this base, and already so much of it has been taken out, and there's still 2 minutes left to play as the Drags on that right side looking to take out that 4 o'clock compartment with that Inferno Tower and the AD there. And you can see the RC just lending a hand to speak of the devil on that 4 o'clock side as well, just to make sure to give the Warden a little bit of a helping hand as well as that Dragon Rider. But the Dragon Rider will get cleaned up in that other compartment. But look on the left-hand side, the Queen is still there, continuing to wreak absolute havoc. The King still got a lot of life in him yet, just popping his ability now to clean up the rest of his structures. And I must say, Pete, that was a beautiful performance. And look how much time's left.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Let's talk about the fact that his King and Royal Champ just forcing their abilities as he makes the push into the final compartment here. But that's because of the beautiful pathing he set. I love the rocket loons, that E-Drag that shaped up the path, the rocket loons to take down the air defense, and that all cleared what the blimp needed to take it on. But his pathing was already set, sectioning through into the center of the base with obviously the King and Queen flanking for that and continuing the push. Absolutely stunning, and I mean, we would expect nothing less from our MVP of 2020 World Championships, Vala.
I love Vale as well. It's funny because every single time he attacks, it is with a super, super aggro. And we really have to be prepared. Even his casters, we have to prepare because he just dissects everything down to a T. Such a great methodical approach every single time round. And he really gets a huge amount of value from every single troop possible. Good work with him using the RC on the 4 o'clock position to give that Warden and Dragon Rider a little bit of a help in hand. But let's be real here, he was absolutely nowhere near a time fail, and it's just a pleasure to watch every single time. But we do have Muffin from Penta to try and help Penta recover if they can. They did have a 2-star, 91% in their first attack, and he's going to be looking to try and recuperate from that performance. So we'll see how things go here with the King coming in from that right-hand side with the Ice Golem there as well, just to tank some of that damage, giving the King a little bit of leadway as well. But so far, so good here for Muffin.
Oh, those healers suffering from the scatter shot, and the Queen is already down.
No.
This is not good for Muffin. When you invest a Queen charge, you cannot lose your Queen, and equally, I mean, losing those healers as well means nothing is going to get any benefit. The King, the Royal Champion, there is no way to try and turn this one back to a recovery. Even if he is bringing in the super tanky Drag Riders, it's very reliant on shaping up your path. Scatter remains. He can still try and force in the Royal Champion, but he's got heroes to still contend with because we still have the Royal Champ who's up and alive. Yes, we do have some headhunters. I'm looking around to see where the Queen is on the board. She was taken down by the defending king, or by the King, but still the pathing is nowhere near what it needs to be. And I got to tell you, it looks like Muffin's scrambling a bit right now. We're going to see everything clumping together towards the Town Hall because he's just worried about getting the 2-star, a little bit of a spread out, but some of these Drag Riders making the path right in through the Poison Bomb, the Warden as well, which means it is suffering hard. The Royal Champ will come in just to pick up a little bit more value, but I mean, he's got to get to this 50% mark in order to secure a 2-star. That Royal Champ's got a lot of work, forcing everything into that Town Hall. It was a big, big mistake, but it seemed like a panic push.
Yeah, I find this really peculiar because it's not really I've seen something Muffin do in the past, and it's just, yeah, in terms of the plays, in terms of like the pushes he made, yeah, it was a bit debatable, but I think you are right. Like, the panic button probably was pushed. He felt a lot of pressure there, and he was probably thinking, well, if I just continue on from the 3 o'clock side, go towards the town hall, hopefully straight after, as long as it's taken down, that's a guarantee, and he can try and look for about 50%. So he should be able to here, consider if he can get as much work out of that RC as possible, especially with that invisibility spell. But looking at the RC trying his best to stay alive, does hit that 50%, mind you, B. But the only problem is, you are right though, the damage has already been done. 51% so far, 2 stars. He's going to be really frustrated about that. And we said it before this matchup even started, is that if you want to play against alternate attacks, you need to play as close to perfection with very minimal error, but there was a few major errors in that one.
Wow, I completely looked away from the Queen when she died out. I'm not quite sure what happened.
Yeah,
I have to take a look at the replay, but that was unfortunate. I just saw the healers getting targeted, and I'm like, wait, where is the Queen? Oh, that was a tough blow there for Muffin, and you got to give it to him for the recovery. Just got there with the 51%, but this means it's almost no turnaround. And I'm taking a quick look at the replay as I see the Queen coming down. Healers were slightly delayed. She just took on way too much firepower, and the problem was he never dropped a rage quick enough. He was too focused on getting the king down, getting the funnel set, that the Queen suffered too much damage. A little bit off his mark there on that one, and that is going to cost them any possibility, I would say at this point, of turning a match against ATN around. Linnea, though, looking to continue to go strong. We have seen ATN going perfect in their last 2 matches, today included, and I don't think that they're looking to go easy on Penta.
No, they're not at all. I think the only thing we could say about that last matchup early on, it was just a matter of map awareness. Maybe he didn't expect so much DPS to come out there from alternate attacks, and that's why I was saying at first. It's like it was looking good, but literally as I said that, I saw the healers getting hit by the scatter shot, and that's when it was like, okay, he's going to be in deep trouble. But even if he recovers, he can't improvise for a 3-star. No way on earth he would have been able to here. But Linnea, though, is going to try and make matters worse, sadly, for Penta. He's going to be one going in from the 1 o'clock side, pushing towards that town hall compartment with the Queen Unicorn and the healers there, just tanking all that DPS. He's going to deal with the expos as well, so it's going to be a very good start from him. And you can see just a couple of those minions there on the right-hand side, just making start on their clean-up duty there. So the Queen, again, taking out that storage. We'll be moving on to Town Hall momentarily as the rage spell does come down to finish that up, just to make sure for extra insurance. But so far, so good, though. We'll have to see where this Queen is going to take in terms of her path from the funneling.
I like the position of this drag rider that we saw come in kind of from like the 230 side of the base, because it was almost looking like it was veering to help cut across and get towards the scatter shot compartment, trying to be mindful of his pathing here. We do have the Warden working together, has yet to use the ability. Wow, where are we going to send this blimp? Finally gets it through for the scatter shot. I'm surprised he didn't open it up sooner. But this also helps reserve this Warden ability. The path was cleared, so he was able to get the blimp in without having to force it, so he can reserve it for the back end as he makes the push into the multi. There we go, coming over, and that also clips the Royal Champion, who is invincible now as she takes on some of the ground defenses working underneath these drag riders. Queen coming in strong, healed up, ready to go, and we've got 52 seconds left on the clock, an unnecessary freeze, and Linnea is saying no mercy.
Yeah, those Dragon Riders came out in perfect sync, in perfect coordination. It was just absolute madness. And Linnea is showing him that is how he's going to be attacking, as that's how he's done it all the way through the ESL Mobile Challenge. Another 3-star, which means for alternate attacks today, they're going for 7 for 7 in terms of triples, and there's absolutely no letting down. But let's have a look so far for what we've seen in the last 4 attacks. So sadly for Penta, they did start with a 2-star 91%, which was not bad, but a little bit of a blunder there from Muffin, which is very uncharacteristic of him, getting that 2-star and just barely able to get it with that RC right at the very end and managed to get that 51%. So instead of star running, that's great, but from that percentile, 51%, they have to outstar alternate attacks. But let's be real though, we haven't got their best attackers come out yet at this point. They've still got 3 left, and it's looking very, very highly unlikely.
I can't see ATN making that many mistakes in these wars because at this point, they just need to really play it safe for the most part. This percent differential is just such a huge gap that they wouldn't run too many risks, though I'm sure they want to secure at least one more 3-star in this one. And I think they're going full steam ahead on it for another potential perfect war, though, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a little bit of a trip up. I can't imagine going 3 back-to-back perfect wars. Come on now.
Well, you know, we've we might do.
Some might call that the reverse jinx.
Well, do you know what? You might have jinxed them in the right way, because there's one thing you did point out, actually, and it's the fact that the element of caution there, B. The fact that with that element of caution, they may use that purposely just to make us secure the war over the perfect war. But do you know what? We're not like alternate attacks are absolute perfectionists down to a T, so they're going to try and get everything done in any way possible here. So let's have a look. So far, the Queen has gone down from the south side. It has been 45 seconds into this attack of Epi. And Epi, we have seen him a couple of times. Normally, he's one of the last attackers for Penta, but it looks like he's going to be jumping in 3rd time round. So looking very good so far. Using that loon as well from the south side to see if he can find anything along the way from that paving, but the sweeper's going to keep him back just for a fair bit. Not the path he wanted to take in order to find any of these traps, but either way, though, the Queen is still trying to funnel on through.
And I like this pathing for the Queen, sending in the Yeti Blimp to help clear the course, taking down one of the Infernos. That's going to keep her and the healers safe as they make the approach into the Town Hall. Also helps to navigate the pathing a little bit further through, though we do have an additional wall break. I'm not sure if it's going to be for the Queen here, so she can kind of pick up the multi in the center of the base, which I don't know if that's what he's looking to do, or if it's going to be the King to get more value out of it. Either way, we do have the King on the outskirts to help force this hybrid along. Again, this is an attack strategy that we don't often get to see. The hybrid, it's very specific right now because it's not an easy meta to be bringing in ground troops, particularly with the extra level up with the giant bombs, and also having to re-navigate your pathing and get that Queen to take on the Town Hall. But he still does have this wall break, and the Queen could potentially push into the core, but he does not use it yet. Pathing for this hybrid is superb so far, and the King has a ton of value continuing moving across the outskirts.
Yeah, he's going to continue being a pain in the backside along that 2 o'clock side. But you can see in the center as well, they are making that push into the multi-inferno tower. Will get taken up by the RC. RC is still able to stay alive there with the Expo now, just making sure to try and do as much damage as possible to try and keep it at bay, but won't be able to do enough. The Eagle Artillery is actually prioritizing the RC here. The RC is going to be like, no, that's enough from you, mate. We're going to take you down right away, and it will be able to clean up, as well as that Wizard Tower straight afterwards.
Oh no!
Coming a little bit of Blackthorn traps, but you can see the RC still continue to take down that scanner shot, which should be okay there. But look at the time, 15 seconds left, only a couple of bits left to done, including that storage. It looks like it's going to be perfectly fine for Epi, as he will bag the first 3-star for Penta.
Those poor miners and hogs. I know he had it, but I felt so bad for them getting pounded away as the Skelly's distracted. I mean, even that Eagle got kind of its last final shot on them, as the scatter shot also landed a nasty blow. Did them in, but the power of the Royal Champ, the Queen, that wall break on the back end was beautiful because it allowed her to help sneak her way around, take care of some of the cleanup. So superb work there from Epi. And again, I'd love to see our percentages on the hit rate for these hybrids, for these hog attacks, because I feel like because it is a lot harder to do, we have these players who are specifically sticking to the bases that they've identified they will have the most success. And I think we'd probably see a higher percent rate, even though we don't see quite as many of them. But we do have Boom coming in with I was hoping to see the Blizzard Lalo. This is something that he has been excelling at, but he does come in with the Queen charge. Oh my, whoa. Hold up, because I see 12 Valks here coming in for this Queen charge. Oh my goodness. Okay, lethal. We never get to see Valks in this game except to maybe help with some funnel here and there, but he's going all in, which means he's likely going for a big push with the Queen.
Do you know what? When you were talking like that, I looked, I was like, there's 12 Valks in this composition. As soon as you went, whoa, I was like, she's going to mention the Valks straight away. As soon as you were talking about that, as the Queen was coming in. So let's see how this is going to pan out for Boom. And what you said about the Hog Riders as well, I completely agree. We saw a lot of it back in Payday 4, didn't we? And now we're going to see what's going to happen now on that northern side, with Warden now coming up with the King Yak as well, pushing it into that 11 o'clock compartment. The Queen is actually almost rejoined with the rest of the pack here, just continuing to take out the rest of the defense in that 2 o'clock side, but excited to see how this attack pans out.
Oh my goodness, I'm like a kid on Christmas Day. I'm sitting here, arms up in the air, I'm clapping because we got to see this from Yo-Yo. Ground Warden comes in, Valk's working with the King, with the Ground Warden to secure the value. Queen charging through the base. You gotta give it to him. Like, this kind of creativity, this kind of recognition to see that you can pick up massive value with the Valks, with the heroes split across. We do see the Royal Champ taking advantage of the King, continuously tanking, who has just forced his ability. The Queen still has hers alive to get through. Once the scatter shot goes down, there's really nothing to worry about. And he's even got a baby dragon, he's got a hog, he's got wizard, he's got a headhunter, and he's got an invisibility spell here. Nothing is going to stop him. Man, I love seeing this attack. Second time I've seen it. Yo-Yo was the first person who did it for ATN a couple wars back, not during this tournament, but during a community tournament. And it is absolutely stunning. Just shows the exceptional level of ATN that, come on, think about the courage to come in with an unconventional attack like that nobody is using and just absolutely hammer it down.
Well, it's something I've definitely not seen as a, massive rarity indeed. But I wonder who told Boom about that composition. I wonder who told him about it. I wonder. But yeah, we already know who told him anyway. Yo-Yo's obviously given him a few little ideas on what he could do in terms of attacking that base with that composition. But that was actually ridiculous. That was really well thought out. You can see, like, don't get me wrong, like, Yo-Yo is one of those players. You can tell he will take everything into consideration. You've seen his spell list when he actually goes out on full forward with his attacks, with his executions against a number of different players' bases. But you can see Yo-Yo's got a few elements given to him to Boom, and Boom's obviously taken a lot of information of what maybe Yo-Yo's saying to how to at least execute that to the best of his ability. But that was remarkable, and he still had 40 seconds left as well on top of that.
Really did. I got to look at these bases again and really try and break it down and analyze it, why they're going for certain compartments, But typically when we're seeing this, we are seeing some spread out value that the Queen can pick up and has her own course, as you saw. She was able to keep on her separate course. The Valks get so much value from working with the King, working with the Warden, and that was all in one open compartment. So they didn't have to break through walls. So that's kind of like the one common denominator that we're seeing, but I'm definitely going to have to do some breakdown and talk to the guys about it. But we do have GK Tim coming in. I'm sorry, that's a tough show to follow up. We said it about Timtastic, but I think Boom has taken the trophy for today in amazing attacks. GK Tim, though, coming in with the Drag Rider Bat combination, and this is a very powerful strategy, but we'll keep an eye to see what splash damage remains for the Bats on the back end.
Yeah, the Rocket Loon coming in right at the very get-go to take down that AD. The Blimp's gone in as well to take out that Town Hall there. Nicely done there. Pretty standard stuff in that southern compartment. And you can see now a couple of loons coming from the 10-11 Lecoq side to see if you can find anything particular. We'll take down a couple of mortars with them along the way. But here comes the King and both the Queen as well. The King tanking that damage going into that compartment, with the Queen trying to support the best of her ability. But they do a little bit of defenses, but he'll be perfectly fine. He hasn't popped his ability as of yet, but he will do momentarily, as he will go straight for that Eagle Artillery. Nicely done here so far by GK Tim, and looking very good so far. Let's see how it's going to happen with the next bulk of the attack once the King's already pushed on through.
Yeah, he's really narrowed out the path here for the Drag Riders, particularly on this backside of the base where the scatter shot remains. I'm curious to see where he's going to start it off, if he's going to kind of bring it up where he has a wider spread. Yes, indeed, where we have the scatter shot, because we do have some splash damage to worry about. We have the Wizard Tower up top, and as we make our way down towards the side, you can see the Wizard Tower down there. We do have the double combination on the back end, but there's only a single there, so he's going to have to reserve these freezes and likely the Royal Champ to do a little bit of distraction for the scatter shot and the Wizard Tower down at 7 o'clock here. Some Rocket Loons, so sneaking in. The main pack of these Dragon Riders working through, but do not make their way fully into the center of the base. Let's see what this Baby Drag can do.
See what it can do indeed, but there's still a fair amount left. Having a look around so far in terms of what defenses are left, he's still got an AD there on that 9 o'clock side towards the very end. Still got a scatter shot, still got a couple of Inferno towers as well. So still a fair amount to deal with, but look what he's got left as well. Just a couple of Dragon Riders, just the minions to clean things up. Not really a huge amount, but don't get me wrong, the RC has come into the center, popped this ability very early, just trying to keep it alive for as long as possible. And you saw that it was already struggling very quickly. We weren't really too sure how it was going to survive, but we must say from Tim, good awareness from him to make sure to try and get as much value out of that as possible. But sadly, it did die in the center. The Batso trying to do what it can against that Inferno Tower on the 9 o'clock side. But I must say, though, trying to do everything it can, but it doesn't actually take it down. But the other Bats have come in to try and clean it up nicely, or the best of its ability nonetheless. But 25 seconds left, still got that Dragon Rider, still got that defensive Queen as well. But you've got still got a huge amount of minions there, just trying to keep the percentile as high as possible. So a little bit of a shame there. Did try and take that Inferno Tower numerous times on numerous different occasions, but it just did not happen. But sadly for him, won't get the 3-star, but will hit around an 86% percentile overall with those 2 stars. So good try from Tim, but just wasn't good enough against Lenade's defense.
Yeah, I was curious about the radius of that Wizard Tower to the scatter shot if he was going to bat bomb it, because you did see it firing away. It did knock off some of the bats, which actually could have made a difference. He didn't freeze it. He held on to those freezes, and I really wonder if that would have been a difference maker. Obviously, he didn't lose the main pack of it, but it wound up costing him in the end, and the Drag Rider suffered as well because they had no more support from the bats and got picked off by the defending AQ there. So a bit unfortunate. So those oohs, you know, oh, that was tough to see that happen, because I do think maybe an earlier freeze to hold off that Wizard Tower could have spared him a couple of more, maybe made a slight difference. So the time was still an issue. But we do have Ast coming in now and bringing us through with the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash. Coming back around to ground, we see Ast is a very versatile attacker here, though he does incredible air attacks. Let's see how he does on the defense, on the ground front.
You'll find out in a second, as already making that start on that 4 o'clock compartment. The party being taken down that scanner shot if he can. It's going to be a slow push with the Warden, but will be in range to take that down. And you were saying earlier with that last game in terms of maybe using that free spell a little bit earlier. I completely agree with you, because after all that, you know, the bats wouldn't have been able to do much anyway, because there wasn't enough DPS for the bats to then clean up anything else, and there was still the AD and some other bits and pieces there which could have easily dealt with that. So I think it was definitely possible to maybe use that spell much earlier, like you rightly said, to give the bulk of the army more of a chance to try and stay alive for the later stages of the attack. But still, though, going towards the Eagle Artillery on that south side, and that will get taken down. We can see a small Tesla farm there on that south side as well, but that will get cleaned up along with that Archer and Wizard Tower as well. But these Expos as well, all 4 of them need to be taken out in the center with the Inferno Tower as well, just trying to create absolute havoc for this attack. But Ast is doing pretty well so far, as he's realized what he's up against and has brought out the RC from that 8 o'clock side to then take out more of this defense into the center once he's taken out that compartment.
Oh, that pathing was getting a little bit wonky, and I was kind of worried. I also couldn't see where the Super Wizards were, but they were hiding behind the P.E.K.K.A.s down below, coming through. Yeti's helping to clear out the core and keeping the path moving a little bit easier, though typically you want to see them working through the back end of the base. The Queen does have her ability reserved, and we do have the Royal Champ sneaking along with an invisibility spell. This Ice Golem, unfortunately, really doing no justice for this. And look at the Queen, smart, bypassing the poison bomb. She doesn't step in it. She goes right to the outskirts, helps pick off this multi. Royal Champ, though, does not have enough power to finish off this 12 o'clock compartment, but with the Queen's ability reserved, that means she can quickly beat through the walls, get what needs to be done. And look at this Loon coming in for the cannon. No air targeting defenses around. Smart move, because that means the Queen will try and focus her way up to the top side of the base and take down what the Loon cannot.
Yeah, 35 seconds left. Finding the AD Wizard and Tower and the cannon just to clean up there, which should be nicely done with 30 seconds left for mining. But do we expect anything less from him? No, absolutely not. So it looks like 9 attacks in a row, all of them being triples, looking for the 3rd perfect war here for alternate attacks. And it's just absolute filthy. It's just brilliant to see. And it's incredible how creative a lot of these attacks are.
Absolutely, the Valk attack, come on now. We don't get to see it very much, but again, you know, these open wide compartments, easy pathing for the Queen seems to be the common denominator, but I'll have to pick Yo-Yo's brain on that one because I know he was the one that first started it, maybe gave Boom the idea, as you mentioned. So we do have ATN going 4 for 4, as you can see on the stats here. And Penta has had, unfortunately, a rough go, though I do have to commend Muffin for really giving it his all and ensuring that he did not wind up with a 1-star, though I do think it was a bit unfortunate how that went down. A little bit of panic, a little bit of scramble, but you know, that's what's going to happen when you're going up against one of the top teams in the world. I mean, considering that they are the 2020 World Championships, you know you're going to have a massive uphill battle.
Oh yeah, there's definitely going to be some bumps on the road, some problems along the way, and it's weird. It's just like I was trying to say before. We don't really see Muffin act like that in that kind of like bad recovery, which is a little bit strange to say the least. So maybe he didn't expect that to happen, so he probably didn't have like a plan B or plan C. Because you've got to remember, we've had 3 play days in a row. So when you get to this third play day or like the later stages of these last play days, it means you've got even less time to kind of prepare for some of his attacks. So it's very, very difficult. And Muffin, you could see some elements of that. Maybe if he had a bit more time to prepare, he would have been okay. But, you know, sadly for him, losing those healers right at the very start absolutely cost him. But I think he realizes now that, you know, against alternate attacks, if you don't get a perfect war or 13, 14 star, then yeah, it's going to definitely cause some issues. But anyways, let's go to the final attack between both these teams. Lewis is going to kick us off with the final attack for Penta against Yo-Yo's defense here, and we're going to see how he cracks on.
Ooh, so coming in for this multi-compartment, nice out of the blimp through for the Yeti to help pick this off. Also is able to get the Clan Castler, and the only value he's looking to take down really is that multi-chamber, though he does pretty much get everything. Unfortunately, doesn't get the air defense, but let's see if this baby dragon can pick it off. If not, he can send in maybe a loon or so. I'm trying to see what he has on the board here. Oh, a couple of archers maybe to ping on that? That would be good. But the pathing is set nicely, and again, it's valuable to be able to get that Clan Castler, which is huge because a queen can take it down in a position where she's not taking on too much damage. It takes a little bit of time, but it does pay off that you can keep these rages as you make through into the center of the base.
And the Queen was delayed for a very, very long time, but finally gets to rejoin the action. And this is a base you don't normally tend to see quite often, so I'm interested to see how Lewis is going to approach this. The Queen now just continue to take down both of those towers. The King, yeah, you can see just causing havoc on that south side as well. We'll find one of the testers, but its main purpose will be to try and get into that Eagle artillery when given the chance, though. But the Queen has popped ability as well, just looking to push on further into the center, but we can see those Dragon Riders and the Warden there coming in from that north side. So let's see how this is going to pan out as the main event now just pushing into the center. The Queen looking to go on through to take out that Inferno Tower and the Town Hall as quick as humanly possible. But where's the Eagle Artillery actually prioritized? It's actually prioritizing the Dragon Riders there on that left-hand side. But still, though, looking very, very good. Doing a great job with his Queen. Great positioning as well with these spells as it takes out the Eagle Artillery, giving a little bit of leadway for this attack to push into the center nicely. And now the RC does come on through from the 2 o'clock side to take out the rest of his defense.
This pathing was stunning. I love the force across from the Queen into the center of the base. And while we have some of the Drag Riders work their way through, they still managed to continue to power along with 2 remaining here, all thanks to the Royal Champion who has helped flank, keep everything coming through to the back end. The Queen with her ability. Only risk here right now is the matter of time, but the Queen in a good spot, taking care of where the King and the Drag Riders are not moving. So this split has been perfect so far. Still cutting it close, 12 seconds left. And oh no, the Drag Rider gets distracted by the Skelly, and I realize that's actually the defending King that's standing there that's been holding things off. Oh no, and that is gonna cost Lewis the 3-star. That would have been a beautiful way to finish up there. I got so distracted with the Queen moving forward, not realizing that was the defending King. Oh my goodness, that is unfortunate. 98%, but I mean, this essentially was a triple. It would have been nice to see it finish off that way. You know, and that's just the name of the game, going up against ATN. You got to give it everything. They did, but sometimes it's not quite enough. And we said it earlier, how can it be enough when you go up against a team that has been putting down perfect wars? Yet to do it in this match, but we still have Yo-Yo to come in with the final attack.
It's just incredible, isn't it? Like, don't get me wrong, you can tell that alternate attacks have actually used the same, if not very similar bases than they did in their previous play days, which just shows, you know, how much time you do have to prepare for some of these wars. But even though the layout is right there for them, they still sometimes struggle to try and work out what they can do in order to try and counter a lot of this. And it's very, very tough indeed. And it just shows how much work needs to be done in order to try and execute a lot of these attacks as well. But let's be real, Penta are pretty much done anyway in this war. It's a little bit of a shame. But the more exciting thing is, will alternate attacks get their third perfect war in a row? And do you know what? I wouldn't be too much of a surprise, as Yo-Yo will be coming in for the final attack as per usual. Who else could it have been? As the King Yak now does come in on that northern side, sorry, the right-hand side, with the Ice Golem as well. So we're going to see how he's going to approach Muffin's defense.
Yeah, so Yo-Yo taking some risk series, coming in with the Hogs. I can't even call it a hybrid because there's only 2 miners. So I don't know if that really counts as a hybrid. I'm curious to see what he is going to do with these 2 miners, if they're to help sneak in somewhere, pick up something along the way. But this isn't, well, I can't say it's not a usual approach. We have the King and Royal Champ working together, but he is delaying the healers on this one, sending in the Coco Loons. The Queen's not taking on too much damage and knows that the Unicorn can keep her alive, but waiting to get the proper position for it. And I like this because the Royal Champ actually comes along, sneaks her way through, also helps get the Clan Castle. Look at the timing of this zap, and it's not even a quake, but it takes down the multi in the center of the base, and he still has a quake ready to go, which he can use, I mean, I would say to activate the town hall, but is the Queen going for this is the bigger question. She's got the wall break open. She's going to take it down. My goodness, Yo-Yo is just going ham on this one.
Yeah, he certainly is indeed, and the Tomai Feed's rage spells are going to be absolutely vital coming in, but the Queen still pushing in towards that town hall. It looks like the first spell will actually come down just to give her a little bit of leadway, which is understandable because she was getting out DPS there. So they're making sure the Queen does stay alive throughout the bulk of this attack. And now you can see they're all coming from that 1 o'clock side. And you can see the blip now also coming from the 10 o'clock side as well. Just looking to pop on in to say hello to that scatter shot. We'll be dropping in nicely and we'll be trying to take out as much defense as possible in that compartment. But the Hog Riders, though, just absolute chaos and carnage there in that 10 o'clock compartment, taking out most of the defenses in perfect timing with the spell as well. And look at this, so look how much is left. Still 1 minute remaining. Still got a lot of Hog Riders left to try and deal with. But there's not really too much left here, let's be honest. Just that mortar, the Archer Tower, and that Tesla to clean up beautifully. And that's going to be about it. And look how much time is left on the clock. Yo-Yo is just absolutely unbelievable, as he will be helping towards alternate attacks. 3rd perfect war. They're going to be incredibly happy about that. And what a high level of consistency from alternate attack. Just absolutely unreal. Going 15 for 15 in terms of triples. 15 stars, speak of the devil. Penta, bless him, they did their best, but it was just nowhere near enough.
Such a nice quake there for the blimp, because my assumption in that is that he needed to help distract the builder huts around it. So that was just such a beautiful move here that, you know, ATN thinks about this before landing in the Yetis to take it down. And this is why that kind of thinking is helping ATN come in with these perfect wars, putting them 8 for 2. Wait, no. This is 9 for 2 in the rankings today? My goodness. Well, they're continuing to dominate up the leaderboards, and they've been holding strong against Tomai, but Tomai still has one more match, who has been sitting 7-2. They have the potential to get up there. They'll stay behind if they get this win against MCES. Well, you have to wait and see, because that is coming up next after the break.
One of the attack strategies we have been seeing very good success with, although it is only used on occasion, is the Hydra and Bat spells, trying to finish off the base. We often see drag bat attacks as well, but why don't we break down one of these? Because the principles of the attack, whether it's the Hydra and Bats or the regular drag bat, are the same, Lady B.
They definitely are. Now, the main part of this is to set up your funnel. With any attack, your funnel is very important, but with these drags, you really need to navigate the pathing. So he starts here by using the heroes and bringing in the Royal Champion. This Royal Champion helping to jump across, pick up the multi, and help make the connection where the king and queen are meeting up. Taking down the multi, the eagle, it's huge value, but watch what this Royal Champ does, because she makes her way into the center of the base to help pull the clan castle, which is going to eliminate a rather big threat of having to deal with them once the dragons are inside of the base and taking it on with a lot of damage coming at them.
Absolutely, because he is going to be directing the dragons in towards the multi-target Inferno. Now, you can see the dragons being deployed at the north of the base. They are not going to be hit from the sweeper. Obviously, the one pointing to the left is out of the way, and the heroes have a mitigated everywhere to the right of that. And I want to take a close look at the dragon pathing here, because I think Ast does this incredibly, Lady B. If we were to almost pause here for a moment, you can see that the battle blimp moved through towards the town hall, and that's actually taken out the left side to push the dragons into the center.
This is very important to keep your dragons close-knit together, but it also keeps them out of range of that poison bomb and focusing directly over the defenses that they need to continuously carve out. But one of the big things here that we're going to see coming up is a huge component for this. If we pause here for 1 second, we've got the bats coming into play. And one of the things I want to highlight is when you are planning any bat attack, look at the remaining splash damage that's going to be there, and also look where you can pick up the biggest value out of your freeze spells, which Ast does perfectly here. This freeze spell radius is able to hold over both the splash damage from the scatter shot and the wizard tower. So if we watch these bats come through, you'll see how he carefully places each one of them, dropping a second one down, and then his third freeze spell to continue to hold off the scatter shot, but also holding off the air defense. And with those eliminated, the only other threat we have to worry about is the multi-targeting Inferno, which the Electro Owl and Warden quickly sweep away.
They did only just get that, didn't they? As the dragons were moving down into that section, bats obviously planned for the right-hand side. And you make a really good point there, Lady B, in terms of the spells. Make sure, particularly with the freeze spell, you are not just thinking about a single building. The main thing he wanted down was the scatter shot. He wanted that frozen. However, he might as well rotate and freeze the air defense. Whilst it might only protect one or maybe two bats, that could be critical in an attack. So always try and get maximum value out of your spells, exactly like you've seen there with that fantastic 3-star attack.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge. A bit earlier than expected, but we are here ready for the last series of the evening between MCES and Tomai. I'm Lethal. Joining me is Judo Sloth, and we've got an absolute banger to finish the evening with here.
We certainly do, Lethal. MCES and Tomai. We just couldn't wait to get into the action there, diving into the screen. But first, we do have an interview with team captain of Alternate Attacks. Now, I am really looking forward to hearing all about that last attack he did with the Valkyries, Lethal.
Absolutely. And speaking of Devil, here is the man himself, Judo. Hello, congratulations once again. You just literally, it's just triple central with you at the moment. 3 perfect wars, going 15 for 15 for triples. How are you feeling? You must be feeling pretty great right now, considering you were going, 3 and 2 on the leaderboard, you were 3rd and 4th tied, and now you're up there at the top going 9 and 2, loving life. How do you feel?
Thank you very much, and we feel very great compared to 1 week ago exactly, and where we were struggling to be getting the top 4 seed. Now we're looking very good, leading the table, I guess, with obviously also amazing performance from our teammates. Getting so many perfect wars, that's just amazing.
You guys have done incredible. Congratulations. But I do want to pick your brains, like I alluded to there. Alternate Attacks seemingly forcing Valkyries into the meta. What exactly do you see in bases when you decide to use that attack?
I mean, about the base, we have to say that Penta used it against us 2 days ago already. So we knew, okay, we cannot do the same attack because for sure they trapped the attack which tripled the base. So we were like kind of, okay, what can we do on the base? And the base itself is so wide. The defenses are spread out. That means that a queen charge makes a lot of sense because the queen will never die because there's not a lot of defenses like clumped up at one spot. So I saw the really good, big, nice charge and thinking about what can I play backend. And as a backend troops, I couldn't think of anything better than the Valkyries actually. The Valkyries just helped me the king going to the single, going against potential skelly traps. And that was just the job from the king, nothing more, and that's why I used the Valkyries.
Yeah, it's an incredible attack. When I looked at the composition, I was like, oh, okay, this is something we're not really used to. It's a little bit different in comparison to what we normally see. But final question for me, just to ask a little bit about, going into the challenge finals. There's a pretty good chance now you've almost guaranteed your spot into the ESL Mobile Challenge finals. Of course, we've got a few more playdays to go, but how things have panned out so far, it's looking very good. Now, there's a few teams out there normally making the assumptions of teams like MCS, for example, you're going to keep an eye out for. But is there any particular team you feel like you struggle against most out of what you've played so far in the ESL Mobile Challenge?
I'm thinking of MCS, Tribe or Tomai, which teams to pick, because all of those 3 teams are so strong that we can lose on any day against them. But if I had to choose, then right now I would choose Tomai Empire, just because they are on fire lately. They like triple everything, and compared to 1 year ago when they used a lot of queen charges only, which made them predictable. Now they are not predictable anymore. That makes us like looking forward to war if we have to face them, and maybe a little bit with a scared feeling also.
Yeah,
fantastic.
So I was just about to say, have you got one more question, Judo, or are you all good?
Oh, I was just going to ask very quickly, how does it feel to have Linnade back in the team, even if it's just briefly for a couple of matches with you guys?
Yes, like it's a big thing also in our team. Like we asked Linnade whether he can jump, like replace like Iron, who is right now working, so he cannot play himself. It is so great to have him with us. I mean, we have this, I think like once Linnade started playing with us, we came up with these perfect wars and the winning streak. So it means that Linnade is bringing the winning mentality to our team, it feels like. So we are really grateful and thankful that he took his time to help us out.
Winning mentality indeed. Well, congratulations once again. That was a fantastic interview, by the way. It's fantastic for all your answers. It was so detailed. It's exactly what we wanted from you in terms of exactly how things have panned out for you in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But congratulations once again, and we look forward to seeing your future wars.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting to say with this. I was just wanting to pick his brains just a little bit here and there on how he feels, because normally 9 times out of 10 you'd normally think, oh, MCES or something like that. But one of the things to take into account is saying that 12 months ago, Tom and I, they were a little bit more predictable. They weren't as unorthodox as they were in today's games. But now they're a lot more diverse, a lot more variety in terms of their base building and their attacks coming forward. So they're just a little bit worried in terms of what they could come out of the woodwork in the actually later tournaments in terms of what they want to do in their matches. Because they've almost guaranteed their spot in the challenge finals now. It's just they're one of the teams they're just maybe just a tad bit worried about. But to speak of the devil here, Judo, we do have Tom Panay versus MCES starting off against each other as our final series of the night.
Yes, and both of these teams have very deep-rooted histories in the Clash of Clans esports scenes. The core rosters of both of these teams actually finished second for MCES and third for Tom Panay in the 2019 World Championships. Tom Panay then continuing that form into last year as well, finishing fourth in the World Championships. And Tom Panay admitted themselves last year that they had to branch out from the Queen Charge Lalo. They had become known as the specialists within it, and they really did have to work on their variety of attacks. They've done that, but one team who definitely matches them on that level is MCES, and this one is very tough for them. MCES finding themselves a little bit further down the table, so they really do need to try and beat Tom Panay here.
Yeah, again, another team where their scores don't reflect how good they are in terms of performance. They normally, a lot of people would assume that MCES would be one of those teams to gatekeep one of these qualifying spots. But from what we've seen so far, it's a little bit of a surprise here. And now the fact they've got playing against Tom Panay is going to be very, very tough.
Absolutely. I mean, MCES have found themselves now 6 wins, 4 losses. But Penta, who we just seen picking up victories, they are now 6 wins and 5 losses. So they are equal. We've also got Repotted Gaming, who beat MCES earlier on today with 5 wins. So MCES could easily find themselves dropping down to, 5th and 6th position if they are not careful here. They really need to try and solidify that 4th spot to get into the challenge finals. But Tom Panay, let's remember, they have now fallen into 2nd place due to alternate attacks getting that winning streak. So if they win this one, they go level with alternate attacks. Both teams will be really looking to get that victory.
Oh, they will be indeed. MCES is a lot more riding on the line, and compared to Tom Panay, currently 8-2 in 2nd place. They're looking to try and tie things up with alternate attacks. That King Yak now starting on that 3 o'clock side as well to create that funnel, with the Queen going in now towards the centre and going to be taking out that scatter shot. So already beautiful funneling again there on that side. But now Ozuri coming on through. The RC will be coming out to take down the AD and that Inferno Tower as well. The Eagle Artillery is firing a few shots on towards that King there, so we're going to try and keep him in his place, but not just yet, as this is extremely important, because if they make it through here into that compartment, that's going to be both of those Inferno Towers down, as the King will suddenly going in to correct havoc here. But look at that on the south side there, the Queen continuing to push into the center to try and take out that other Inferno Tower.
Yeah, the beautiful synergy between the King and the Royal Champion has taken out that right-hand side tremendously. Queen clinging on to the ability, will get the central multi, and he is nicely swooping into the bottom to the Town Hall as well, just showing you why we talked about Tom Panay Empire being the Queen Charge Lalo specialists. They can absolutely still do the attack strategy, but it's just that they are not as predictable with it now. So it means they've got other attacks in their arsenal, and the bases they can take advantage of more because they're not necessarily baited for it.
And using his haste spells as well, just to try and get those looms to be as quick as possible across this nice pathway created by Michio. And now Tomai looking for that first 3-star against MCES to be the first guys to pile on the pressure onto MCES. Looking very, very good so far. Huge amount of loons left still got the Warden as well. Queen's still alive here. Everything's all good in the world here. 40 seconds left. There's a couple of bits and pieces to finish off. And we see Tomai bagging their first 3-star in this war.
This is why they are the specialists. And again, I want to just get you to have a look at the Queen in the center. Look at that thin channel of the base where she was able to walk all of the way through that. I talked about that earlier on in the stream, but whenever you have a channel like that within the base, if you can get the Queen in there, she can walk through it very easily, reaching over the walls, getting huge value. It's all about getting the funnel correct, which obviously he did, and that shaped the core part of the attack. The Lalo was able to then just sweep around the end. Beautiful demonstration of it.
It really was. Using that King Yak as well on that 3 o'clock side to create that funnel as well to help the Queen paving towards the center. The RC being able to back things up as well, because there was a huge amount of defense in that 2 o'clock compartment. There was that Expo still got there's 2 Inferno Towers as well, the Scanner Shore, everything was in that compartment. So, of course, you need to try and be as efficient as possible, which is why you use both the King and the RC very, very early on, especially the RC there, just trying to use the King as that tank to be able to make it through. But already a very early start here from Kingsman, just trying to take out everything in that compartment with that blimp, and it looks like it's been pretty successful so far. And you can see the Queen obviously making an appearance on that south side, just taking out some bits and pieces with that southern compartment, but she will need to try and deal with some of the defenses of Metro here. But still though, looking very, very good and heading towards that scatter shot.
Would have been nice to get the Expo as a bonus there. Kingsman very nearly did, because he perfectly popped the Battle Blimp on top of the Inferno Tower. Remember, you do get death damage from the Battle Blimp, so that's absolutely why you want to do that. And the Queen should still have an easy ride here, to be honest with you. It means he just has to be a little bit more ready with his spells due to that Expo. But as she moves forward, he has the jump spell to charge her in towards the Clan Castle, but mainly the Multi-Inferno, because the King and the Wall Break should be able to just bust into this side. But I am a little bit intrigued here. The single on the Queen, he's got to freeze that, still holding on to the jump.
And the Queen's still alive, managed to be able to survive that last engagement. The Eagle Artillery now is actually focusing on the King here, but still though going towards that compartment with the Town Hall. Queen still able to stay alive here, looking to take out that Inferno Tower, looking to take out that cannon as well. But let's have a look at that 3 o'clock compartment here. The King does use his ability to try and take out everything he can in that compartment. It's going to be very, very tough though. Would he be able to do much with it? It's looking very tough. It's not something he wanted, of course, but the Queen is still alive, and that will mean that he needs to try and get more value from the Queen.
Very nice adjustments there, because he did want to use the jump into the center of the base. I like the fact that he saved the jump spell though, because after the single went down, which was his plan, he's just adjusted it, because the Royal Champion wouldn't have really been able to get the Town Hall with the Expo and the Tesla. It still means this is a tough adjustment. The Dragon Riders, aiming to sweep through the left, do have to go towards the central multi. However, it's not as bad as when you have a Lava Loon, because they can get through the red air bombs that are often there, as long as there's not much firepower, and mainly it's the enemy Queen. So the Headhunters need to be timed well here. Here they come from the left-hand side, trying to get to that enemy Queen. If they... Oh, they're stuck on the Barbarian King first, so he's taking a lot of damage, but the central multi does thankfully go down.
15 seconds left though. He's trying to do everything he can, and look at all these traps coming out as well. So the Skellies as well, just going towards that Dragon Rider. Sadly, he will not be getting that 3-star. I would say though, earlier on with that Town Hall, it was a good recovery, just due to the fact that in terms of expense from the attack, he didn't really use too much in order to try and recover from that Town Hall attack. But either way, though, still 85% 2-star wasn't what they were looking for from Kingsman, and it looks like they will be down by that 1-star in this early war.
I think he had to change the jump spell, because, like I said, the Royal Champion wasn't enough. He would not have wanted to send the Dragon Riders in there, because then they would have been susceptible to the poison. So he was almost forced to do that. And like you said, whilst the Dragon Riders can get to the multi, there's just too much on that back end, particularly the enemy heroes, the Queen, really coming in handy for the defense. And that means Tomai do get off to that early lead. They are looking at alternate attacks, trying to assure they will level themselves in that first position. But again, this could lead MCES into a downward spiral and a really tricky situation.
Yeah, you wouldn't really picture it in a perfect world, would you, in all fairness? But in terms of pictured perfect worlds, we do have a dream start from Tomai, like you rightly said. It's incredible to say the least how they've been performing so far in terms of their recent form in the last couple of weeks. And you know what? There's just no get-go really with them. It's literally just all gas, no break for Tomai. So let's see what MCS can do later on. They've still got plenty more time. I know they haven't had the best of starts, but it was could have been a much worse improvisation. It could have been in the 70s, depending on how the Town Hall would have gone down if it went down. But you're right, though. It was a good use of that jump spell. It wasn't really too much expense for him, but it doesn't change the fact that he didn't get that 3 stars. So a little bit of a shame, but let's go see the second attacks from both these teams, starting with Kryson from Tomai. And let's find out what shenanigans he's going to be up to, Judo.
It is the Lava Loon, which we know they like to do, but actually switching this and using the lightning spells to take out the central area of the base. Now, what this does is it means you don't have to track there, so it can be a little bit more predictable, if you will. Even if there's traps in that area, you don't have to deal with it. But obviously, the enemy queen going down as part of the lightning is huge. It also means when you get to the Lava Loon stage, Lethal, you don't have to worry about as many spells. Sometimes we watch the attacks, we see a rage dropped here, a freeze, then a haste, and it's a lot to think about. Using the lightning, you don't have to worry about that complexity. So he's going to be just trying to get maximum value with his heroes so that he can use the Lava Loon, and looking at the spell composition, probably saving majority of them for that.
And look at this, though, getting so much value from the king. The ability's already been popped, but we'll be going towards to do as much as he can against that Eagle artillery. But it doesn't matter, though, because we've got the RC there anyway, so it's all good. The Rocket Loon as well coming in from that 4 o'clock side to take down that cannon and anything else there which he can. But the Stone Slam is going to be like, well, I can take over that for you. That's going to be perfectly fine. As you can see, it's already targeting that Stone Slammer to try and keep it at bay. And it's looking quite tough so far. It's just being kept back by that sweeper, but you can see the Lalo attack now, the bulk of it now coming in from that north side here, and some of the loons have come out from that Stone Slammer to try its absolute best to take out that compartment. But if it takes out the Inferno Tower, that would be absolutely huge. But the sweeper, not Tornado Trap, is not going to help it in the slightest. But let's see what happens on this northwest side and see how this attack progresses.
Trying to see what the plan was exactly here, because the sweeper has really just nullified the Stone Slammer. He hasn't been able to get the multi. Pathing not ideal for his Lava Loon through the center either. Balloon's going down massively, and this is the defense that MCES needed. This is huge. It's going to definitely be lower than the 85%, I would think. Only marginally, shall we say. But it will be lower, meaning that MCES could leapfrog this. And wow, the balloons really did go down quick in the center of the base there, and I'm still just struggling to see exactly what his plan was, particularly with that sweeper. Maybe he missed the lightnings there or something.
Yeah, because it's a little bit strange. It doesn't make sense for the fact that he pushed him with that Stone Slammer knowing the sweeper was there, but maybe he planned something in between which he actually thought he'd taken out. Maybe he forgot about it. I'm not really too sure, but either way, he didn't really get any value of that at all from that compartment. Just a couple of bits around Inferno Tower, but the whole point was to take out that Inferno Tower anyway. So you can see there's a couple left after all that, and some other bits on that 8 o'clock side. So not what he originally planned, but you are right though, Judo. Like, I would love to know what his thought process was just coming into that halfway stage of the attack. But it will be 87%. It won't be as bad as the percentile MCES Kingsman, I think, had in that first attack, though. But it does give MCES a little bit of hope to come back in this war.
Yeah, if I'm not jinxing the 3 stars, I'm jinxing the percentage, I guess, because I did not see, for the life of me, him being able to push the percentage from the 74 region, I think it was, right at the way past the 85, based on what was left, but managed to do that, which means even if MCES 3-star Tomai still having that slight percentage lead, but I think MCES will be hitting back strong here. They have such incredible talent, and I'll be completely honest with you, Lethal. I am so shocked that they are in the position they are within this league, and I thoroughly expect them to spin this around over the next coming days of the challenge as we see it in the coming weeks. But I mean, they've got to start doing it ultimately, and there's no better time than right now.
Yeah, they could be telling themselves that, but action speaks louder than words. We need to see more of that coming in the ESL Mobile Challenge. I was going to say, look forward to see how Remio or Tryhard actually attacks for MCES, but we do get Remio straight off the bat in this second attack as the Queen still looking to push into the Town Hall, with the King now probably this ability to give the Queen a little bit of leadway. Beautiful stuff so far. The King just wreaking absolute havoc in that 9 o'clock compartment. We'll find that Lava Hound there as well, which does mean that the Queen's got a little bit of a handful here to deal with to try and keep it at bay. But let's just look at the north side as well. Not really too much happening as of yet, but we'll see that blimp come in. Almost didn't catch that, to be fair, from that 4 o'clock side. Take down the Eagle Artillery, which he does manage to clean up beautifully there. And here come the Drags, here comes the Loons, here comes the Dragon Riders, and the Warden coming out from that 2 o'clock compartment.
It was actually a beautiful deployment of the blimp to pop it near the air defense so that that went down, and then it was an easier ride to get the Eagle. He's also got this area cut out next to the Dark Elixir storage, you can see, where the Dragons would not be drawn down there. They have to go into the middle of the base here, as you see, and that's why he's opted for the heal. There's not a huge amount of high damage defenses such as a single target Inferno, but the multi can be healed through, meaning that the Dragons have now got good health as they hit the back end of the base. The Royal Champion not quite getting the scatter shot, but Dragons will move through. That will momentarily go down, and with 1 minute left, time could be an issue here if the Dragons don't split properly, because I'm looking at that right-hand area, Lethal. There is a couple of buildings, and he's got to hope he gets over there in time.
Yeah, I was looking to see if he had any more troops available, but he actually doesn't. So I completely agree with you. With the speed, it's just not going to work. 45 seconds left. I kind of feel that he wanted to get more out of the RC there when he went into the south side. I think he literally took about 3 or 4 of the defenses out, and that was literally about it. And that wasn't even including the scatter shot. So I do feel like he could have got more value. Maybe he just assumed that he would do a lot more. But do you know what here, Judo? With 30 seconds left, if this is the only thing on the left-hand side, then he's going to be perfectly fine.
Whew. That Dragon Rider taking down the defenses was huge, because after the defenses, it will then target normal buildings. So it started doing incredible damage onto the storages. I'm sure Remio can agree that was a little bit scary moving down to the end of that. A little bit too close to call, shall we say. But it is the 3-star for MCES. Ties things up on stars and keeps the percentage very close. I believe it's 2 building advantage to Tomai.
You are absolutely spot on there. See, your maths is still very good, Judo, so don't you worry. Maybe Remio right at the very end, he was actually doing a victory lap on purpose to go for those army camps right at the very end. I don't know, but you could, like I said, actually do speak louder than words, and you can see now, only by 1%, like you rightly said, only a couple of buildings actually separating from the 2. Considering the start MCES had, they're going to be feeling very relieved coming into these next attacks almost at the halfway stage.
Oh, yes, because when you have a 2-star and then your opponent is smashing in a 3-star to kick off the war, it's so hard to mentally spin that around. I mean, I haven't necessarily played Clash at this level, but I can relate in terms of my competitive days with Judo. If you start off a match and it's, you know, it's not going well and you're behind early on, it's really tough to mentally get over that. But if you can, and you can claw it back really successfully, it does start to give you the edge in a way. So Tomai really do need to start applying the pressure back onto MCES to make sure they don't start picking it up even further.
Yeah, coming in from behind in any situation and anything in the world, it's very, very tough indeed to keep that mental fortitude going, knowing that you've got to try and keep bigging yourself up, knowing that at some point there's a chance that Tomai will hopefully make a mistake. Luckily for them, they've made a mistake right from the get-go in that attack earlier on, so it doesn't matter nonetheless. There's already the Queen pushing in down south, already done a huge amount of damage already in that right compartment in the last 45 seconds. We'll be taking down that AD, trying to create the funnel now on that south side. Yes, they will with that King, just making sure the Queen does continue its path towards that town hall. But so far so good here for Tomai. Let's see if they can keep this up.
Yeah, it is a very nice recognition from Almo Allen that the Queen can reach across to the Town Hall. Interestingly, he has used the Wall Breaker anyway in order to bust her in. Would have been... I thought he was going to maybe walk down towards the Scattershot region there, but with the King, he should be able to finish that off anyway. And he doesn't have anything to get into the center of the base in terms of a Wall Break or a jump spell. We'll have to see exactly what the plan is there, but maybe he's actually just going to allow the Queen to break through the wall. This is a technique we've seen from Tomai, whereby they recognize if they can thin out either side of the base, the Queen has nowhere to go but choose to punch through the wall, and they save troops or spells in letting her do that.
Now the Queens continue to push on towards the center of the map, but you can see all the Dragon Riders now coming in with the Warden to take out these left-hand side compartments, especially that scanner shot, which would be absolutely huge. But the Eagle Artillery is actually focusing on those Dragon Riders in the center. The Queen continuing to see if it can take out as much as you can from that position, but once again, though, continuing to create havoc on that left-hand side. This is a fantastic attack so far, and now using that Rocket Loon as well to take out more of the defenses there from that 2 o'clock side. I only just managed to get a glimpse of that, but the Queen is actually joining almost on cue here to give a helping hand. Was caught in the wall just for a little bit of time, but it's not really going to affect this attack any less than it will do here. There's 25 seconds left, just trying to clean up those storages on the left-hand side. Still a fair bit to clean up here, but with 20 seconds left, it looks like it should be okay now. The Queen just trying to give it a helping hand for the position she is in, but it looks like it's going to be okay. Only a couple of bases left, though, as I just noticed the defense is actually keeping them distracted. The units have split up only slightly with a few seconds left, but it's going to be okay, Judo. He can rest his heart knowing that he just managed to get that 3 stars with 2 seconds left remaining.
I will say there were 5 minions on the left-hand side on a gold storage. The Skelly Trap popped, and 4 of them followed the skeletons. 1 stayed on the gold storage, and that was the saving grace for Almo Allen, who was able to take that down just in the nick of time. Exactly what Tomai needed. I'm quite surprised how well the Dragon Riders did across that side. I was a little bit worried with that central multi, particularly in terms of pathing, but he managed to deploy them in a way that 2 of them just split perfectly to it. And that's one thing that I mentioned earlier. The central multi-target Infernos, whilst it's key to defend a Lava Loon, it's not really getting the success versus the Dragon Riders as long as you can get some of them to that region.
Absolutely. So it looks like it will be as competitive as ever. Very close to see that, it's already been, the difference between 2 buildings in terms of percentile, but it means MCES now also have to step things up here as, just talking about Tryhard actually. Here comes Tryhard now, the 3rd attack for MCES. We're going to see if we can continue to cushion the blow for MCS to get this 100% 3 star, just to keep this as close as possible against Tomai. Going to start things with the Queen on that south side to go in towards taking out that AD and that scanner shots here. But we'll need to use a spell just to keep things in check, just in case, just for extra insurance. But we'll see what's going to happen so far with the rest of Tryhard's attack.
You did get the 2-star 89% earlier on today with the Zap Lava Loon method. Actually used the Ice Hounds within that. One of the few players we've seen doing that on a regular basis. But in this one, chooses for the more traditional Lava Loon and the Queen Charge. I love the subtlety of the Headhunters. You can see it just to the 6 o'clock area there, sniping off the King alongside the Queen. But as he's doing that, he's also concentrating on the Barbarian King, nicely taking down that multi-target Inferno. Still has the jump, waiting patiently on that, presumably to get the Queen to the multi and also in reach of the Eagle. But it's looking good here, just waiting. Oh, he might actually jump the Queen further up since he's now got the RC coming into the Eagle.
The RC, yeah, literally just about to mention that as well. Comes in the server, is going to take out that Eagle artillery. But so far, the Queeness has to be a huge distraction here for all these defenses trying to get into the center to make sure to take out that Inferno Tail. That sweeper isn't really going to help the Queen in any way with those healers having to back away every single time. But it looks like the Queen is looking to carry on forward. We'll be able to survive that last engagement. So that was very, very close from the Queen. Even with the sweeper just pushing back those healers, it was still able to survive it. But look at this from the north side. Not only the Loons coming in from the 3 o'clock position, the Stone Slammers coming in to try and take as much of damage as possible. But I can't believe how much of his army is left still, Judo. And still with these Loons coming in from the 11 o'clock side as well, just to wreak even more havoc. Absolute madness.
The Queen was perfect there as well because she knew that she had to step out of the way of the single. Now, this is dangerous for Tryhard, actually. Balloons caught in the tornado. They are getting damaged by the poison, but with the Stone Slammer yet to be popped, that will give the guarantee that he can get through the remaining defenses. Still has 2 balloons for cleanup as well, just to assure he does not time fail. Beautiful demonstration of the Queen Charge Lava Loon. You can see the healers in the center of the base. Now, he does have a wizard in his army composition he used earlier, and sometimes what the players will do, Lethal, is actually use a wizard to pull the healers over the area the balloons are about to go to in order to test for traps for the balloons as they move through. Didn't even need to do that because he crushed it.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense from what you just said as well. Just make sure, because the healers are just going to be pretty much AFK, aren't they, at that point? So there's literally no point for them. You've got to make some use of them, don't they? And getting those air traps is going to make absolute perfect sense. But I must say, a lot of value from that Queen. There was only one instance where she was almost taken down a little bit earlier than necessary, even after she popped her ability and all that bits and pieces. But luckily, just managed to survive as it was distracting at least 4 or 5 different other defenses while the rest of the Loons come in from the 2 o'clock position. And it just looked amazing in terms of calculation there. So very well thought out there from Tryhard. A much better attack compared to last time. And we can see Michael DP from Tomai here, who needs to probably continue with this 3-star if they want to try and win this war against MCES.
Using the Queen Charge Lava Loon again. Now, I feel this is interesting from Tomai because we talked about at the start of this war how they did increase their versatility. Now, did he want the Queen in there? Notice the multi-target Infernos on the healers, so he does have to freeze. I'm pretty sure he wanted the Queen to step into that little gap so that he wasn't going to lose the healer's health. He's actually lost quite a bit there. But what I was going to say, Lethal, is now that people know they are versatile, they can still use the Queen Charge Lalo because the bases aren't necessarily baited to it, whereas previously they absolutely were. Now, as I'm saying that, Michael has already lost a healer, a lot of them damaged, so let's hope there's no other Seeking Air Mines over there. I'm surprised, there we go, that he hasn't sent any more Loons in since we know there was already 1 Seeking Air Mine in that area.
Yeah, that last Black Bomb trap sadly did take down one of those healers. And yeah, I think you're right in terms of getting that Queen in the gap on the north side, because you could tell straight away that when he realised he couldn't get into that north compound, he had to use a couple of those Loons on the 1 o'clock side just to take up one of the structures, just to make sure the Queen did go into the north side. So I do completely agree with that. And a little bit more investment was required, but the main thing is it was able to get that in. But hopefully that won't cost him in the long run here, as he's continuing to use that RC now to try and take out that Inferno Tower in the center. But the Queen just trying to stay as long as possible, but the Queen does get taken down. The healers will go down with it, but the main thing is the bulk portion of this attack now with the Lava Hound distracting the AD. The Loons are coming in to try and take down that Town Hall as well. Of course, the Sweeper will be a bit of a pain in the backside. He realizes that he'll be freezing that so that he can get these Loons into the Town Hall. I wouldn't say it's desperation, but I think it's just a good time to use this spell in order to push these Loons up, and now the Stone Slammer going straight towards that Multi-Inferno.
Oh, he's took a lot of damage from that Giga Bomb and the poison. It's not going to be enough here. Sometimes even when your heroes don't quite get everything you want, but they pretty much get majority of it, if that makes sense. You can still get the job done, but unfortunately, the Queen going down earlier on just meant she didn't get as much of the core, and that sweeper, like you mentioned, whilst he froze it, it kept pushing the balloons back. So even though they got through the town hall, they couldn't get out of the poison because the sweeper kept pushing them into it. A beautiful defense, and that means MCES find themselves quite a bit in the lead now.
Yeah, they are. They can be very happy about that. I don't think they expected that from them in terms of actually being able to, recover. I think they assumed they were going to make a recovery, but you can see the tiny mistakes were starting to build up more and more. I do still agree with you about the Queen trying to get into that small portion of that wall in order to get into the north compartment. And it's a shame because the Stone Slammer didn't even make it towards that Inferno Tower in the end. It got taken down very, very quickly, which meant those loons took a lot more damage, which he even wanted to then finish up the rest of the left-hand side. So lots of little bits here and there were just adding up, and then it started creating a shopping list here, Judo. But it doesn't matter now, as that last attack from Tomai won't do them any favors, but it will for MCES. They've still got 2 attacks remaining, but this 3-star will give him a lot of leadway into their final attack.
Well, we talked about how good Arium is in that last matchup for MCES. He was one of the players that pulled in the 3-star for them earlier on today. This one is crucial to, like we keep mentioning, try and keep them in that top 4 spot. Taking down Tomai would be a huge victory for them and potentially spinning things round moving into next week's matches. Now, the King has successfully taken out that right-hand side, although the air defense remaining standing is a little bit troublesome, given that he is doing a Dragon Rider attack, and the Queen is nicely dealing with the Clan Castle troops here. You can also see she's got pretty easy ride into the base here, where he's also got the jump spell.
Certainly does indeed. I'm looking forward to this next portion of the attack to see how it's all going to work out. Still got plenty of spells to use to try and utilize this on top of things, but the Queen, no, does take down that compound on the 4 o'clock side. Going to be pushing towards the southern side to take out the AD. Maybe I'll take down the Expo as well when given the opportunity, depending on prioritization though. But we'll see what happens here. Still taking a fair amount of damage, a little bit more DPS than the actual healing ability, but that's going to be stopped thanks to the fact that the Expo will get taken down. But you can see a couple of those loons from that it's on the 8 o'clock side with the Dragon Riders, and now the Warden here looking to continue with that push towards that scatter shot, which is going to be so important. But remember though, the push towards the center is going to be even more important as long as they take out that multi-inferno, and the blimp is coming to also say hello.
Again, I just love the synchronization of the troops. The Dragon Riders taking out the defenses on the left-hand side, forced the Royal Champion into the middle to help with the multi and the Grand Warden statue. Now with the Battle Blimp reaching the Town Hall, it does look good, but the Tornado is there to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works.
Nice.
Town Hall goes down, Dragon Riders swooping around the poison, and he still has to get that single target Inferno. He doesn't necessarily have any spells for it, so it's a little bit questionable here. As long as the Queen can get through that single, he could still get this.
Yeah, the Queen was focused on the north compound, but she's now switched into the 2 o'clock compound, which is exactly what you was talking about. This is perfect coordination here with these troops, and a great way for him to recover as well.
Beautiful.
Not recovery in kind of that process, but the fact that the Queen was focusing on going through the northern wall, but decided to go for the northeast wall instead, thanks to the fact that it took out a lot more of those defenses on the northern side though. But still though, only the last elixir storage left. That will be cleaned up beautifully. And that is great stuff there from MCES, continuing to pile on the pressure, and now with the 1-star lead.
They also have a pretty good percentage lead, so even if they 2-starred, as long as it was a high percentage 2-star, let's try and quickly work this out. Let's see if my math is as good as you gave me credit for, because there's 15% in it, isn't there? So as long as MCES managed to get a 85% 2-star, that would keep percentage level, so 86% would give them the win, even if Tomai 3-star.
Yeah, it's 370% versus 385 from the top of my head. So yeah, you're absolutely right there. So we're going to see how this pans out in this last attack. But yeah, Tomai, let's be honest, they do have to 3-star this no matter what, because I can't imagine MCES choking that much of a percentile going into this. I know it's, it can happen, but the occurrences is so rare. They can't really do anything about that. Tomai, they're going to have to do some high-risk play if they're a little bit worried about coming into this matchup. They can't, play this cautiously or just hope that somehow MCES fumble, because let's be honest, they're not going to fumble here.
Well, we always talk about the perfect going stars, percentage, time, but imagine if Tomai did 3-star and then MCES got the 85%. That means it does go down to time.
Yeah, it will absolutely.
Wow. Let's find out though, as React is actually using the Hog Riders, taking inspiration from MCES and Synthé, who we have seen he's the Hog Rider specialist. Look at this though, turning buildings invisible to force the Queen down over. I wonder why exactly he chose to do that versus trying to funnel it. Either way, it's a really interesting play, and it keeps the Queen on track down to the Town Hall.
And looks like he's creating another funnel there just to push in towards that Town Hall once this Tesla and his AD has been cleaned up. But you can see the Loons do come in to take that out just to make sure that the Queen is funneling towards that south side, but it looks like she's out of range, so that's going to be perfectly fine here. But as I'm saying that though, it is going towards the north side still. The Loons are actually still there trying to take down some of those Teslas, but eventually the Queen will make that switch, and it is now going towards the prioritization of the Expo, but it's also taking out the Tesla at the same time. But I suppose you could say, Judo, at least he's taking out the bulk of his defense on the northern side.
To be honest, I take it all back. That invisibility spell was fantastic because he would have had to commit quite a few troops in order to funnel that, particularly because he probably knew the Tesla were there or had a good guess they were there. So I think one spell slot in order to save that amount of funneling troops is pretty good value, because his Queen charge alongside literally a couple of balloons has taken out this northern area, and that looks fantastic as he now has the Hog Riders to literally just swoop around the base. Does have the siege barracks and the wall breaker to hopefully get the King in towards that Eagle, but is it going to be quick enough to allow the Hog Riders to swoop through?
The Queen has been carrying this composition into her backpack for the majority of this game, but the Hog Riders now looking to try and split the workload, going straight into the center to take up that Inferno Tower. But you can see from the south side as well, don't forget with the Peckett as well, the King equipping his ability. This is going to be a very aggressive attack in comparison, but the Queen does get taken down. The healer's trying to go towards the Wizard to find anything else there, but it's too little too late here. The King still continuing to go on the outside there, but look at this though, still the Hog Riders now going towards the center once again.
From the
does take out the Inferno
barracks.
Tower, but at what cost though? It's taken a lot of value, but this has been a good recovery with 20 seconds left remaining here, Judo.
That is why he used the siege barracks where he did. So the Hog Riders beelined to the center. I keep thinking about what Tribe Gaming are showing us with the battle blimp moving into the middle of the base, and I thought he might have done that, but actually here, he just had a couple of delayed Hog Riders. He's all good. He just wanted to scare us a little bit. The 3 stars for Tomai means that MCES now cannot rely on the safe 2-star. They need an 86% 2-star to win here, or obviously the 3-star. 85 ties it up.
Just trying to give MCES a bit of false hope there. Cheeky guy, but it doesn't matter now. Because like you said, the fate is still in MCES's hand. If they get 3-star, perfect, all done and dusted, that's going to be it for them. But 2-star, hard percentile, should be okay, but it all depends on the composition. What base are we going to be checking out here? What's he going to be prioritizing? Where's he going to funnel from first? There's a lot of things we're going to take into account here. There's a lot of pressure on MCES, because this loss can actually be close to costing them a place in the challenge finals. So this war is going to be so important for them, as it will be the final attack of the day. It will be from Synthé, and we're going to see what he can do to hopefully bring a victory in this war to MCES.
It's Synthé, my friend. 38 Hog Riders. We expected nothing less. Lightning spells onto one of the scatter shot. Actually takes out that entire compartment. And again, this is one thing we talk about with entries. It's not just the value, it's creating pathing, particularly when you're using defense targeting troops. So with that entry down, he's using the blimp to get in towards the single. And this is what I love about Synthe's attacks. Look at that one Hog Rider sneaking in to get the air defense. Whilst he takes a mass attack of Hog Riders, he's not afraid to sneakily send 1 or 2 in just to get extra value with his initial push.
Now vote that lava hand will be going up to the north side, but what's it going to do next? I'm very curious to see how he's going to plan this out with the baby dragon there just popping it in on that north side. But where's he going to go next? He's being very, very patient with what he plans to do here. So I'm going to see what he can do. But you can see there as well, just distraction central there on that north side. The queen now just coming in right next to it pretty much here. The ice golem coming out as well. So this is a very interesting approach here, Judo.
The queen is going up to the top of the base, though. He does have the ice golem in front of the king, so he should still be able to get the town hall. But he didn't really want the queen up towards the top there. I think he wanted her in the bottom with the king by the town hall. Probably also potentially looking towards that central multi-target inferno. Nevertheless, he will be able to get the town hall. And this is the difficulty, look. He was planning on sending the hogs in towards the eagle. And the queen's ability is basically wasted. So while she can help with cleanup, she's not going to be able to get that major value. Town Hall is down, Queen is down, early warning ability on the Hogs. He could certainly still get this as the 2-star is now secured.
It certainly is indeed. It's all about that percentage. Still a fair amount of Hog Riders in that pack trying to deal with that scatter shot. Beautiful stuff there, taking on that compartment. But a few of the traps there will be cleaned up. A lot of these Hog Riders here and still pushing on forward. Has to bring out some more spells, but look at that central Inferno Tower there. Still doing a fair amount of damage, just trying to keep it as far back as possible, but it's still a bit of a struggle. Still got a few of those expos in that left compartment as well as that mortar, and still the multi-inferno tower in that center is just wrecking absolute havoc. But look at these Hog Riders, only a few left. It's actually still going to be based on percentage here. We're getting that 3-star, but this is going to be very, very
20
close
seconds, 84%. 17 seconds. He actually funneled the bottom of the area to push the queen in. 85%. There it is, Lethal. He has got the percentage required. It might not be the 3-star, but it is going to be the percentage victory for MCES, unless my math is terrible and I've actually jinxed them even further, but I'm pretty confident I have not. Let's find out on that confirmation screen. MCES with the ever so important victory on this one, 94.8% over the 94, and wow, that now brings MCES up to 7-4, climbing up towards Tribe Gaming, and we're starting to now see the top 4 teams as MCES are now ahead of Penta by a match, and that is a very important victory for them.
Talk about cutting it close, Judo. 0.8% after everything we just saw in that war. It was just fabulous to watch, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I was a little bit worried at one stage considering how much defense was left for those Hog Riders. But do you know what? I bet his wife picked some sweat off his eyebrow as well, thinking the exact same thing. But it seemed like he did take an element of caution towards the very, very end, especially with the amount of troops he had available, just to make sure he can secure that victory. So I must say, MCES are going to be happy with that, but at the same time, they still got a couple more play days left to work with in order to try and guarantee that challenge final spot, like you rightly said.
But that is massive for their confidence, isn't it? Tomai now an entire game behind, or an entire win behind alternate as well. So being able to beat the teams above you is super important. Obviously, MCES want to assure they're beating the teams below them in order to try and keep them below them. But unfortunately, they didn't do that against Repotted Gaming earlier on today, did they? So they had to make up for that, and what better way than taking down the almighty Tomai?
Well, this one, I'm very excited to see the updated leaderboard. As the playdays have progressed, teams have slowly started separating themselves finally. It took a while to, separate them a bit here and there. It took a little bit longer than required.
Just a little bit.
Exactly. Normally it takes a few playdays been done, but for these guys, it's so close between them all, and every single one of these war, we just could not separate them. Even alternate attacks were just in the middle of that bundle at one stage after the first few playdays. But after them going 3-2 and now straight up to 9-2, it's like it never happened. They never came 3rd, 4th. They never were struggling earlier on. So, but we've got to remember that the update did occur very soon after, because the ESL Mobile Challenge started, which did mean that a lot of these wars could have been, worked in different teams' favor depending on their preparation, and of course the meta changing as well. We've seen a huge bulk of different compositions, and I think it's great to see such a wide variety as well, depending on what base they're up against.
Yeah, they just seemed to shift up a gear, didn't they, this last week? And remember, we have had 3 play days this week. Normally, it's just 2 per week. So that has definitely shaped the leaderboard a little bit more than what we would normally see just within the 1 week. But there we are, alternate attacks, 10-2, right up there. It is still pretty close, although, as we said, Tomai in second, MCES now catching Tribe, but a couple of teams right behind them.
Yeah, and we must remember that Burger Rangers will not be competing any further, sadly, but it does also mean that, those wins from Burger Rangers will be contributed towards the other teams, which is why when I mentioned the alternate attacks 9-2, that wasn't taken in consideration, but they were supposed to play Burger Rangers at a later date, and so were all the other teams as well, depending on if they still had to play against them in those last couple of play days. So Tomai is still looking very good so far. Even after that last war, it was still a great war nonetheless. But yeah, we can still see that separation. Penta have actually already played 12 games. So, the fate is going to be in the other team's hands. But still, though, it's going to be very close. Repotted could still come back from this. Penta, depending on the circumstances of their future wars. But it seems like, normality is starting to establish itself, but it's still not over yet. And, like you just said as well, we've had 3 play days tomorrow. I'm going to be waking up early thinking that I've got another Clash of Clans play day tomorrow and forgetting that actually, we've been doing so much Clash of Clans action here at the ESL Mobile Challenge. I've got to remember not to do that. But I do look forward to next week's play days to see what the outcome is going to be for the top 4.
Absolutely, because let's remember, Repotted Gaming did get that huge victory over MCES. They almost got the victory as well earlier on today, so that would have been 2 wins out of 2. That could have been a whole different leaderboard. So the teams at the bottom still have the talent to climb their way up.
Well, Judo, do you know what? It's always a pleasure, never a chill, working alongside your good self. We do have Lady B as well. Thanks for her for joining us throughout the entire course of the evening. But not only that, thanks to production at ESL and you guys at home for watching, because these events would not be possible without your lovely selves tuning in all the time, every week for every single playdate. But guys, remember, we've still got more Clash of Clans action to come. It will be next Thursday and next Friday for the final 2 playdays to determine who will be making it to the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. So make sure you stay tuned for that next week. But for now, good night for now.
Step out as a motivator, let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we
level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? We fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stand? All I wanna know. Need me a real one when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up.